here.
Weighted Shortest Job First, or WSJF, is a model for prioritizing jobs based on the economics of product development flow. You can use WSJF to prioritize jobs of any type. In SAFE, we use it to prioritize epics, capabilities, and features as they work their way through the respective Kanban systems. This video describes how to calculate relative WSJF across a backlog of features. To calculate WSJF, we need to estimate the numerator, cost of delay, and the denominator, job duration. SAFE uses three primary components that contribute to cost of delay. User business value. What's the relative value to the user or the business? What's the revenue impact on our business? Time criticality. How does the user business value decay over time? Is there a fixed deadline? Will customers wait for us or move to another solution? Risk reduction and opportunity enablement. What else does this do for our business? Does it reduce the risk of this or a future delivery? Does it enable other business opportunities? Job duration can be difficult to determine, especially early on when we might not know who'll do the work or the capacity allocation that can be applied. Fortunately, in systems with fairly fixed resources, job size is a good proxy for the duration, so we can use job size as the denominator. This gives us the following formula for calculating WSJF. Since we're in a continuous flow, we typically have lots of jobs to pick from. That simplifies things even more because we don't have to estimate absolute numbers. Instead, we simply compare items relative to each other to calculate a relative WSJF. Consider these three potential features for enhancing an online bookstore: book reviewing, profile management, book rating. We estimate each feature or row in the table relative to the other features for each of the three components of cost of delay. Then we repeat the process one last time to estimate relative job size. As with story estimating, we use the modified Fibonacci sequence because it better reflects the range of uncertainty in estimates as the size gets bigger. But note that in each column, we always start by identifying the smallest item and giving it a 1. Then we score the others relative to that. Considering first the value to the user and the business, we give the book reviewing feature a 1, as we suspect that only a subset of users will engage with this functionality. The profile management feature is more valuable because it applies to all users and saves them from having to re-enter their details every time they want to make a purchase. We give profile management a 5. The book rating feature is easier to use compared to writing a review and helps other users looking for recommendations. But we think it's less important than profile management and give it a 3. The next column is time criticality. Neither the book reviewing nor the book rating feature is time critical, so we give both a 1. Because profile management doesn't exist yet, there's already a negative impact on customer satisfaction, so we give this feature a 5. The final component of cost of delay is risk reduction and opportunity enablement. Again, we scored book reviewing a 1 since we can't identify any real risk reduction or further opportunity enablement associated with this feature. Because profile management reduces customer dissatisfaction risk, we score it a 5. Book rating opens new opportunities with the ability to sort by the highest rated books and create bestseller lists. We also give this a 5. Then we total these scores to arrive at the cost of delay score. The next step is to consider the job size. Book rating requires the least effort, so that receives a 1. Book reviewing and profile management require significantly more effort, so we assign those a 3 and a 5 respectively. Finally, we divide the cost of delay by the job size to calculate the WSJF. The feature with the highest WSJF is the next most important job to do. The results can be interesting and often not what people expected. For example, while profile management had the highest cost of delay, book rating had a shorter duration and a higher WSJF value. Simply put, delivering the book rating feature first maximizes the value delivered to the customer in the shortest time and provides the best overall economics. So that's the next job to do. For more information, please refer to the Weighted Shortest Job First article on ScaledAgileFramework.com.
All right, so when she was going through that, what was the one number that must be in every column? Remember?
The smallest.
It's gotta be- There's a one, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Every column has to have a one, except for the total, obviously. But every column has to have a one. Now, how many of you are going to forget that in 2 minutes when we do an exercise? Raise your hands. Okay. So, all right, this is going to be the other example. If I just told you, don't forget that in 2 minutes when we do this exercise. And if you do, I'm going to laugh at you. Okay, so let's do a little quick exercise here. So here are 3 tractors. Each have the same cost of delay, $2 signs, so same cost of delay. One of them takes 1 day, one takes 3 days, one takes 10 days. Which would you do first?
Hey, 1 day.
A,
1 day.
right? With equal cost of delay.
I would go for C.
Nope, not with C. It's A. The one with, if they have equal cost of delay, you do the one with the shortest duration. Now, what if they have the same duration, but different cost of delay? So in this case, tractor A has the highest cost of delay, B has 2, and then C has 1, but they have the same duration. Which one would you do here?
C.
Do I hear another vote for C?
Yes.
Do I hear a vote for A? It's A.
Yeah, continue with A.
Yeah, it's A, because with equal duration, let's
You
go
will
back
make more
to
money.
the orange. What's that saying? If you quantify only one thing, quantify the cost of delay.
Oh.
So in this case, the highest cost of delay is the one that you want to go with because they have equal duration. So the formula that she was describing is this one. So weighted shortest job first is the cost of delay divided by the job duration. And so graphically, what we're trying to do is we're trying to minimize the overall cost of delay. And so if you quantify, so if you go with the way here where the thing with the highest WSJF was A, and we plot that at the top, we go with A first, it minimizes the overall cost of delay. If we do it in inverse, obviously we actually maximized the cost of delay. So the 3 components of cost of delay, as she mentioned in the video, are user business value, time criticality, and risk reduction and opportunity enablement. And if you think about this, you know, there's lots of ways to do this. For example, if let's say you're doing an enabler. Well, an enabler probably doesn't have a huge user business value because what you're doing is you're setting yourself up to do something later. But that would have a very high opportunity enablement score because you're setting yourself up for something in the future. Let's say you're doing something that's related to the holiday shopping season that might have a time criticality component, or maybe there's a deadline that has been imposed by the government or something, and that creates a time criticality component as well. So just if you think about it, you know, each of these columns is there for a reason. And so just factor in, some might be low and others might be high. And that's why the purpose of this is in order to remove any bias, because some people might go, well, I'm totally focused on ROI. So I'm just totally looking at the business value and then nothing else. And this helps us to break it across multiple dimensions. So then after that, oops, sorry. Hold on. So there's the overall formula again. So when we do the exercise, remember, we're going to calculate this for the 3 features that you did yesterday. But for job duration, as it says, use job size. So what you're going to have to do is think about, well, you know, how hard is this going to be, and really go with whichever one's the easiest one, just give it a 1. So easy could be 10 months versus 12 months. Easy could be 2 weeks versus 10 weeks, right? So whatever easy is, it's the easiest one, give it a 1. So when we do this exercise, we're going to go do it like this. So you guys are going to have those 3 features you created yesterday, and you'll start with the first column, which is user business value. Determine of the 3 features you created, which one has the least user business value and give it a 1. And then rate the other 2 relative to that. Same thing with time criticality. Which one is least time critical? Give that a 1. rate the others relative to that. It's okay, as you see in this example, it's okay to have 2 1s. So if 2 things are equally not important, then it's okay. You can use the same numbers twice. And then the same thing, risk reduction and opportunity enablement, whichever one has the least risk reduction opportunity enablement, give that one a 1. Add them all up for your cost of delay. In the job size, try to figure out which one do you think is going to be the smallest job and give that a 1. And then rate the others relative to that. Okay. All right, so I realized I should have created the Zoom rooms real fast. Let me give me a second. We're gonna have you guys choose your rooms. Remember what teams you were on yesterday. And I don't remember the team names. Okay, hold on a sec.
John, could you send a quickly link because I lost the page to the.
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you in the chat. Thank you.
Yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, I realize I should have done that before because a lot of people turn off their computers overnight and they lose the link. So there you go.
Thank you.
All right, and hold on while I do this. I need to go over and look at. I forgot all your team names. There you guys are. I should have remembered Ghostbusters.
I want to mention in real life, this is very subjective, isn't it?
Yep, absolutely. Well, and the thing is this is not an individual exercise. This is a group exercise, just like you guys are going to do. So if you have product management and some product owners in there and architects and maybe business owners, everybody's going to come in with a little bit slightly different opinion. So the purpose of doing this as a group exercise is just to make sure that, we're trying to unbias the decision. So first of all, you have a large group of people contributing to it, as well as we're essentially looking at it across multiple dimensions. So the whole purpose is try to keep the squeaky wheel, the highest paid person, all the other things that might factor into the decision, trying to eliminate all those. So.
I have a
John, I had a
question.
question. Sorry, go ahead.
What is exactly WSJF?
Weighted shortest job first.
Thank you.
So, John, is the product manager also a part of the story, story point meeting? As in the sprint planning, are they going to be a part of it to give them the story points?
No, typically not. Product managers are higher up in the organization, typically working on the features.
It's only the sprint team, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's only here that we are doing it with the product managers, not in the real.
Oh, no. We don't do story point estimatings with the product managers. This is different. This is feature prioritization.
Okay, right. Okay.
Yeah. So no, these are not stories. These are features, right? So yeah, features are prioritized at a higher level. The team is not, your Scrum teams are not going to be involved in this discussion at all. This is only going to be product managers, business owners, architects, maybe the product owners, they might be there, but it's more product managers and business owners, architects.
This will decide the product backlog prioritization?
This will decide the art backlog prioritization. So again, just to kind of refresh you guys. So art backlog is right here. It is the features. The team backlog is down here. Those are the stories. So what we're prioritizing right now using weighted shortest job first is the art backlog of features.
So this is the Fibonacci series which we're using here.
Yes, and you use Fibonacci series to calculate these numbers.
Yeah, and at the team backlog, we're using the story points, so the one which we was sizing the animals yesterday, correct?
For story estimation, we also use Fibonacci. Yes.
That's exactly confusing because you just said that, for the team, we are sizing the user stories, and, for WSJF, we are using Fibonacci. So hold on, if we are using Fibonacci at the 2 levels, what is the difference?
Well, I mean, we're using the same numbering scale, but the difference is feature, which is going to last throughout the PI. So remember, a feature has to fit within a single PI. So it could last 4 or 5 iterations long. versus a story, which has to fit within a single iteration. So it's only going to be, it has to be less than 2 weeks.
So Fibonacci can be used for both of the levels, for the ART and the team backlog. However,
Yes,
one is
because-
sizing the user stories and the other one is just backlog priority according to the formula.
Yeah, remember Fibonacci it doesn't have any units assigned to it, right? So Fibonacci is just telling you a 1 just means small. So if it's a story, it's a small story. If it's a feature, it's a small feature. Or
Actually, in
less,
reality,
not a small feature, but I mean less important.
Actually, in reality, for example, 1 can represent, half day of work. 3 can represent, the 1.5, and so on, according to the numbers. It just depends about the business. So in reality, they represent money, time, or something.
At the team level, that's true. So, but for features, we're not talking about money here at all. We're just talking about relative importance. That's why if we look, for example, these 3 features, right? Of these 3 features, one of them has a lower user business value. Right? It just does. It's a fact of life. Something has, it's like when you run a race, someone always comes in last. That's kind of the way it's going to work, right? And so it's the same thing. One of these is the least important. So how least important it is, I don't care. Like, I don't care if the least important one is actually worth $10 million. If the other one's worth $12 million, it's less. So if it's worth $1,000, it's still less. So it's all relative from that perspective.
How you can evaluate? So the last is the most important that you start with the work? Or
You start with the one that's the least important and you give it a 1.
okay.
And then you compare everything against the least important one and give it a relative estimation from there.
Okay. Thank you.
And
I have a question, John, on this relative prioritization. As you learn more, you may actually need to change the values in this chart. Is that an ongoing process?
Yes, every time you add a new item to the backlog, you have to reprioritize everything.
But you could also learn from actually doing some of the stories that you then learn that is in your feature. You've made an assessment that is not completely accurate because based on the things that you've learned.
That's true. But once you are already working on the stories, you're past iteration planning, and now priority is no longer relevant. So we would not reprioritize something that has already been brought to a team for work within a PI planning session. This is only the backlog of work that has not yet started.
But the mechanism also applies to the story level, right?
And in what way?
If you have the same prioritization mechanism, the relative estimates at the story level, then as you go through the process of doing some of the work, you learn that maybe some of the stories are not accurately prioritized, and you need to reassess that.
Yeah. Now, if you've started working on a story in an iteration and you realize your point estimates were wrong, that's okay. We don't change points in the middle of an iteration.
You don't do that there.
No, what you would do though, is you would talk about why you were wrong in the retrospective, and then you would take those lessons learned and you would incorporate that into your upcoming refinement sessions. So that way you can learn from it in the future. But once the iteration has begun, so remember the point of the stories, of the point of the points, the purpose of the points is to help us figure out how much capacity we have to do work within an iteration. Once that iteration has started, the purpose of those points is now obsolete because we've already started the iteration. We already pulled the stories in, we've already started. But if you find that you were wrong, which happens, either you put too many or you put too few points on them, then you just talk about it at the end of the retrospective and you decide, all right, what did we do wrong when we point estimated that? Let's take that lesson learned going forward. And the next time we do point estimation, we'll learn from it.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right.
John,
Yeah.
for the exercise right now, do we just do the first 3 columns and then calculate the risk, or do we always also need to do the cost of delay and job size?
So what you'll do is you'll do the first 3 columns, you'll add up that number for cost of delay, then you'll do the job size and you'll divide the two together. to
Oh,
get
okay,
the-
got it, got it.
One more question,
Okay.
John. The point estimation, it represent the time that you are assigned during the duration, like 1 point represented, what, 1 hour, 2 hours? So,
Oh, no. Okay. I don't want you guys to get confused between how we're using Fibonacci numbers. First of all, no Fibonacci number ever has an hours of correlation to it. That's why they're completely unitless and they're just used as a relative measure. So a 2-point story is just bigger than a 1-point story. How big? It doesn't matter. It's just bigger. A 3-point is bigger than a 2. A 5-point is bigger than a 3. How big it is and how many hours it takes you to do it, doesn't matter. Now,
so there
with
is no
that said,
correlation, okay.
no. With that said, though, obviously your 1-point stories will get done pretty soon, a day or two, and your 8 and 13-point stories are going to take most of the iteration. So, I mean, from that perspective, yes, there's time associated to sure, but there's no correlation necessarily to exact number of hours or anything like that. So if I were to go to a team and I'd say, how many points is this story? And they'd say it's an 8. I would immediately know it's going to take them, over a week, almost 2 weeks to get it done. That's all I need to know.
Okay, thank you.
And who is part of this planning? The team is not part of this planning at this level. It's the only project managers.
This is only product managers and business owners, architects. Yeah.
Okay. And then once we know the priority at this level, it goes to the team level, for the breaking down into the user stories and features.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, you guys ready to give this a shot? I'll come around and help you guys out. So, all right. So I've set up the Zoom rooms. You're going to have to select your own room. You'll see that when I open the room here in a minute, you'll be able to go choose your own room. I think I've got that set up. Hold on. Yes. Okay. So you'll be able to choose your own room. And if you can't get there, let me know what room you're supposed to be in and I will shove you over there. This should be the only time you have to do that. After this, the rooms are set up and you won't have to do it again. But I set them up this way because when we do our simulation here shortly, the simulation, you might have to jump between rooms to talk to other teams about their features. So this will allow you that flexibility to change rooms if necessary. So here we go.
Arnold, you're fast.
Well, we have fast 5, right?
I felt bad when he ought to call us slow 5. I was like, next time we call us slow 5, then everything will be fast.
Absolutely not. You must have woke up early today.
I did.
That's awesome.
That's why I'm still not 100%.
Yeah. So
Hey, Barbara, you look tired too. I look tired too.
Yeah, long day. For me, it's a long day. It's afternoon for me already.
Great. Okay, let's work on the wrist exercise. I have a suggestion for the third item. I was wondering, are you guys okay if we modify it to be improve UX and workflow rather than just UI, unless you guys were intending it for it to be the basic UI design?
So what would be either design or you said what to change it to?
I first want to check what is the third item for because that determines the importance of it.
So UI, UX,
Yeah, go ahead.
I can tell you from my experience, the tool that I gave as example, basically, you have functionalities and UX design, UI, UX design comes and says, instead of writing book, you can just put the logo and you can put it in here in the left corner. So it's a user design. It's a helpful tool that is intuitive for end user. It's going to be much better experience. And it's icons instead of using wording, icons and nice tricks, which will make much easier for end user to use it. It's going to be
so
nice experience.
Right. So to make sure is this is an improved UX design, right? It is not the basic one just to get the feature up. Is that correct?
Exactly. It's
Okay.
more exactly polishing than
Improved. Okay.
taking it.
Yeah, so if you don't mind, I'd like to rename the third item to be improved UX design. Because
Mhm.
this means that the others have their independent UX design, that's all.
Yeah.
That's why the third time, when it was proposed, I was thinking it twice. Okay,
Okay.
so let's go ahead with the, I guess, with the calculations.
Okay, remember, first thing, oh yeah, I was gonna say, first thing I jumped in, I saw 5. Remember, every column has to have a 1, so start with the 1.
Okay. So I don't know, guys. What do you think? Which one is the one?
So the least, I think, the user's business review, I believe, improved UX design is, between the last two column, the last two rows, I believe, is 1 for the user business value. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Yes, the improve UI or develop a list of requests. One of those two, I agree, can be one.
I think the UX indeed, I would say, is the easiest as well. Improvements.
Yeah, that's definitely a 1. The UX design.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll move the 1 to the bottom. Then what is for the develop list of requested reasons? So it's like 2, or what you guys want to go with? 3?
Which one you think is now the more difficult? That would be the easiest probably to decide. More difficult one between
It'll
those
be
two.
the first row, because that's the basic functionality, isn't it?
It will be more difficult, the first one, the calendar.
I believe. What do you guys think?
I think it's more critical as in like more valued.
Right.
The
exactly.
calendar time is more valued, so I think that
Right.
should be 5.
Right, because that's a basic functionality.
Right.
So I'll change this to 5.
Mm-hmm.
I would say yes, please. 3 to 5.
Yep.
Okay. Then the second one is either a 2 or 3 then, because that's the only number in between.
Yeah.
What do you
Unless
guys
you want to change, I don't. Is the 5 we can only use 5, or we can go higher? 8.
We can go
or
higher. We can go higher. So it's basically 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13,
Yeah.
20, 40, 100.
Oh, really?
Go ahead.
Oh, no. I just thought it was 1 through 5. If we can go higher, that's awesome.
And we can go with 8.
Okay, or 13 even,
Yeah.
because then it will give us more room to.
To grow. Yep.
Yeah.
To grow the
Also to
number.
differentiate the importance.
Yeah.
So the second one, what number do you guys want to go with? 3?
If 13 is that, then I would say put 5
Yeah, put 5.
for the
Okay.
second one.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Got it. Perfect. We got the first column done. Let's do the next one. Time criticality, with the least, again, I think improve UI is the least time critical.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Develop a list of requests. That's a very nice, a helpful thing to do. So we can either go with 3 or 5 again.
Yes.
Let's go with 3, and then we can adjust.
Okay.
Yeah.
Time criticality, what numbers do you want to go with?
Whatever the highest number we picked for the first one, because it's
So
most
that'll be
important.
13 again.
Okay.
Okay, what's this one? I actually have, for the third column, again, I think, the last one is 1. Let's choose the easiest one to do first.
Yep. RR is risk reduction and opportunity and endowment. I'm not sure what that means. I didn't quite understand what that means. Risk reduction and opportunity.
Opportunity enablement. Me too. I'm not entirely understand what it means, to be honest. Anyone understands?
I think these are for the NFR, the NFR tasks. So maybe for all of
it
them,
actually
they are,
means how to complete the task on time. That will either reduce the risk or enable new opportunities.
Mhm. Yeah.
You guys get that?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
that's very good.
Yeah.
Mm.
Maybe our difference won't be that big for this one.
Yeah.
But in theory, the last one should be 1 also, isn't it?
Mm.
So
I mean, the third row should be 1.
risk reduction for calendar and time should be lower.
I think so too, because if you have request reasons, it can grow for the customer and also for the product owner, in my opinion.
Right,
You
and
can
And
grow
and
with the list.
I think too, when you're asking for a request, it's not something like boom, 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 like I want it right now. It's a request, so it's not that, right? It's not that of a big deal, I would say.
Yeah, opportunity value.
Well, the thing is that all the other 2 features is on top of the first row. So in terms of order,
I would give them low numbers.
so you got to start 1 for the first one.
Yeah.
Then how about
That-
the other 2 rows then? I'll put 1 first.
Yeah, I would give them all ones.
Okay. I have no problem with that. How about you
Yeah.
guys?
What do you guys think?
I think the first one should be higher number.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you go back to the example, you guys have the example, the book,
Mhm. Yeah.
right? The book reviewing profile management. So you're basically saying that the first one is almost like a profile management that goes 555 across. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Page 4-30.
Yeah.
All right, so profile management is the most complicated one, right?
Correct.
So you're gonna rate that 5 across because it has the highest risk if you don't complete, right? So
Oh, so
book
if it-
review is probably the lowest one, right? So the way that we define here is to improve UI design. So that's almost like the simplest one, right? So we want to find out the shortest one, the easiest one to complete, the least amount of risk.
Ah.
Does that
So
make
the
sense?
least risk will be UX, right?
UI, according to the way that we're defining here, is almost equivalent to the example that we have in the class, right?
Mm.
It's book reviewing, right? It takes the least amount of time, least amount of time criticality. It has the lowest risk. So if you want to do that, then that's the cost of delay is the minimums, right?
Mhm.
So the exercise here, we want to do is find out what's the shortest time, right? Essentially what we're trying to do is the easiest one to do, the least amount of risk. That's the one that has the lowest number. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So that
So
would be
the way that we kind of do it here is the first one, which is IT request, system, that has the highest. In theory, if it's the most complicated, then it should have the highest risk, not 1. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
okay.
That's the case. I think the second row may be 1. It may be a toss up between second
Yeah,
row.
you
and
can
third row.
do two, but the most complicated one shouldn't be 1. That's what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All
All
right.
right. So you start doing this, then let's do the math.
Yeah.
Really calculate.
Yeah, Arthur, you're right. Good morning, by the way.
Good morning. So 13 plus 13 plus 5. So the first one is 31, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to
Second one's
put
9.
numbers for cost of delay and job size too? Or are we totaling equals?
So we now calculate. So first one is 28.
28,
Sorry, 28. I said
No,
21.
31,
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah, no,
21. Then is 9.
31,
the first
31.
one. The first
not
one is
21.
31. 13 plus 13 is 26. And plus
Yeah,
5 is
31.
31.
Yeah.
Who's typing?
Oh,
31.
okay.
The second one is 9. The third one is 5, right?
Yeah.
Then job size.
So obviously the first one is the most complicated one. The size of the job should be the highest, right? So if you use 1, 2, and 1, 3, and 5, let's do the 1, right? Which one takes the lowest time in terms of size wise, right?
Yeah.
So we look at the list, request the reasons or the UI, which one is equal or which one has the least amount? Because what John is saying is identify the 1 first, right?
I think again, UX is the job size is the least.
Okay.
Then I thought the list of requests, but it's fine.
I
Okay.
agree with list of requests because improve UI could be multiple things within one screen that needs little improvements. So I think
Okay.
that could take more time. The job site could be more time. So, and list is just maybe like a list of 10 or 15 that we can just put in there. So
Other
And then so
around.
the first one is the highest, right? Let's put 5 in there, right?
yes, first would definitely be highest.
We don't actually come up with a number that's easy to divide.
Yeah.
Barbara, maybe you want to switch?
You know.
Do you want to switch 3 and 1 maybe? Like,
That's Linda is the one operating this.
sorry.
No, anybody can type. The reason I'm typing because
Ah, okay.
Oh,
the first one- the first one-
the other type is-
Sorry.
once I
Yeah,
see somebody
here we go.
typing, I will stop.
Okay, thank you.
So do we go ahead and calculate that?
Yeah.
Yes.
So 6.2, the first one.
Are we rounding the numbers or are we just keeping with the points?
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to round them up.
If it's 6.2, then it'll be 6, right?
Yes.
9. That was the easiest.
And then 2.
2. Okay.
I think the exercise is not so much of what type of features, it's just how you categorize things, right? All relative. So if you kind of follow this, what John's concept is saying is, let's find out the ones for each category first. Then assign the relative importance to each feature, right? So, and then come up with the shortest one.
So the first one we would do UI UX design, basically. That would be our first pick that we would work on.
Yeah.
Yes, based on this, then the UI design will come into the first. And the second one is actually the time, the calendar and time, because
Yeah.
it's 6, right?
That's very nice, actually.
Yeah, and then the list of request reasons is actually 9. That's the third one. In theory, that takes the longest time.
Good job, guys. That's awesome.
It's nice to be appreciated.
Oh, I guess we went back.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
Good job. We
thank you.
did it.
Exercise.
We did it.
Yeah,
Awesome.
guys.
Yeah.
All right. It was a rough start, but we made it. So, all right, you guys actually did pretty well here. So let me
John-
see here.
John, today we are not the slow 5. We're the fast 5. We came first.
Good job. I like to see that. Excellent. All righty. So you guys all follow the rules. Everybody's got ones in all the columns. So the question I would have for all you guys is after going through this and looking at your weighted shortest job first numbers, of course, the largest weighted shortest job is the one you would want to do first. Are there any surprises? If you just thought about your features, are there any ones that you thought, oh, that's no way going to be the number one choice?
Yeah, we had that issue come up. We had considered, we are agilists, so we considered each feature independently on its own merit while evaluating these factors. But, you know, we kind of think that there is one that is a must have to begin with the other two features. But you know, when we did this independently, so we did not factor in sequencing needs during this. So I don't know whether that's should have been considered in the time criticality or not.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're going to factor it in, you would put it in the time criticality column for sure. So yeah, that's good. Yeah.
If you go to Ghostbusters, we've got one question, which is actually which we didn't know how to answer. It's a question, voila, just below.
Yeah, the risk reduction, and that sort of threw us off in our.
The question is written. The question is written. If we have two ones and the next number which we need to choose after one is number 3, we can choose any number. Example 20. What is the rule over here?
There is no rule regarding what you can or cannot choose other than it has to be a Fibonacci number. So
okay, perfect.
You can have 3 ones, you can have a 1, a 5, and an 8, you can have a 1, a 5, and a 20, you know, you can have whatever you want because it is all relative. So, you know, starting with whatever the smallest one is, you know, if it's slightly bigger, it's probably a 2. If it's huge, it might be, you know, a 13 or a 20. So.
Okay, so Juan, you was right. Thank you.
Yep. All right, good.
So, John, just want to check back when we are giving these numbers for user business time criticality, do we have to have a consideration of the features to be independently all the time? Or do we have to correlate between these features and see to give the numbers? What exactly are the practice to follow?
Well, generally your features are independent, just like stories, they should be relatively independent. Now, that doesn't mean, just like we talked about a user story mapping, right? Just because they're independent doesn't mean they don't have to go in a specific order. So, you know, but they should be able to be completed independently. But if you have to sequence them in a certain order, then I would factor time criticality into that.
I see.
The
So
ones
the
that
time
have to go.
criticality takes precedence if I have to consider my sequence of workflow for this features implementation. Okay, that makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, so Raj, we need to increase 8 to our first feature. So that way it will.
So, quick question on when you say you have to factor time criticality into, I mean, it means if they have to be done in sequence, you're gonna place a higher time criticality on the one that needs to be done first versus the one that's okay.
Yep. So, all right, good. Let's move to the next thing here. So we're actually going to start doing some PI planning. So I'm going to get you guys set up here a little bit. We'll watch a little video. We're going to talk through some of the PI planning components of it. We'll take a break at a certain point here. And then because when we come back, the PI planning simulation takes at least an hour. So I don't want to have to put a break in the middle of that. So, and it's only 45 past the hour anyway. So let me just start with this first video. Generally, I like to show this video 2 times because I want you just to watch it the first time all the way through. The second time, I'm going to stop it at a couple of key points, not very many, but a couple of key points just to show you some things that are in the video. One thing specifically we are not doing in the simulation, but several other things we will be. So I just want you guys to I want to point it out so you can see what these are. So when I end up talking about them, you've now got a visual reference about them. So here we go.
The evolution from the first PI planning a year ago to the PI planning that we're in now, which is PI 6, has changed dramatically. Both enjoyable experiences, but everybody kind of running around like headless chickens, quite nervous in that first PI. And now we seem to be like a well-oiled engine.
It's been probably the most fundamental change for our commercial teams. Our commercial teams never had the opportunities to get in front of the engineers. There was always multiple layers in between there. Having this process where every 10 weeks, we've got a business owner who's saying, hey, thank you team for what you delivered last time. Here's what it drove. And hey, here's what we're hearing from our customers about what we need. This is why it's a priority. And when we actually deliver this, here's the value that it's going to drive to them and us.
The teams are so much more confident in their planning. We do things a lot earlier. We collaborate more effectively across the teams and across product management and the dev teams, so that when we come into PI planning, the teams have a good idea of what they're going to take on in their individual teams.
We had our business owners come to us and say, look, I know that we have all these commitments, but one of our primary customers has asked us to make a change. We said, okay, what are we taking off the plate of the teams? Because we can't do it all. And SAFE tells us we can't do it all. They agreed that there was work that could be removed. We went back to the teams. And when we told the teams, A, you're going to get started on this, go ahead, we're good to go. B, you're going to remove X off of your plate. They looked at us and they were like, wait, what? We don't have to do it all? The team was able to deliver the new requirement in less time than they had estimated it. And they didn't have to work overtime and they didn't have to work long hours. And the success of that and how it motivated the team and the appreciation that they felt at having been heard and understood was off the charts. And it was amazing.
All right, I'm gonna run it through one more time and show you some stuff.
The evolution from the first...
So first thing to look at is this, what looks like a mess of a board in the background. This is called the ART planning board, and it's one of the 2 outputs of PI planning. And the way you read this, and we'll go over in more detail on a slide later, but the way you read it is, and we're not doing this in the simulations, that's why I want to cover it real quickly here, is that each of the rows is a team, and each of the columns is an iteration. And the teams are putting blue stickies in the place where they're finishing their features, and they're using red stickies when they have a dependency on another team, and they're connecting them together with the red string. So that's why if you see a place where there's a bunch of blanks, and usually that'll be in the early iterations, they're not finishing features quite in the first iteration, they're finishing features more to the right. So you see the blue stickies will skew to the right, and the red stickies, again, the dependencies that have to be complete. So that's how we track the cross-team dependencies during PI planning. There's digital ways to do this, but if you're in person, this is how we do it by hand.
Dependencies are from the other teams.
PI planning.
Oh, say again, what?
The dependencies from the other teams, the rest.
Yes.
Got it.
Yep.
A year ago to the PI planning that we're in now, which is PI 6, has changed dramatically. Both enjoyable experiences, but everybody kind of running around like headless chickens, quite nervous in that first PI. And now we seem to be like a well-oiled engine.
It's been probably the most fundamental change for our commercial teams. Our commercial teams never had the opportunities to get in front of the engineers. There was always multiple layers in between there. Having this process where every 10 weeks, we've got a business owner who's saying, hey, thank you team for what you delivered last time. Here's what it drove. And hey, here's what we're hearing from our customers about what we need. This is why it's a priority. And when we actually deliver this, here's the value that it's going to drive to them and us.
The teams are so much more confident in their planning. We do things a lot earlier. We collaborate more.
All right, this is something you'll do in the simulation here. This is actually the next thing I'm gonna have you guys do. So this is their velocity, capacity, and load. So velocity is something that's calculated looking backwards. So it's the number of story points a team has been averaging in their previous iterations. Capacity is what they are gonna plan to do in the upcoming iteration. So they're using their velocity historically, and they're saying, all right, on average, we were doing, let's say 32 points. So we anticipate doing 32 points. Now, you're going to factor in things such as holidays, vacations, stuff like that. We're actually going to do this for real, using a real calendar here in a few minutes. But you'll calculate your capacity for your iterations. Then your load is how many points you actually put in there. And the rule of thumb is somewhere between 80 and 90% of capacity is a good rule of thumb for loading up your iterations during PI planning. That builds in a little bit of buffer. Again, builds slack into the system. So that will help you with that.
Or effectively across the teams. And
so remember, there's two outputs to PI planning. The art planning board, which was that red string diagram that you saw earlier. I don't know why balloons just went up. That was really weird. Did you see that? Anyway, so there are two, yay. It didn't work that time. All right, so there's two outputs to PI planning, and the first one is the PI objectives, which you'll work on. We'll talk about in just a moment. I'll talk about how you create PI objectives. And then the other one was the art planning board, which is that red string diagram. So here, they're beginning to draft their PI objectives. So at the end of day one, you should have a draft set of PI objectives. They'll be finalized on day two of PI planning, but on day one, they're a draft set. Clearly, with all the like chicken scratch on here, these guys are starting to draft them, but that's one of the outputs.
and across product management and the dev teams, so that when we come into PI planning, the teams have a good idea of what they're going to take on in their individual teams.
We had our business owners come to us and say, look, I know that we have all these commitments, but one of our primary customers has asked us to make a change. We said, okay, what are we taking off the plate of the teams? Because we can't do it all. And SAFE tells us we can't do it all. They agreed that there was work that could be removed. We went back to the teams. And when we told the teams,
all right, over here, right behind this guy is this resolved, owned, accepted, mitigated. That's the roaming board. We use the roaming board on day 2 of PI planning to bring all of the art level risks that have been identified throughout the course of PI planning. We'll bring them all up to the front of the room, go over them one at a time, and categorize them as either resolved, owned, accepted, or mitigated. This is something we will do in the simulation today. I'm gonna have you guys draft your risks, and then we'll pick a couple teams. We'll just sort of roam those risks.
A, you're going to get started on this. Go ahead. We're good to go. B, you're going.
So this fishbone diagram that's back here, that's called an Ishikawa diagram, and it's something that we do during the inspect and adapt event. This, in fact, is not actually part of PI planning, but it's done the day before. So I'll cover that when we get to one of the later chapters, but this is something we do after. It's like the PI is over. It's the last thing we do is the inspect and adapt. We have a problem solving exercise like on Tuesday. Then everybody takes a break Tuesday night. We come back Wednesday and we start PI planning. So this board is clearly left over from the day before.
Going to remove X off of your plate. They looked at us and they were like, wait, what? We don't have to do it all? The team was able to deliver the new requirement in less time than they had estimated it. And they didn't have to work overtime and they didn't have to work long hours. And the success of that and how it motivated the team and the appreciation that they felt at having been heard and understood was off the charts, and it was amazing.
Right. All right, so what is PI planning? So as it says here, it is this cadence-based event. So we do it about every 8 to 12 weeks. 10 weeks is very typical, as I mentioned yesterday. If you're doing a 10-week PI scenario, you're doing 5 of these a year, still leaves you that 2 weeks off at the end of the year. Most people take off for holidays anyway. It is, everybody's co-located. We're planning together. Hopefully we're bringing everybody together with, post-COVID and all. Even before COVID, when I worked at Anthem, we would do PI planning in person every other time, just because of the costs associated with flying people in hotels and everything. But it was still totally worth doing it in person, even though it was expensive to bring people into town, because the power we got from doing this in person to outweigh the expenses, honestly, of trying to bring people in. So as we mentioned, product management owns the feature priorities. So how do they prioritize them? Well, they use WSGIF like we just did. So product management is going to come in with their top 10 features, and top 10 being, a rule of thumb, but roughly 10. And then those features will be given out to all of the teams. Now, hopefully this occurs, about a month in advance. So the team should not show up to PI planning having never seen these features. So they'll be refining them in advance, but essentially the teams will get the features and they'll break those down into stories. They'll load those stories into the iterations. And then they'll use that to help determine what kind of dependencies do they have on the other teams. And that's how they create that ARC planning board with the red strings. And at the end of PI planning, they're going to walk out with that dependency board, the ARC planning board, as well as the list of their PI objectives. Since everybody's there co-located, we have all the people we need to make decisions. So architecture, UX, business owners, product management, everybody like that is all there. Again, I mentioned, security, compliance, legal, if you need them, they're also at these events. So all these questions get answered very, very quickly. So it's a little bit chaotic 2 days, but it works out really, really well. So some of the benefits, of course, great communication across the teams and stakeholders since everybody is there and co-located. And there are ways to do these virtually. I can discuss the virtual stuff in a little bit, but everybody's co-located and it's a great way to have good communication. We are aligned. I mentioned two of the SAFE core values are alignment and transparency. So we are going to be fully aligned because our business owners are going to come in. They're going to talk about the goals, the vision. We'll talk about the solution context. We'll talk about where we want to go, all of our all of our features. We'll talk about all that. So everybody is completely level set at the beginning of PI planning, and we all understand what the goals are. It allows us to identify all the dependencies across all of the teams. It mentions that we're able to have architecture and UX guidance as necessary. Like obviously there's not a UX developer on every single team potentially. So we have the UX people we need. And then when it says here, matching demand to capacity. So essentially, remember, we do not push work on teams in Agile. It's always a pull system. So we're going to go in with our list of top 10 features and we're going to say, hey, here's what we want. Teams, what can you deliver? The teams will take those. They're going to distribute them. They'll write their stories. They'll put them out in all these iterations. They'll write their PI objectives. And basically their PI objectives is their way of saying back to the business, here's what we plan to accomplish in the next 2 or 3 months. So that's the balancing act. So we're matching demand to capacity. So once we hit our own capacity, we stop bringing in new work. So that's how we're matching that. And of course, when we're eliminating excess work in process because we're being very efficient in what we bring in. And of course, fast decision-making, obviously, if you're all co-located, that's easy. So here's a good slide to remember because it gives you what the 2 inputs to PI planning and the 2 outputs to PI planning. So, and the 2 days of PI planning. So it's really 2 and 2 and 2. So the 2 inputs are the vision and the top 10 features. We spend 2 days doing PI planning typically. And then we come out with 2 things. We come out with the PI objectives and the ARC planning board. So 2 inputs and 2 outputs. So start that. Okay, so the teams are going to understand what these features are. They should know these features again a little bit in advance. Product owners should be bringing these features to the teams about a month in advance of PI planning for them to start looking through them, start drafting some initial stories, and do a little bit of estimation up front. But again, typical backlog is about 2 iterations worth of stories. PI planning is 4 iterations long. So you will not come into PI planning with 4 iterations worth of stories already drafted. If you do, that's kind of, wouldn't say it's against the rules, but it kind of defeats the purpose. The purpose of going and doing this planning in person together is to write these stories collectively and be able to identify all the dependencies. So it's okay if you come in with a couple iterations of stories pre-written. In fact, it's probably recommended, but I wouldn't tell your teams to write 4 iterations with the stories before PI planning. That's kind of a waste. So let's talk a little bit about objectives because you guys are going to have to draft some objectives. So what do we do with objectives? So our objectives are really, if you think about it, almost like the elevator pitch, but they're a summary of the work that we're going to get done during the PI. Because we are starting with a series of features, they're obviously going to relate to those features, but it's possible you may not finish an entire feature. It may be that your team is working on only a portion of a feature in collaboration with another team. And it could be you're working on multiple features. So the PI objectives are there to essentially say, if I were to summarize, what do I plan to accomplish in the next 2 or 3 months? It would be, and here you see some examples, right? Show routing calculations between the 5 most frequent destinations, navigate autonomously from distribution center to the most frequent destination, etc. So those are some standard PI objectives. You can aggregate features, as I said. If you have an upcoming milestone or anything like that, you can factor that in. If you're doing enablers, because you might have enablers, those are obviously factored in as well. And it says you're refactoring. So if there's portion of your PI is going to be basically rework or refactoring of some sort, that could be one of your objectives as well. So you could put something like speed up. Let's say you have a feature out there and you want to make it faster. So one of your objectives could be to speed that thing up. And that just requires some refactoring. It's not a new feature, you're just making it faster. So at the end, there's this 2 columns, BV and AV. The BV stands for business value. It will be assigned on day 2 of PI planning. So Scrum Masters will go track down the business owners. So it'll be business owners, product managers, architects. Just collectively, we'll go grab that group of people. They're going to come over to your team. They're going to read through your objectives. We're going to chat about it, have a little 2-way conversation, and then they will assign a business value. Now, this time, it's not Fibonacci. This time, it's actually on a score of 1 to 10. And so 1 being the least important, 10 being the most important. So it's a score of 1 to 10. The AV number is the actual value number, and that will not be calculated until the end of the PI because it's the actual value. So essentially, what did you accomplish in the PI? So if you said you had let's say number 1 there had a business value of 10, and it says show routing calculation between the 5 most frequent destinations, and you only got 4 of those done, you'd probably get an 8 out of 10 in your actual value. So we're just looking at it from that perspective. So it's the business value is what gets assigned in PI planning. Actual value will be done during the inspect and adapt, which occurs, a couple months from now. Now, we also have these things called uncommitted objectives. So uncommitted objectives are there to help us with some predictability. So it's almost another version of building slack into the system. So the key thing to remember with uncommitted objectives is that this is planned work. This is not unplanned work. And so I see this a lot of times with the students in this class when we do the simulation, is they'll write an uncommitted objective for something that's still sitting in the backlog. That's not actually in an iteration. You can't do that. If it's not planned in an iteration, it's not an objective because you're not doing it. So in order to make it an objective, either committed or uncommitted, it actually has to be planned work. Now, why would you move something to uncommitted? So you would move something to uncommitted if, for example, you had some sense that there might be a reason you might not finish it. Maybe, for example, the first thing you need to do in the first iteration is an enabler, and that the outcome of the enabler will help determine the completion of the rest of that feature. So you might put that as an uncommitted objective because you're planning to do it because you're going to do the enabler and you're planning to do the rest of the work. But right now, you don't know the answer to that enabler. Gives you a little bit of lack of confidence in your ability there. So we'll move that to an uncommitted objective. So, just to give you a non-work example, here I live in Virginia Beach, and there's a city called Hampton on the other side of the bridge tunnel. And if I were to hop in my car on a Sunday morning like it is right now, it'd probably take me about 45 minutes to get there. And so here it is, 10:05. So if you said, hey, John, can you be in Hampton at 10:45? And I'd be like, yeah, I can get in the car, but I'm gonna move it as an uncommitted objective because that bridge tunnel gets seriously backed up. There's like 2 or 3 miles back up on the bridge tunnel. I haven't looked at the GPS. I have no idea if there's a tunnel back up today. So I would say if I got in my car and said, yes, I'm coming. So I'm in the car, got my driver's license and my keys, and I'm all on the road. So I'm going, but I'm going to get that as an uncommitted objective because I have no idea if between the time I leave my house and the time I get to the tunnel, somebody had an accident in the tunnel and all of a sudden it's hard to get through, right? So that would be my uncommitted objective. So, but it doesn't mean I wouldn't be getting in the car and going, right? So that's different than if I say.
So they're influenced by risk in some case.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely. So now when we do the BV and the AV calculations, if I jump back over here, you're going to assign business value to your uncommitted objectives. At the end of the PI, when we're calculating your ARC predictability measure, turns out the uncommitted objectives do not count against you if you don't achieve them because they were uncommitted. However, the positive thing is they do count for you. So if you get an actual value in there, they'll count for you. So it's possible at the end of the PI, when you're calculating this score, you could actually get over 100% just because you had an uncommitted objective that you actually achieved. So, all right. Let me look at this one thing, and then we will take our break, and then we'll start the simulation. All right. So simulation. You guys you're in your 5 groups. We're gonna do a little communication. I'm gonna have you estimate your capacity. You will draft some PI objectives and you're going to manage some risks. So I'll give you a little rule of thumb on all those when we get started. There will be a couple of people who are going to fill the roles of executive, product manager, and architects. And so I will be reading off a little bit of a script that's in here that you will not have. This is not in your slides, so don't worry about it. I mean, when you see me presenting some slides and you're like, hey, those are not in my workbook, don't worry about it. You don't need them. They're only to set you up for the simulation. So with that said, let's go ahead and take our little break now. It's 10:08. Let's come back at 10:20. At 10:20, we'll come back and we're going to go straight into the simulation. And again, once we get started with the simulation, we're going to kind of go until we're done. So, are you guys ready? Ready, break.
John, I have a couple of questions. Would you stay?
Yeah.
Cool. So I have a question about the component of cost of delay, because I think I'm not clear on some of the details, like the time criticality. So is it the one that's most critical in terms of, that people are waiting on it? Those will get the highest number, or that gets the number 1?
A 1 is the least time critical. So the one that's, if some people are waiting and it's really, really urgent, it would get a higher number.
Okay. I guess, then how about the risk reduction?
Risk reduction would be, if it will give you a reduction in risk, it will be a higher number. And if it will give you an opportunity, it will be a higher number.
Okay. Because
so for example, if it's not going to reduce your risk at all, it's a 1.
Risk of what? Risk of having
anything. I mean, anything. So
any risk or any, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
So a risk, like for example, what will be a risk? Let's say you are building something that's going to secure. Let's say you're in the credit card business and you want to do something that's going to make your payment processing more secure, right? So making payment processing more secure is going to reduce your risk, right? It's going to do your risk of fraud. It'll reduce your risk of, losing money, things like that, right? So that would get a higher score because it's going to reduce the risk of fraud.
The part that confuses me is that, especially with time criticality and risk reduction.
You're breaking up there. I can't hear you.
So for those, they usually get higher number, right? For the
if
more
it's going to
important
reduce
ones.
risk, yeah, if it's going to reduce risk, it'll get a higher number.
But for the risk, they actually end up making the number also high. So it moves it down in terms of the order of doing things.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Like when you calculate the risk, this is all adding up in the first, right? And then you divide it by the amount of work needed. They will actually make that job, the risk number to be higher. That's what I'm saying. The higher these numbers are, but in my mind, they are actually more critical. They should be done first.
Well, then would you then say that factors in your time criticality, or are you talking about it being, or the risk number?
As for time criticality, like this should be done first. So I would say, let's say we put it like 13 or 20, a very high number, because the urgent it is important to the company. But when we calculate the risk, it actually makes the risk number higher.
Oh, wait, how would it make the risk number higher?
Because the time criticality is the most critical, so we will put in a high number, like 13 rather than 1.
But I think I'm still not understanding. So you're saying, but these are all independent. So if time criticality could be high, but it still could have a low risk number.
I see.
Because these are independent, right? So time criticality is a different factor. Time criticality would be, as it says here, is there a deadline? Like if you're building something that has to be released in time for Christmas, Black Friday, for example, that's pretty time critical. Does it necessarily have any impact on risk? Not necessarily, right?
So they would get like a very high number then, in terms of comparison when there's a deadline expected.
Yes.
Okay. I think I need to run by some samples again. So yeah, thanks for answering that.
Yeah, no problem. All right, we'll see you guys in a minute.
Risk reduction.
Here, sir, if you will take a look at the, your current bill is 223.72, right?
Yeah.
And your estimated due bill after the changes and after all the adjustments, estimated due bill every month will be at 228.
Okay, and why is it saying my next estimated bill is 281?
281. You will please kindly hit the estimated bill breakdown, sir, for the month of December.
Oh, my wife also just got a new phone. Is that the reason?
I see. Yes, sir. Is that the line ending in, where is that? That's why. Here, line ending in 7488, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, yes, sir, because she just added the plan and there is also like, she has one of our premium unlimited plans, so yes, sir.
She
That
has
is why, but again.
she has what? She has
after
what?
all this- Yes, sir, go ahead, I'm sorry.
You said she has one of the what? Premium?
Yes, sir, one of our premium plans, unlimited ultimate. So that includes actually, support, given that she'll get 60 extra mobile hotspot, and in addition to that, she has this unlimited texting while she's in the U.S. to every, like probably around 210 countries in the world. She has that feature, like unlimited texting overseas. Yes, let's put it that way. That's already included.
Wait, unlimited texting where?
To every part of the country in the world, sir, like 210 countries outside the U.S.
Oh.
Eligible for that. But that's actually included with her plan.
It's the ultimate, right?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Here we go.
Does it also come with the
All right, time to start the simulation. So I got to put on my release train engineer hat. Here we go. All right, welcome everybody. Welcome to PI planning. So we are going to spend the next 2 days in PI planning. So we're here to get an alignment and a commitment around our set of prioritized objectives. So let us go over the agenda for the next 2 days. All right, so this morning we will start with business context. So our executive leadership team will come up, they'll talk about our current state of the business. They're going to give us a perspective on how well our existing solutions are addressing our current customer needs. Then they'll hand it off to product management. And they are going to talk about our solution vision, as well as our top 10 features. They'll talk about any changes from the previous PI planning meeting and talk about any upcoming milestones. We'll then hand that off to the architects, who will talk about the architecture vision. We'll have a senior development manager is going to introduce some agile supportive changes to development practices, so such as maybe automation, DevOps, continuous integration, and to continuous deployment. Then it'll be back to me, and we'll talk about our planning context and the expected outcomes for the PI planning session. Then we'll break for lunch. When we come back from lunch, we will be doing our team breakout sessions. So we'll have 3 hours this afternoon on team breakouts. Teams are going to estimate their capacities for each iteration. They'll identify which backlog items they're going to need to complete, and they will then work on drafting their plans on an iteration by iteration basis. They'll make those plans visible to the entire release train. They'll resolve dependencies and draft their initial PI objectives, which would include any uncommitted objectives if you have any. At the end of that time period, each team will present their draft plan review. At the end of that presentation, the teams are excused and the management team will stick around for the management review and problem solving session, where they will oversee all the things that were looked at today, decide if anything needs to change for tomorrow's session. So tomorrow when we come back, we'll be talking about any adjustments that may have come out as a result of those conversations with the management team in the evening. Then we'll go back to 2 more hours of team breakouts. During those team breakouts, teams need to finalize their planning as well as finalize their PI objectives and get them scored. So make sure Scrum Masters are tracking down the business owners to make sure you get business value assigned to all of your PI objectives. Then we will do our final plan readout. Each team again will read out their plans, discussing their PI objectives, any risks and any impediments. Then we'll break for lunch. We'll come back from that. We'll take a look at all of the risks that were identified throughout the last couple of days, and we'll do the roaming board. So we'll resolve, owned, accepted, or mitigated on all of our risks. At that point, our business is asked if they accept the plan, and when they say yes, we will do our confidence vote. We're asking everybody to give a confidence vote of fist to 5 on whether or not you are confident in your ability to deliver the plan that you just created. And if there's an issue with that, we have a little time built in for rework. If not, we move straight into our retrospective, where we talk about what we did over the last 2 days for just PI planning and just provide a retrospective on the PI planning. And that is the agenda for 2 days. Any questions on our agenda? And if you're wondering, yes, this is a 2-day PI planning agenda. This is the real one. You will not be here for 2 more days. Okay. Let's move into some of the briefings. So I will fulfill these roles for the moment. So welcome to Geekbooks. So at Geekbooks, we are here to provide our technology professionals with a richer experience over brick and mortar bookstores and your online competitors. Unlike Amazon, we are going to provide a community building social experience like book club chats, coding dojos, communities of practice, and we're going to provide this inspirational incubation environment where we encourage hackathons and prototyping. We do have an investor demo coming up in just 5 weeks. This is to secure our second round of funding, and it's critical for our growth. The goal of this first PI is to get the foundational store functionality out of the way. This is going to allow us to build confidence and trust with all the investors. And then in our subsequent PIs, we can realize the features that would differentiate us in the market. So we've done a little SWOT analysis, and we've determined our strengths. So we have the great software engineers, we're adopting SAFe, we're co-located, and we have a great strategy. Unfortunately, we are having trouble finding qualified FTEs for DevOps, and so we do not have a system team in place yet. Externally, we've looked at and the opportunities. We have an opportunity to develop a new online social experience, product offerings that go beyond books, and we need to build an advertising model. Obviously, Amazon is clear dominance, and LinkedIn is growing their tech communities as well. So let me hand this off now to product management. All right, y'all. So our solution vision is to provide technology professionals with a richer experience than brick and mortar bookstores and online competitors. We want to create an immersive experience that goes beyond shopping. We are going to leverage some industry best practices, such as those that are offered by Amazon. That will include tailoring our bookstore to tech professionals. We're going to have the easiest, fastest, and best online purchasing experience. We will offer books in both electronic and print form. We will start in the US, but we are going to expand into the global market. So expect to see some enablers focused on internationalization. We will support multiple language and as a part of that internationalization effort. We will support online communities of practice, such as book club chats and coding dojos. And we are selling items other than books to students. And don't forget, we have that investor demo coming up in just 5 weeks. So we've gone through and we have created a list of our top 10 features. So there are flexible search, shopping cart, purchase by credit card, shipping method selection, profile management, book detail, books list sorting, book browsing, book rating, and commenting. So all 10 of those features are on your backlogs now amongst your 5 teams. And I believe that basically it's 1 and 6, 2 and 7, 1 and 6, 2 and 7, 3 and 8, 4 and 9, 5 and 10. So as you look at your backlogs, you'll see that you have 2 of these features in each of your backlogs. And I'll show that to you in a moment. All right.
So John, just a question to you before we conduct this, before we start this session with all the teams. So do the business workers do their work around and provide their inputs, as well as the product manager will work, and among the list of features that we have, he or she will categorize and provide us the list of top 10 features, right?
Yes.
To the team. Okay.
Yeah, so that's what we're doing right now. These are the top 10 features. And yes, as part of PI planning, you would actually have the list of top 10 features. So they would go over them during the PI planning simulation or during the real one. Yeah. All right, quick discussion from architecture. Just recognize that we are using a 3-layer architecture with HTML5 going through WebSphere to Oracle database. We do have a database model that has already been created. We have security and performance times that are on our wiki. And then we have different platforms. So we're using WebSphere application server in Java. We do have a database with the tables and data already in place. So your teams do not have to worry about that. It already exists. And recognize that there is an epic out there for internationalization for our next PI. There will probably be some enablers on some of your teams to help with that. We have listed our performance guide and our wireframes as well. Those are on our internal servers. And then just remember, we don't have a system team yet, so automated system integration is not in place. We need to integrate twice per iteration using Jenkins for continuous integration and a single program branch. And don't forget to upgrade Eclipse to the latest version for stability. And some of you may have some stories in your backlog for that as well. All right, so PI planning, it's gonna be a little chaotic, just recognize that. So you have a product owner and a scrum master on each of your teams. And this morning, your scrum masters and product owners received an email from me that had the backlog of all of the features. I'll show that to you in just a moment. And teams, your job is to define your user stories, place them in the iteration, work out dependencies with other teams, which is why I've given you Zoom access to go other places, and to create your PI objectives and your risks. So what it's going to look like is this. When we go into Collaborate, a normal PI obviously is not 2 iterations long. It's going to be 5. So in this case, though, we're only going to do 2, just for simplicity. So I'm just going to have you guys do 2 iterations and then calculate your PI objectives and your risks. So, and I'll cover that, how we're going to do that in just a moment. But I've already given you your features, so you don't have to worry about that. And then, but we need to calculate your capacity. So here's what we're going to do. Normally, going back in time, you'll look back at your previous velocity, you'll figure out what your average velocity is, and you'll use that to estimate the number of points you can do going forward. However, you guys and no Agile team, whenever we launch Agile release trains, no one has velocity because they're all starting from scratch. So we have a rule of thumb that we use for the first time, and that's this. We're going to take every full-time Agile member contributing to development. So that means Scrum Masters and product owners, you don't count. So for every full-time member contributing to solution development, you're going to get 8 points. Okay. If you are not available during the upcoming iteration, subtract out 1 point for every day you're not going to be there. So for example, today is Sunday the 12th. So your iteration will start tomorrow. So your first iteration will be November 13th through November 24th. Well, as it turns out, the 23rd is Thanksgiving. So if you have people here in the US, so if you're not in the US, this will not apply to you. But if you're in the US, Thursday the 23rd is Thanksgiving and 24th is Black Friday. Most people take 2 days off. So in that case, instead of using 8 points, if you're in the US, you would give yourself 6 for that iteration. Okay, your second iteration will be November 27th, my son's birthday, until December the 8th. So November 27th to December the 8th. So again, if you're going to be out on holiday or vacation, or there's a major event or, you know, something like that, please subtract a point for your non-availability. Okay. So I'm going to actually have you guys do that calculation first before we break you out and do the rest of the simulation. Okay. So here's what we're going to do in Collaborate. So in your simulation, you will be going to activity 4.3.1. Your backlog of items is here. I'll cover that after you guys do your capacity. So you'll notice over here, you have the capacity and the load on your boards. All you'll need to do is calculate. So for example, Agilists, you guys have, hold on, let me look at your breakout room. Agilists, you have 6 people in your breakout room. As one of you is a Scrum Master, one of you is the product owner, so that's 4 people. So starting with 8, 4 times 8 is 32 points. So your baseline would be 32 points. But if you have folks who are going to be off for Thanksgiving, so let's say all 4 of you are off for Thanksgiving, so you're going to subtract 8 points for that. So now you're down to 24. Your capacity would be 24. So just drop that in there under the capacity number. And you would just stick it right there as capacity. Okay. So you guys will all do that for these 2 iterations. That's all I need you guys to do in this first little breakout period is calculate your capacity. And again, the dates, and I'm just going to put them here for Agilists so you guys know. Your dates are going to be 11/13 to 11/24.
Could you explain that calculation again, please?
Yeah. So it's 8 points per person, subtracting out time off. So subtract out 1 day or 1 point for every day you're not going to be here during that 2-week period.
Okay.
Does that also consider internationalization of the team? So people in, say, in India, they could just continue working?
If people on the team, yeah, if you have people on the team who are outside the US and they're not taking off for Thanksgiving, yeah, they can still keep working.
All right, thank you.
And you mentioned that product owners and Scrum Masters are not counted, right?
And product owner, Scrum Master do not count. That's correct. So I just put those 2 dates there. I'm sorry, I'm not doing it for all 5 teams, but just write those dates down. Those are the real dates that you're going to use for your planning. All right, any other questions? Sorry, let me pull that off there. That's not you guys. All right, any other questions?
Normally it would be 10 points, so 1 point per day. So if you've got 2 weeks, for example, for the interaction, normally it would be 10. But because we've got 2 days of planning, that's why it's 8, correct?
No, we always use 8 just because 10 days would assume that you're at full capacity for 10 full days in the iteration, which you're not. Right? We have iteration planning, we have iteration review, we have retrospectives, we have daily team syncs, you have all those other
80%
events.
of capacity.
There you go.
Yeah.
So you're starting with 8 points because you're at 80% capacity.
Yeah, that's clear. That's clear.
So, but if someone is off for the whole week, then we deduct the whole 8? Or if someone is
If they're off for the
available
full 2
1
weeks, yeah, if they're off for 2 weeks, deduct 8. If they're off for 1 week, deduct 4 or 5, depending, It's up to you, 4 or 5. I'll leave that to you guys if they're off for 1 week. So,
So,
right, guys,
John,
ready
the
to
2 days are considered overhead?
why do we not use 10, you're saying?
Yes.
Because nobody works at 100% capacity all day long. So we just assume, we just assume 80% right off the bat. Like I said, you've got all those events. You've got iteration planning, review, retrospective, daily team syncs, system demos, all that kind of stuff.
You're looking at day 1. So in theory, you're not maximizing the efficiency.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite figure out.
I'm saying is like when you take a point off, if you take 1 day off, you take the whole day off, like deduct 1 point out of the 8.
Yeah. So you're saying that I should subtract 0.8?
Yeah, I'm saying is it should be proportional, right? In this sense.
Don't worry about it. It's not that precise. Primarily because what I will tell you is that 8 points is wrong. And I say 8 points is wrong, but we have to start somewhere. 8 points is wrong because what you will ultimately find after the first iteration or 2, you'll find out what your real capacity is, but you don't know that yet. So we have to start somewhere. So there's 2 factors here, right? First of all, we're asking you guys to point estimate stories, and you're point estimating stories, but you've never worked together as a team. So odds are the points are wrong. And then secondly, we're asking you to give a capacity, and you've never worked together. So that's probably wrong also. So it's going to take a couple iterations of working together to normalize on what the real numbers are, but we got to start somewhere. So we just start with 8.
Nice. It's not a standard numbers that you always plug in. Just
I would say it takes about 3 iterations for a team to sort of normalize on where they really stand. So, yeah. But for the purposes of this, when we start new teams, we got to pick something. So we just start with 8. It works out. I mean, it's reasonably close. I will say it's reasonably close, but it could be a little, off, plus or minus a little bit. So, but it's a place to start. All right, guys, let me put you in your groups here. Just go ahead and put in your capacity. When I see everybody's done, or if you're taking too long, I'm gonna pull you back, and then we're gonna go into the exercise. All right, so here we go.
All right, guys, this is fun.
Yeah.
I like it. So, who's doing the Scrum Master is doing the plugging the numbers?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I'm just asking.
I think yes. Normally, Scrum Master would be calculating the capacity. Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah.
We're in the 4.3.1.
So in our case, the first one by default, we will have 24. Now the question is anyone off during that week?
Yes, so people in the US, at least I'm taking 2 days.
Me too.
Okay, two of you. Okay, so that's 12. And then Arnold, you?
Almost you're taking off, right? In theory.
Sorry? Because you said 2 days off, you will be 2 days off, right?
Yeah, so it'd be 8 minus 2. So I have
Exactly,
6.
so six each. So that's 12. And then Arnold is the same for you?
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Same for me. Same for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I just unmuted.
You're nodding, but you're on mute.
Yeah.
That's
So you're the only one who's working on those 2 days.
yeah. Okay. Oh, there's a sticker. That's the correct way to go. Yes, there is. So capacity. Let me find this. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I've got it. Okay. All right. So that's 18. And then the second week. That's, again, you can check on the calendar, but again.
The next one, I think normally we go full time, right? So that should be full capacity.
Okay.
24.
By the way, why is 18?
Because of 3 times 6.
Sorry?
That's right.
Yeah.
So 24 for the second iteration.
Exactly.
Perfect.
We have 5 people. Oh, okay. The only count.
We don't count Scrum Master and Product Owner. Just the team.
Only you 3 are doing the work.
Only 3 of you working.
But now I feel like I want to be a Scrum Master.
Or the product owner.
Product owner is just somewhere on Bahamas enjoying the tequilas.
That's okay. That's okay. Oh no, we get the bonuses. They don't get it.
Yeah. Right.
You hope you will get the bonus, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. That's okay. Our product's gonna go fly.
Yeah.
I'm all for you guys getting the bonus.
we
And
do,
the product
we
of
do
delivery.
we do the capacity. We do what else do we do?
That's it.
That's it.
For now, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't want to talk about the PI objectives. Oh, okay, because we're not there yet.
That's yeah. We'll be coming step by step. I think next will be load, and then we go next.
Actually, I like this thing. It should be fun. I wish I could be.
Are you working, guys, with Scrum Agile at your work?
We do Scrum. So
We do Scrum too.
yeah.
Development team is doing the Scrum. I mean, Agile, but clients not. It's what we call hybrid.
Yeah.
Hybrid. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. In my work, we also do hybrid.
Yeah, but if you're in the Agile environment, they don't consider that as Agile. Is you Agile for the whole thing, or you do or you're not in Agile at all? So the hybrid is more like PMP has a more agile approach.
Yeah.
Okay. That's probably not something they like to do.
Yeah. Talking about a bonus, in my company, SAFE is we were asked if we wanted to do it, but every person who is a Scrum Master and does SAFE was getting
Hold on a second.
was
Sorry,
getting
I
was
need
getting
to
a
turn
bonus.
off.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Yes, Arnold, you were saying
No,
so?
I'm saying
Yeah.
I'm saying in our company here in the US, we do Scrum, we practice Scrum, but anyone who does SAFE was actually getting a bonus.
Really?
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
we should have put it in yesterday board we had. Positive.
Yeah.
You need to tell us this, you know?
Yeah.
Now we have a reason to go for it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Nice one.
Yeah.
I don't know, you gotta turn your volume up a little bit, because sometimes it's
Okay.
hard
Yeah.
to-
I'll do it right now.
Thank you.
You got it.
Okay. As everybody arrives here. All right, here we go. We're gonna get ready for this now. So here's what I'm gonna have you guys do for the simulation. So you'll have 50 minutes of simulation, couple tricks and tips to give you guys that'll help a little bit smoother. So first of all, have one person on your team go grab your stories and do something like this. I'm gonna grab the first one. And because it says feature number 1, that's a bad choice to note. Hold on, let me grab that one. There you go. This is part of feature 1, flexible search. So to make it easier, I would put F1, and then you notice that it's got 5 points on it. I would give it 5. Now you'll notice that misspelled. You notice misspelled is misspelled. That's actually fine. That's not intentional. So I pulled these off an Excel spreadsheet. That's hilarious. Okay. So go, I would say go through these and just give it the feature number and the number of points. It just makes it easy to spot without having to hover over them. Otherwise you got to hover over them and it's really hard. So this will make it easy. That's my first little trick. The second thing is if you should have do I have it up? No, I don't have it up. Hold on. Gotta pull this up. Okay. So I sent this out to your product owners and Scrum Masters. This is your PI planning simulation. It's got all of the features on here. And so you'll notice that it's an easy to read one-page place that you can look. You'll also notice if we were doing this in person, I would have cut these out. But this is where you can go and look at them all. So in this case, for each one of your features, you have 2 stories that are not point estimated. So you'll need to point estimate those in order to be able to load all the stories in your iterations. So what I would do is I would go through here and I'd look at these stories and read them. So this one says I can search books by author. This one I can search by title. And then here's one I can search books by author and find the correct one, even if it's misspelled. So that's a little bit harder. So that's a 5. Here's one that says I can search by genre. Well, that looks a lot like I could search by author, search by title, and it's a 2. So the odds are that these are probably 2s because they look kind of the same. I'm not going to put points, I'm not going to choose this for you, but you should do that for a lot of these stories. So go through, you'll each have 2 features. So go down, you can scroll, you find all your features. You also read everybody else's features because that's part of this exercise here. Look at everybody else's features, see whether or not, if you look at their features, they have any dependencies on you or you on them. And if that's true, you can jump into their Zoom room and have a little chat. But again, every one of these has 2 stories that are not estimated. So you'll just have to go back and look at your other stories, determine based on that, what do you think the correct numbers are for these? Okay. So easy to do it on here. Once you've kind of looked at them in a one-stop shop, you can go back over and add the actual points in. So for example, search by title here doesn't have a point. So, you can just come in here and you can go ahead and add the number of points that are on there, change it like this one. I'll do this F1. Doesn't have any points though yet. So I'll just give it a dash. So we don't know the points on that one yet. So once you get points, all right, super simple there. Okay. So you'll have to calculate you've got your capacity already. Your load, you should probably shoot for about 80 or 90%. You're going to figure out what sequence do you want to do these stories, and you'll start slipping them over here. And then when you hit, like in this case, 24, you hit about 21, 22 points, you should probably stop bringing stories over here. Make sure when you read through them all that that the order of, iteration 1 versus 2 makes logical sense to you. And when you get all those loaded, make sure that you've talked to other teams if necessary, if you have dependencies. I go ahead and create your PI objectives and identify risks. The risks are available. You have a risk thingy here. It's a big red card. You can drop it down there if you had needed. So you can do risks, okay? So you can have 50 minutes to load your iterations, create your PI objectives, identify your risks. And I will jump through all the teams. You can come find me. I'll be invariably, if you need me, I'll be in somebody else's room. So if you need me, there's a way to track me down and call me and I will come to your room. Okay.
That's a quick question. For the sheets, how do we know which one is for our own particular tools?
Oh, for your features?
Yes.
So in each one of your teams, you'll see if you hover over it, like you guys have feature 1. This is Agilist, for example. They have feature 1 and they have feature 5. Ghostbusters, you guys have feature 2 and feature 6. Look at you guys are working ahead of the game. Excellent. So yeah, do this. What those guys just did, do that. So each one of you, basically what I did is there's 10 features. I went 1 and 6, 2 and 7, 3 and 8, etc. So when I loaded them all in there, you all have 2 features. One's a higher priority feature, the other's a lower priority feature. So also think about that. They are numerically in priority order. So as you start to think about it, if you're like, should I do feature 1 or should I do feature 6? And you only have capacity, go with the higher order feature. But then also think about, does your feature 6 impact someone else's project? And so you might need to do it for that reason. So think through some of this stuff and figure out whether you're going to impact, since all 10 of these features, there's only 10 in the simulation, all 10 are allocated properly here. So you'll have to figure out whether or not you have a dependency on someone else. So, all right, let's get the game going here. 50 minutes on it. I will put it on the clock and collaborate. When the bell rings, you're done. So I'll jump through and make sure Scrum Masters maintain the time box, keep an eye on that clock. And make sure your PI objectives and your risks are identified before the clock expires. Okay. So here we go.
Hey guys.
All right.
You
So,
just have to start putting the numbers to
yeah.
the I saw something from the top.
Start doing that, right?
But by the way, the time he said available is how many minutes we have?
50.
15, you said.
50.
50.
50. Oh my God. Okay, 50. Right. I put the timer. Okay, start.
Wait, it's 50 minutes? I thought he said 15. 50? 50?
That's what I thought, no? Yeah, even the timer says 50 at the top if you look on the collaboration.
Yes, we have a time there as well. Okay, you're right.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Okay.
So what do we start with here?
Okay, so
what is our the story?
Yeah, what are our stories? What features do we have? 5 and 10?
Good question.
Right now we're looking at, so right now we're all going through each of the cards and put in so that we can see from the title. I see somebody working on the top, I'm doing the bottom, and people can start choosing and put it in, then we can do it faster.
I'm actually doing this right now.
Okay.
Somebody's clicking on something on top too, right? And something. Can you guys see the changing?
Yeah, I see something changing from the top. I'm trying to do from the bottom, and folks can start picking and just put it in.
I think, Linda, you have the list, right?
Yes, I do. I can share that list.
Okay.
I might want to share the list.
Hold on. Let me share.
So we have 4 total that doesn't have story points. So we need to assign story points to those 4 stories first, right?
Yeah, and you actually read everything? That's pretty quick.
I see. We are being fast 5.
You see my screen?
Yes.
Oh, yes, we do. Perfect.
So this is, we have 10 features.
Yep.
So I think we have assigned is the 5.
We assign number 5 and number.
And then we got some of 10.
So this is ours, right? 5 and 10.
The profile management.
Okay. Good.
You got a profile manager? Oh man, that's the toughest one.
We create a user profile.
So this is the description.
Mm-hmm.
So these 2 didn't have, because I cannot see the board now because I'm sharing.
Mm-hmm.
Even in the cards, these didn't have a number, right?
Update user profile, yes, and create user profile, yes. Those 2 don't have. Update and create. Yep, you're right. Those are the ones that have numbers.
All right.
So we need to provide number for those. Create a user profile. I think that's 5. It's
Hold on, so I can create a user profile.
We go with 5. How do others think?
I think so too, 5. Because it's a bit similar to enter or personal shipping and credit card information is a bit like that. I don't know what others think. We agree on 5?
Yeah.
Maybe if you can edit that card and put the 5, this because this is read only. I only have to read.
Okay.
So I couldn't put it in.
Yeah,
If
we
you
have
put
to
it on
do
the
it
card.
board. Yeah.
Which one is this? User profile?
Create a user profile, yes.
How did you manage that you are able to edit? Because I don't have a editing PDF rights.
User profile.
Edit on the card.
Also, we do it on the board, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is just the planning.
Okay.
Yeah, you can edit on there. You gotta do it on the board.
Okay.
This is,
So,
for those cards that didn't have a number, I put in an X. So you can choose. But these 2 should be cards that had an X. Because I remember we were changing, I was putting the feature and the story point. If it didn't have anything, I put in a -X.
okay. Good. So I put 5 basically there.
Yeah, for that card.
Okay, cool. There is a 5.
And then for the update my user profile.
I want to say 2, because if you look at the one below it that says add a nickname and avatar to my profile, I was comparing those 2.
How about the other 2 developers? What do you think? Arnold and Arthur agree too?
I'm okay.
Actually, Linda, I changed my mind. Can we do 3? If I think from a tester point of view, then it's a lot of work. Yeah, a lot of fields to test. So yeah. So let's do 3.
You have a chance to reprioritize this anyways.
Yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at 10, feature 10.
Yes.
Oh, these are the other 2 on the profile management. Just want to pause here for you guys to take a look. Okay, I'll scroll to 10.
Got it.
Commenting.
Comment, yeah.
So then commenting, there's 2 that didn't have numbers.
Indeed, rich text.
This is priority
Second
10.
one, right?
Yeah, this is priority.
Of course, the first one is less complicated.
Get the books I purchased, but not yet commented on. Okay.
So this is a 1, I heard.
Okay. One works.
Size is the workload type of thing.
Right.
Right. So if you say rich comments, that's actually not very complicated to do.
Yeah.
Rich text comment. It's just usually it's a feature anyway. So,
As a rich commenter, there should be one.
Linda, you're changing this or you want me to change it? I can change it. Sorry.
Do you have a
So
do you see
one,
the
I put
part?
one.
I
Yeah.
mentioned this is the PDF. I can't make change. It should
The comment with rich is 1. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rich text editor right there where, yep, it's right there's one.
No, I already did it.
Oh,
If
okay.
you guys
Yeah.
look at the board, the backlog on the board, it's there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about
And
that.
then
I
view
didn't see it.
uncommented.
What's what was that description about view uncommented? I didn't see that. Sorry.
Yeah.
hold on 1 second.
Yeah. There you are. What about
which one is this? Left or right?
I think the left one. The other
This
one.
is the rich text. This is
Oh, the
the
left one. I view the books I have purchased but not yet commented on. That's probably 1 also, right?
1.
Mm,
Yeah, it's not that important. It's not that difficult to do.
I would give the one on the right a different number from the one on the left. I mean, then
The rich text?
Rich text, I agree it's 1 because it's not that, doesn't seem that complicated to
yeah,
even
it-
text
yeah.
it. But the one that says not yet commented on,
Yeah, I
like
would.
go a little
More
higher,
complicated?
Yeah.
a little bit more, maybe like 2 or 3.
Yeah, put it. Yeah,
Two?
yeah, I'm with you. Yep, maybe 2. Yeah, I
Alright.
wouldn't give them both 1.
so which one is 2? The left one is the 2?
No, the one
the
as
rich
the one
text
as
is
a
2,
as,
right?
as a book commenter, I can view the books I've purchased. That will be 2, and then the one opposite on the right, I can use a rich text editor. That will be 1.
Yeah.
Whoever did this, just reverse this. Reverse the number.
Yeah.
So in the board, we have a comment with rich text.
Yeah.
That I put 2 then.
No, that will be 1, Barbara.
That'll be
Yeah,
1.
that'll be 1,
Rich
Bob.
text
That would be 1.
Yeah, that
I
will be 1.
just
Okay,
fixed it.
and then the other one 2. Okay.
Yeah.
Uncommented will be 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as the, I think the backlog of stories, they're pretty much filled, right? We don't have any missing one at this point.
Nope. All looks good.
We fix all the things. This is feature 5 dash. This is
What is the orange and yellow? Because I don't have the color. I know red is a risk. What's the yellow?
infrastructure enabler.
Enabler. Yep.
Okay, we have to do that too.
Right. Do we do all the cards? All looks good,
No.
right?
Yep.
There's a,
Yellow explorer enabler. Infrastructure. So usually infrastructure enabler are more important, isn't it?
no, the one that you're doing, we don't have a priorities right now, right? It's basically the size is a job size, right?
And we have to squeeze it into 18 basically.
So we start
What do you mean?
the iteration.
The
You mean number of
capacity.
days.
Yeah, the capacity. So if we have, let's say, 5 5, 5, and 8. That's it. Then we have only 3 cars, basically, for example, that we can do in the first iteration.
So we're not very productive, you see. We cannot deliver more than that.
No, too small team, our resources limited.
But then
I should have the list, which one we need, which feature we do first.
I was about to say, shouldn't we then go through the cards and say, like, the first priority we should give them? And then from them, we'll choose the card to put in the first iteration.
Yeah, remember we went through that WF, what is that, weighted?
Yes, weighted, yeah.
SJF, we had to do that.
Yeah.
And
do you want to do that?
Priority 5, that means this is of a higher priority. In theory, we should do 5 first. This is what I do.
The WSJF basically comes out to say which one you need to do, which one's the easiest to do.
Right. But
So we should go for 2s. So like
No, we're
this
supposed
one,
to calculate. I think we're supposed to calculate
but I think Linda is right. I think this is already calculated. So
it's already listed by the priority order.
Yeah, you already got that already.
So in theory, since we have 5 and 10, we do feature 5 first. But at the same time, it talk about dependencies. I don't know from the other cards, can we tell other people depend on us of a higher priority?
yes, but one second. If we talk about, because here is the size, so it's not really priority that it says.
Size is the ticket size, right? It's the development
So it's the ticket size.
Right.
But we in that calculation before we were doing, we were going for the first one that had the lowest.
I don't know if this is the width size. I thought this is the how do you guys look at it? I thought this is the size of the effort. I don't believe this is.
I agree, Linda, but that's what I'm saying. In the previous exercise, we're choosing the first one that had, was it, to choose the lowest or?
I think on the previous exercise, I got it. I was a little bit confused because we're supposed to do the wish that is the highest number, right? The way.
So we should pick up the highest one first.
I mean, when I was a Scrum Master, I usually go according to the order who needs to do first so the others can build on top, right? Like a lot of things, like you need the infrastructure to be there before you start with the other items, or else people cannot build on top of it. And you need to have the libraries there for you start building the features. People can use the library. At least that's my experience doing as Scrum Master with development teams. How about you guys? I mean, as a developer. I mean, any of you developers, maybe you guys can, share more insights.
Yeah, but the infrastructure enablers, they're not done by the team here, right?
Yeah, it is not. This is planning.
Oh, these tickets are in our backlog. But
Yeah.
I mean, it's okay. It's just whatever comes first, it needs to happen before the features can build on top. So, I mean, in theory, from what I believe is the development team will pick which need to come first and what can fit into the size.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. Explorations, infrastructure.
But the real question is, are we starting with the highest one, or we go more as what we think is right, like the order of the features? We go through the features and we say, oh, this should be, doesn't matter if it's 2 or 5, for example, we just say this should be first. Or are we going by the principle of the previous exercise, which when you go, it says weighted shortest job first, prioritized.
You know what? Let's go find John.
How do we call John in?
Let me go to a different room to find.
Is there something in UI that we
Yeah,
can
this
call
switch
in?
room. You guys stay, all right? Don't move.
Or we can in the chat ask him to join in, maybe.
Yeah,
You can just send a message to him directly.
I did. I just invited host, so get a
Cool.
message from us.
Okay, that's easy. let me see if I can find it. Here's the breakout room.
John is on here. Hey,
Ah,
John.
What's funny is I'm about to click on your room and then you called for me. So what's up?
It's right there.
So we need assistant. We actually have all the items done in terms of labeling. We are debating which tickets to do first in our iteration 1.1. And we will, at least I believe it is, we go by whichever ticket that should be done first in terms of order of development. They would choose what should come first. So, but there was also a question, do we need to use Wish or some of that previous ordering, the ticket with the highest estimation? So we want to get your guidance.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily use points as a determination about what needs to go. The only thing I would say, don't load your iteration with all the big ones first. Just because you want to have a good mix of stories typically within an iteration. If you put like all your 8 pointers in there, what do you guys, you only have 18 points, right? So if you put like 2 8-pointers in there, then all of a sudden you're like you're at full capacity with just 2 stories.
Okay.
Like, and then it's going to take you the entire iteration to get them done. So I would recommend that that's not a good idea. But at the same time, you know, without having looked through each one of these things, obviously feature 5 is a higher priority. So I would start with that and then just read through them. I'm looking through them on my screen right here. So things like securely log in seems important. So I would go through and I would, and kind of think out which ones seem like the most important. Just don't even look at the points right off the bat. Just look at what makes logical sense to work on first and put them up there and then see how the points line up.
Right.
Okay, so it's not really based on the calculation.
It's not based on calculation.
What the logical features.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. I thought we had to do this WJS FX.
No, I mean, you're gonna get limited eventually because of the points, but the points don't have anything to do with that point. No, just go with what logically makes sense.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
And John, I do have a question. So the enablers, the orange tickets, right? So could is that a different category, as in like that has to be done for the other stories to be followed?
Not necessarily. I mean, for example, let me look at this one and pick a component right after. Yeah, like that. If you think avatar is kind of interesting because you're like, well, do I really need an avatar? Now, it is a prerequisite for this other one. So I'm going to slide over to see what I'm talking about. So you see that one? So that one says I can add a nickname and avatar to my profile. Well, clearly you can't do that until you've done that because you need to figure out how to pick avatar components, right? So those two do align. So if you're gonna do this story here, you're gonna have to do this one over here. But if you choose not to add an avatar right off the bat, then you don't have to do the enabler.
Got it.
Okay. The question I have related to the same is the A/B testing. It's like if we want to have the feature go out with A/B testing, somebody will need to do it before we go out. Is that correct?
Let me see. Prepare prototypes to test 2 different modes. Yeah, I mean, and that too, that's something that you wouldn't do until that's certainly not a first iteration thing. You don't have everything built yet, so
Yeah, we
Not
have to
gonna
build
build
the profile. Yeah.
that's going to come much later. So that's not something I would even consider the first iteration.
Cool. So with that, what does the team think? Is it the secure login? I think that's the first to come.
I think it has to be there, but also just creating accounts.
So let's move these 2 in iteration 1, just for the looking at it. So move the other one, Barbara, that you believe should be
creating
iteration 1.
Yeah, creating an account. Do you see that, Arthur?
Create
user profile?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Updating this. hold on, don't move.
No update user proof. Yeah, update crazy so that I can keep up to date. So my personal.
Hold on 1 second, right? Just don't move. Right? Is there anything else?
Let's leave both, and we'll see if we add, and then we can always, you know, deduct and move it to the next one iteration if it's too much. So let's go with the first ones that we think are the most important.
What's the enter all information? What is this thing?
Enter all information. I think this one also is necessary, to be honest, because the person cannot make a first even like a booking without entering card numbers. So those creating, I think, account and card numbers is the most important. I don't know what you think, guys.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. You guys
So
are-
now we have 18, by the way.
Yeah.
Secure login, enter all information, create an account.
That's 18. That's 100%. I don't think we need to do 100%.
Yeah,
I think 100%.
No, 18 is the right.
Yeah, that's correct.
No, 18 is the capacity, and you want to keep lower than 18, right?
No, we don't, because we already calculated 20% off.
Right. So this is
so that's why 6 days, even though you will be working 8.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is already reduced, Puneet.
So
Or
this
else
is
this should be
correct.
higher. You know what I mean?
No, this is perfect. This is perfect.
Yeah, this is perfect.
So the second, we go for the second iteration, right?
Yes.
So I,
After that, you're gonna do. We should do the. We should do this, right? You have to update.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
then update profile. Yeah.
You have to. What else you have to do?
I think the define shipping preference,
Is do
because
this.
this is the purchase, right? So just imagine, even though I'm the PO, I'm not familiar enough with the features, so we are all doing this together.
Yeah.
yeah. And security, do we have the security somewhere?
I think the secure login is the one.
Oh yeah, we have that. Okay, here in the first one. Okay, good.
So then, how many more do we have left?
That gives us, that gives us 18, 18, and then 22. We have 2 more.
What is define car preferences?
Define car preferences. Oh yeah, it's like you choose whether it's Master Visa, I think, or Visa.
Oh, that?
Each time I purchase. Oh no, it's saving your already purchased. If you use once card, it will save your preferences for cards. So it will, again, if you purchase, it will be there already.
So let me also move this to,
yeah,
in terms of order.
Define shipping preferences. Remove comments.
This should be lower order, right?
Rating, change comment, research, spam protection, remove comments.
Hashtag user profile.
So as I believe the define shipping preference is also important. Just want to mention.
Yeah,
I think it's more important than to be honest having the card saved.
I think it's more important than the user profile.
Right, or the avatar.
Yeah.
Or the avatar, yeah.
Yeah, so
Me
should
too,
let me move the
definitely.
avatar back.
Yeah. And shipping. So if we go, that gives us, hold on a
We
second,
only have
that gives,
24 points, right?
so that's, oh, someone just moved one card. So it's
Move it
15.
out first just to look how they fit.
Okay, 23, 25. Oh, we have 1 point too much.
Do we need a testing now because we still have all the others? Do you guys feel we need the A/B testing in sprint 2?
Oh, can we add the card, you think? Because we don't have a second. Where do you see the
No, I mean, I'm just double checking. Do we need A/B testing as Sprint 2?
I guess so, Linda, because since we have created the user profile, enter all the information, shouldn't we test it in Sprint 2?
I see.
The work we did is, not.
So we can release it first, type of thing. And then we
Let me,
can measure it.
let me go to the other room to hire somebody over.
we increase our capacity.
True.
Let's go acquire another team then.
16, 17, so.
So we have 1 point too much.
Can we move the bottom
We
one?
do the priority feature 10 also.
Why do we need erase profile? Can we switch erase profile with something more important? The second from the top in iteration 2?
So erase profile, you would change forward.
Let's see.
I wouldn't really change the erase profile punit, because if I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I wouldn't really release it, because if you want to give people the option to update, you also want to give them an option to change their minds.
Got it. Okay.
Because this also mentioned that this is a GDPR requirement.
Right.
Okay.
So if you want to release to Europe, then this feature need to go out with the whole
yeah.
feature.
Right.
Understood.
But by the way, we might go for easy win. We have this defined car preferences, which is not so important, and we can change for one of the 1 points.
Okay.
There are 2 character count or comments with rich text, and that would do.
Okay, just move out
Character
the.
count sounds good.
Yeah.
Nice. You got 1 point.
Oh,
But
which
this
one?
is a feature. This is feature 10 though.
Character
not
count
count,
or rich
character
text?
count.
Okay.
If you do character counts, that will apply to anything that you update, right?
I have left like a more efficient computer review of allow preferences. Yes. Probably this one will be first before you have a rich text. You're right. Okay.
So the next thing is we have to do the
Object.
do the PI objectives, right?
You already go through.
I
and
think we
this
did.
is
We
the
didn't
object.
go through that yet. I have a feeling, but
Oh yeah, we did not. But I thought I saw a message. I'm not sure if you saw the message too. We said we need to go risk and stuff.
risk. Oh, we should do risk.
Let's look at the items.
Okay.
Practice.
Add PI. Yeah.
Automate essays. Import by using the import tool. Additional items not included that clause such as risk. Maintenance story. Be sure to give additional items a title. Work with the
Okay,
business.
all items.
Once it's planned.
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah, smart objective. So we do need to do 6. Do we call John again?
The PI objective will truly smart. But I'm not sure. Do you know, guys, what's that going to be? PI objective. So
Objectives would be based on our features, right? So
like final will be delivering functional profile.
Yeah, we're gonna create a secure profile.
Yeah.
yeah.
Functional secure profile. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Makes sense.
Yep.
Yep.
And
Let
the
me see
business
if there's
value will be like I don't know.
Is it
13
from
or
here
20,
then?
right? 20.
There it is card, yeah. So
Who's
by the
typing
way,
who's typing the PI objective?
I have it open, I can type it. But by the way, you just opened this in this PDF, it says something about not repeating the User can create and maintain their profile rather than enter in their information each time they order. That's the card that we had, like a credit card, no? So we have that, right?
What is it again? Sorry.
Update user profile, that's fine, define shipping. Yeah. Case number.
It didn't get managed to login credentials.
Comment.
Our first objective is to make sure that we are doing the create a secure profile, right? Functional secure profile, right? That's what you said.
Yeah.
So you want to type it?
I think some
secure.
User can manage their
User can
login.
manage.
Linda already just did, yeah.
Oh, okay. Who did this? Oh,
I'm typing right now.
Linda just did it, yeah.
I was copying from the description.
Okay.
Smart.
Oh, okay. Even better.
User can create a secure profile.
And do another one, right?
Yeah.
Well, Linda, you have the objectives, or you have to write our own. Okay.
Yeah.
I think we're lucky that our staff doesn't have any dependencies to other teams, but they do.
Yeah,
I
this
think
was
they have.
this, yes. So as was a secure profile, manage. So this is the second objective, right? Manage their login credentials and personal information. And this one will be the next one. Their password need to be, so this is the second objective. Do you think that's okay?
User can manage login credentials, personal information.
And this is, you're basically the same thing. You're saying the same thing. You can just copy
So-
this over. It's fine.
So you're saying that a secure profile already encapsulate everything we just talked about, right?
I mean, it has to have an ID and password. Name, email address, home address, it has to have. It's because we have uncommitted objectives.
So that
But
means each feature I have one objective. Is that correct? Yeah, I think you're correct. Let me do this then. I'll put this in the
We're
description.
not, our profile is not, it's not related to comments or credit card.
Yeah.
So I put in the description,
Yeah,
the objective description with the feature.
there has to be a username and password.
Yeah, I think our profile at this point is only cover the first part of the,
yeah,
So on your guys' PI objectives, they don't need to be quite that level of detail.
okay.
Yeah, because that
And-
it's more like a user story. So, but you can kind of shorten it up a little bit. I mean, for example, passwords must meet our current security standards. Doesn't need to have that level of detail.
yeah. And John, uncommitted objectives. What's that? What we have to include there?
If you have any feature or any stories, well, features that you think that you're unsure at your ability to be able to complete it, you might move it to an uncommitted objective.
Okay.
Two features for this team, feature 5 and feature.
Linda, you're very quiet. We don't hear you very well.
Can you hear me
Yeah,
now?
it's better. Yeah, it's better.
So we have feature 5 and feature 10. Does that mean we just have 2 PI objectives for each feature? One for each feature?
You can have as many as you want. Most teams will end up with about 4 or 5 PI objectives generally. But you
Okay,
guys
how-
you also only have 2 iterations, and most people are gonna have 4 or 5 iterations, so you're not doing as much work here. So 2 is fine.
So does each objective reflect one feature?
No, there's no one-to-one correlation.
Okay.
You're gonna create your objectives based on what you have planned in your iterations. So for example, you haven't even gotten to feature 10, well, barely, right? So
No.
then you're not gonna even have an objective that relates to feature 10, right? Your objectives are gonna be totally focused on feature 5.
Okay. The thing we have a question is that because in iteration 2, we only have 1 point left. So we start picking from feature 10 because it has story that has only 1 point. Whereas all the other stories in feature 5 is more than, is at least 2 points, if not more.
Well, plus you've taken yourself to full capacity. So I see 18 points in the first one. I see 10, 15, 15, 23.
23.
You're at 20, yeah. So you guys are going to full capacity. You don't need to go to full capacity, right? If you don't, it's
Okay.
a little risky. I'd take that 1 pointer out there. So yeah, that's a little better.
Good to know.
So even though you have 24 days with the buffer that we added, we still don't have to go full on.
No, and what I'll tell you guys is that this PI planning is not a replacement for iteration planning. So this is just your high level sequencing to try to identify dependencies. You will do another iteration planning session for iteration 1 and another one for iteration 2. So what you put down here right now is not set in stone.
Mhm.
So our first one, 18, you think that we should reduce this? Or
Well, you guys are at low capacity. I mean, you just don't have a lot of points to play with, so you're probably fine there. But just recognize the fact that you picked 3 relatively large stories, right? So, so they're all going to finish on week 2. Week 2, interestingly enough, is Thanksgiving. I mean, if I'm thinking through this, like this is real, right? You've picked a large story, generally an 8-point story, takes pretty much the full iteration, except you don't have the full iteration because you have Thanksgiving. So you've actually you've lost the last 2 days of your iteration. I personally would probably not put a large story in the Thanksgiving iteration just for that reason alone. But so I might scale that one back. But given the other choices that you have, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I might pull a 5. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one, but I'm just saying that in real life, you probably are slightly at risk of that story not finishing because of Thanksgiving.
Well, then we can put that as one of the risk items then.
It could be a risk.
Yeah, we have limited resource and spring 1 is fully capacitated.
Right? You could put that as a risk that, yeah.
And I have a question is that, so our team doesn't have any dependencies with other teams, right? How can we tell if anybody's dependent on us or if
Have you read the rest? Have you read all of their backlogs?
Oh, we have to go through all their backlogs? Oh
Yeah,
my
because
God.
there's a team that thinks you're dependent on them. I will tell you that right now. So because you guys are working on this profile thing, right? You guys have profile management, right? So there's another team that was talking about you guys.
Okay, so it happens that it looks like we don't have any dependencies on any other people. We are at the,
John is saying that we have to read others. I think they're
Right.
Yeah, I mean, there may be somebody dependent on you, and they obviously, if you didn't know that, they haven't reached out to you. But yeah. But I would read that whole backlog and look at everybody else's profile, look at everybody else's features, and think to yourself, is there somebody else that's going to rely on profile management? So, for example, flexible search does not. Clearly, keep going. What's the next one? Shopping cart, maybe, right? Because this one, your shopping cart does, you have to enter your information in the shopping cart. But
and because we're thinking ship address, if somebody is doing the shopping cart, they need the shipping address to ship.
potentially, right? So what's the third feature? Purchase by credit card. Again, credit cards. Purchase by credit card requires somebody's address.
Yeah.
And also enter the credit card information.
Yeah, those are.
And then, and that fourth one, I could securely save my shipping information. So clearly, if they're securely saving their shipping information, that sounds a lot like a profile. So there are things like that that probably are somewhat interrelated, right? So
It looks like our feature doesn't depend a lot on others, whereas others may depend on us.
potentially.
Okay.
So, all right, remember you're down to 8 minutes, so wrap up your objectives and your risks, okay? Let me go check on this other guys.
Yeah,
Yep.
Sounds good. Thank you.
John.
The risk is
I already
Yeah.
put one about the Thanksgiving and capacity.
I think, Barbara, you want to put it low in as well, since you're doing this already?
Sorry, Arthur, don't hear you very well. Tell me
The
again.
low, capacity low.
Oh,
I think
okay.
that's like numbers there too, right?
Do we have to put the number, you say?
Yeah.
Uh,
Is that
where? Oh, next to, where do I have to put it?
The load.
below 18, right?
Below
Capacity
18,
18, I think we put a low in there as well.
You need to reverb. Is Barbara typing or you want me to type so people can see together?
Yes, you can type. See risk. Okay.
How does this look? It
Yeah.
has a
Yeah,
physical
great.
capacity of 18 and Thanksgiving.
I'm glad John said we don't have to put everything in the iteration.
Mm. But I think the objective, these two looks good, right? Can create a secure profile and manage the credentials. But I'll just say, and manage the login and profile.
It's good, it's good, it's good. I like it. It works. You have to assign the business value. Put down business value for first objective, put down 10 or something. Actually, they're pretty much both are the same, by the way.
Yeah, let me change this to login.
You have to change the BV, which is the 10.
Actually, this one, I can security log so there's no chance the people will. Actually, this is dependency. Somebody is implementing login, isn't it? I wonder if somebody has the login. Let's see.
You have to go read the backlog.
I know. You should tell us to read this. I mean, I got this, but I did not have to read this in detail. Shipping. Also, nobody actually create the secure login. I just need to log in. Or maybe I create a ticket.
We're the profile management. So I think we're the one who's actually creating the login.
Okay.
But you have to, what else do we have in there? You have to read the backlog.
Go back to here, right? For our own, right?
Priority 4, what's priority? We're 5, right?
We're 5 already. Well, everything's ready in that ticket.
Yeah.
Now, if you go down, what else is down? Keep going. Keep going.
That's it.
This is ours.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, that's it? There's no more. No, it should be more, right?
No,
You
there's
have
also the
to
next
read that.
feature.
Yeah.
This is
Keep
6.
going.
This is browser.
Let's
This
purchase
is
book
book
list.
sorting list.
No big deal.
This is 7. Browsing,
Browsing, that's not a big deal.
rating, and then 10 is commenting.
Okay, so we're the one who controls the login. So the business value for creating a secure login is 10. You have to replace that. BV is 10, by the way. 'Cause they can't do anything without us.
Well, this one I'll say. Okay, yeah, then this is the 10.
No, that's the size. This is a priority. I mean, not objective for the.
Yeah,
the
I'm
objective,
doing
we have
here.
1 to 10.
Right. This one, right?
Yes. If you guys want to reference, it's on your presentation, page 4.58, 50. Okay, page 129, basically. The workbook,
Okay,
page
cool.
129.
Mm-hmm.
The manager profile is important too.
Okay.
At least 10, if not if we cannot be the same number, then at least 9.
Put 8 for the managing profile.
Because now people are depending on us on all the profile updates, shipping address, credit cards. But we can adjust. How does this look?
Yep.
Looks great. Looks great.
So for the uncommitted, can we just talk about or one line about feature number 10? Because we're not really doing anything for feature 10, so that would be uncommitted from our side.
Feature number 10, we're not doing. No,
Like
the
we can-
uncommitted is saying that what we have during the iteration 1 and 2, what's the one that's least likely that we'll be able to commit? So what I'm saying, like, for example, we might not be able to define the shipping preferences, for example.
Okay.
Oh, erase profile.
So it's not something that it's not like it's not planned. It's just saying that based on what we're doing, we are focusing to make sure that we can log in, right? We can create a profile. But defining the shipping preferences may not, if we don't have the time, we might not be able to do with this.
Okay.
I think that's what it is.
Got it. So it's not what's in the backlog. It's more of what we are planning to do.
Correct.
Got it.
Yeah, my understanding, uncommitted objectives still means planned tasks.
Okay.
But it's not, it's something that you may not be able to do for whatever the reason.
Yeah.
Understood. Okay.
So what should I put in for the uncommitted?
Shipping or erase profile? Actually, erasing profile is something that I think shipping is probably a erase profile. What do you guys want to do? Shipping.
I think erase profile is definitely.
Hold on.
I think erase profile is more important than shipping.
Then shipping, yeah. Yeah.
So basically what we're saying here is during the first 2 iterations, we want to make sure that we are able to log in and create a profile. That's what we're committed to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and the shipping may or may not be able to do for whatever the reason.
Yeah.
And the risk is in Thanksgiving, our iteration 1, we may not be able to finish. You know, might be
So this can go to iteration 2, and that might affect us in our delivery. Yeah.
I think our low is based on percentage, isn't it?
We have 20 seconds.
Oh, so why do I put in for uncommitted?
So shipping preferences.
Yeah, shipping preference.
I'm telling you, we're lucky to pick the profile, right?
All right, welcome back. So before I do the next debrief thing, I will tell you that halfway through one of our sessions, we would have, where's my thing? Partway through our PI planning, we were going to have what's called a coach's sync. So the coach's sync is conducted by the release train engineer, typically halfway through each one of the breakout sessions. And at that point, Scrum Masters will come up, we'll meet with the release train engineer, go through a series of questions just to ensure that everybody's on track. Have you identified capacity for each iteration of the PI? You guys did that. Have you identified most of the stories? The first 2 iterations become estimating, and you guys did that. Have you begun resolving dependencies with other teams?
Not yet.
We're gonna do. I don't think so. Sort of. All right. Are you discussing trade-offs and conflicting priorities with your business owners? Yes, I came around you guys groups. Have you identified any art risks? You guys have some of those. We'd be ready to write PI objectives in the next 15 minutes. Now remember, this is about an hour and a half into a 3-hour exercise. So, you know, that's why it's a reminder at this point, because a lot of teams have not yet started writing them because they're not far enough along in the process. So it's just a reminder. And is there anything you need to discuss with your Scrum Masters? If so, stay for the meet after. So that's Coaches Sync, generally done, like I said, by the RTE, about halfway through each of the sessions on day 1 and day 2. So next thing we're going to do is we're going.
Quick question. So is that the 2-hour session generally that happens with all the 6 sprints being item backlogged? And then part of it is identify the PI objectives also in 2 hours?
Well, it's 3 hours on day 1 and 2 hours on day 2.
Okay.
Is how long the
first 3
breakout
hours. Okay. And the first 3 hours is where all the 6 sprints have to, or 5 sprints have to be identified with all the stories and.
Oh, no. You have day 2 also. So this is, This is a 2-day event. So you're only halfway done. Well, a little more. You're 60% of the way done on day 1. You still have a whole nother day to work on this.
Okay.
And when I say whole nother day, I mean like 2 hours. So you have a couple hours.
So on the end of the second day, the goal is to have planned, the 5 interaction in the future, correct?
Yes, at the end of day 2, we're done, right? We'll have all the PI objectives are complete and scored and everything is done. All the risks are identified. Yeah, all that stuff done after day 2. We were only at the end of day 1 here. So we're not going to, by the way, I'm not going to break you out for a day 2 exercise. But for the point of where we are now, we've only finished day 1. So.
How about if teams don't have the visibility for the 5 interactions, ahead? They can only understand what they will do in the next 2. And the reason behind is this, that, for example, there is no clear scope, from the management, which is constantly, coming and trying to modify already ongoing features because it's so dynamic.
Well, they should have enough features that they can break them into stories to fill up a whole 4 iterations worth of work.
And if it's not the case?
I've never seen a situation that's not the case.
Yeah, because you at the very first you start with the top 10 features, right? Mark,
right.
If you see that, yeah. So you cannot.
There's always more demand than there is capacity. So that's never a problem. There's always more work to be done. So yeah, the challenge is making sure you can figure out what the scope is going to be, and eventually you just have to cut it off and be like, that's enough work. I can't take any more. There's always more than you have capacity to do.
Features is not the problem. There is always enough, work to do. The problem is this, that, those features are not clear enough, at this moment to define them for the 10 week ahead. So what I'm saying that maybe this what we're defining today, it's feasible for another, 4 weeks, which is 2 interaction. But, this what we're going to decide, for example, for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, it's not going to work because they will come into, 2 interactions and tell us that they want something different. And the understanding of today in the future is different.
It's the job of product management to make sure that the backlog of features is sufficiently large before you go into PI planning for PI planning to occur. If in your scenario, if they have not fleshed out enough features, they're doing it wrong for one. But the goal is to make sure that you have all your features before you attend PI planning. So there should never be a situation where the features are not fleshed out before you start. That's
And if not, I assume that you don't do the PI plan. You find another.
Yeah, okay. I mean, if I'm going to start up a release train and they don't have sufficient features to do a PI planning, we're not going to do a launch because they're not ready.
Yeah. Well, just from your perspective and how you've seen these going, where at, and given the maturity of different organizations and how this happens, how realistic are we talking? And are there scenarios where this does not go well the first time around, or in that scenario?
The first PI planning session always feels chaotic and crazy. So to say that it didn't go as planned would be kind of like, yeah, that's pretty normal.
It's pretty normal. It is chaos.
It's normal as chaos. And in fact, I was going to show this later this afternoon, but I do want to keep us on track because we're a tad bit behind schedule. But one thing I want to show you guys is this thing called implementation roadmap. And we'll cover it in the last section anyway. But this whole create the implementation plan and prepare for art launch right there, that's a couple months from the time you identified your value streams and you're ready to go, because this is where you're all writing your features and you're doing all the PI planning prep work. That could take anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks probably to prepare for launch. Then what we do is the 2 days before PI planning, we will do a Safe for Teams class in which they will actually do the exact same simulation that you guys did. So recognizing that your simulation was somewhat chaotic, right? You guys may or may not have met all of your objectives, that sort of thing. So we will run them through a simulation first to get all the bugs out of the system. That actually helps them to go to do PI planning correctly the next day. And I've had it both ways. I've had clients who have said, we don't want to spend the time and money to do this Safe for Teams stuff. We don't have time for that crap. We're like, okay. And then they go into their PI planning and they suffer through all the problems that they could have resolved if they'd have just done the simulation before. And then afterwards, they all come back and go, yeah, we should have totally done that training. I'm like, yes, you should have, but that was your choice. And so the teams that do it come out of the training and they're like, oh my God, that was a disaster. Are you kidding me? Is that what tomorrow's going to be like? And we go, no, because you just had the crappy part done today. So now that you've done the simulation, the real one's going to go far smoother. And it always does.
So these are each trainings that happen for the different groups prior to the process.
Yeah, it would be the entire release train. So just like you guys are
Right.
25 people or whatever, we would do this training for 100 and some people, and it would be more than just me. We'd have a bunch of coaches, but we would do the training for like 125 people. We'd run them through all the basics. It's a 2-day class, like I said, but part of that class is this simulation. And they'll work out all the problems with their teams at that point. Not all of them, but it makes it much smoother for the real launch. So.
Can we use this Safe Studio? Can we use this Safe Studio, for the training?
Yeah, we would use this
You've
for the
got some
training. Or if
copyrights.
we're in person, we do this all by hand. We don't even use it. Yeah, it's all
Yeah,
done
but
by
for
hand.
for the training of the teams, for example, for implementation at work, can we use it, or there is some copyright? So I don't know.
Safe for Teams, you have to purchase the licenses for Safe for Teams. Yeah, I mean, it's just like this class. It has a license fee.
Sure, but then you can use it as we are doing this today for the training purpose. Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Now you have to have somebody who's an SPC to teach it because that's the requirement too. So somebody like me, but he was an SPC, but yeah, you have to be certified to teach it. Okay, so Coaches Sync, that's done. Next thing I want to do, because I want to I know I'm keeping you a little bit late. I want to go all the way through the rest of PI planning. We'll break for lunch. It's a logical breaking point, but I want to get through some of this stuff. So the next thing I want you guys to do is we're going to go team by team and have you guys actually present your draft plan review. So a lucky person on every team can actually speak for your team. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to go over here to collaborate and team by team. We'll start with Agilist because I have you guys up. Talk about what features you have. Talk about what are your PI objectives. What are your risk and dependencies. So who on Agilist would like to present?
I think any one of us can go. I mean, it's
Anyone? I
yeah.
saw a hand.
Go ahead.
For this. Raj, go ahead.
All right. So yeah, I think it was quite a lively discussion, and showed, of course, a lack of full understanding of the scope, and I think the best thing was we were always open to asking questions. Like the first meeting would be for the team. We were in agreement on giving the ability to search because it was the first feature with the highest priority. So we came to a quick conclusion on the search capability that we had to give. We were a little bit, there was a lot of concern which was rightfully placed on the dependencies with the other team, and we agreed upon giving the define creating the user profile and defining some of the preferences for the user profile. This was more of a what you call as a proactive thinking on part of the team to say, looks like there are other team dependencies. So yeah, I mean, we did not have a full interaction with the other team, which I think in retrospective, we should be doing better, right? That was one thing. Although like I said, on the positive side of things, we thought of this as a necessity for the other team to create the user profile and give that one for the other team for the iteration one. Again, on the iteration 2, we just expanded on the iteration 1 capabilities related to the search as well as the user profiles.
Okay.
And I think objectives, my question was actually, is it more of an afterthought from the team or the overall for the PI objective? It is more of a consensus to say, okay, we are all agreeing on committing to this, right? I don't know if that, because we are already going through in detail on each of the iteration and we are committing to delivering that, or at least planning for delivering that. So I'm assuming the PI objective is more of just a goal setting for the team to say what our end of the PI objective will be. Is right? That's the way I look at it.
The goal is exactly right. The goal is at the end of the PI, you should achieve your PI objectives. Now, whether every one of these single stories has to be complete to achieve that objective will be determined throughout the course of the PI. But ultimately, we try to set these PI objectives and strive to achieve those at the end. So they are somewhat goal setting.
Sure. And as you can see, we did not, I think, linger on the uncommitted objectives part. Yeah, on that.
If you don't have any, you don't have any. There's no requirement to have an uncommitted objective. So
right. Okay, thank you. Right, cool. And risks we identified those. I
just looked at those. Environmental readiness, availability of resources, and align. What's align with other groups? Yeah. So other teams. So they went through. Is there any questions from the other teams? Is now that you guys have done your planning, is there anything you've heard from the Agilist team that you thought might impact your team?
Yeah, I want to add. Last 5 minutes, I jumped into the other team. Like I think it was forgot the name of the team, and got some discussion, but could not come to any final conclusion on that one. But we were in the process of discussing.
Okay, sounds good. All right, let's move on to Ghostbusters then. Tell me what you guys did.
All right, so Ghostbusters, we started off with the, we went with the priority of the shopping cart being a high priority, but also we knew there'd be some dependencies. So we looked into the items we need to get through. We built up a capacity of, or our capacity is 22 given our days off, et cetera, for that date. And then our capacity in the second was 24. We were putting the higher priorities into the first iteration, although there could be a dependency on this technical spike. So we called that out. That might add some complexity. With our key objectives being a fully functional shopping cart for the demo and basic book details available for that demo. Beyond that, we just loaded it up that way. We did look at a dependency across to see if we had a cart, there was a shipping quote, and we know that one of the other teams, I think the Titans had have all the shipping. So I think there's a key dependency. We didn't know how to sort of relate that dependency on this board in any way. So we probably maybe call out a risk to that down here, but I don't know how we'd call out a dependency. That was the thing that popped up, which was how would we show that?
Right. And that's the thing that's a little bit off on this simulation is that we don't do that art planning board where you can actually track your dependencies and all. So that's fine. All right, cool. Avengers, you're up.
I guess I'll speak first. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So one of the things we looked at for us is we had, of course, two features, a feature 3 and feature 7. And we saw that what we tried to do was to look at the planning of our features from where we're able to deliver a vertical minimum viable product. We looked at the dependencies from other teams and all, even though we weren't able to engage them. But our thoughts were also that in iteration 1, most teams would not be doing features that other teams need. They would concentrate on some of the things that they do need. So we went with prototyping, filtering options, and then picked all the features that we felt were aligned with it. And we came up with a total load of about 20, where our capacity was 21. And then for our second iteration, we picked the enablers that we know are required, and then picked up the features that were assigned to it. As part of our risk, we said we at the end of these 2 iterations, there's a possibility that we do not have a shippable product, and where we have dependencies of architecture enablers, and having not been able to discuss with the other teams, is a risk that this may impact our ability to deliver in our own iterations. And then also the technical spikes, also the enablers for technical spikes also have dependencies which we are not aware of whether we would be able to meet up with. And in terms of the PI objective, we said we are going to create functionality that allows customers to search for books. And then we also, our functionalities will reduce the time it takes to make purchases. For uncommitted objective, we said items which are related to the technical spikes, because we do not have enough information to determine whether they will be completed within this iteration or within these 2 iterations or not.
All right. So question, why did you guys focus iteration 1 on all feature 7 work and not finish feature 3 when feature 3 is a higher priority?
A reason being that we assumed that maybe for the feature 3 work, we would have dependencies on other teams based on the encryption mechanism and all. And since it's iteration 1, our concern was most teams would not may not have that as their own priority, because everybody is just starting out in iteration 1. So despite the fact that it was a higher priority, the concern was that because of the dependencies that are required for it, we may not be in a position to deliver anything tangible in feature for iteration 1. Hence, we went with what we felt will be within the scope of the team's ability to deliver, where then we discuss with other teams for the next feature.
Okay. And then, all right, so Agilists, when you see this objective to create a functionality that allows customers to search for books, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think the feature itself is dependent on our ability to give the ability to search, because theirs is based on sort. So sort follows search, right? So I believe they are dependent on us. That is just my feeling when I just looked at it initially. Yep.
Exactly. All right. Perfect. All right. Good. Thank you, guys. Good job. I'm just looking at the risk profile, not shippable. Okay. Technical spikes. Okay. We'll get to those risks in a little bit. All right. Titans. Go for it.
I can go for the Titans. So we started with identifying 2 stories which is not having the story points, and we gave the story points over there. And then we started prioritizing our user stories, and we just calculated our load for both the iterations. And then we started picking up the first high priority feature, which is shipping methods. But here now by looking at Avengers code, we have one risk. Actually, they're gonna implement a new shipping tab and save feature. They are not planning to implement it, still in background. So that's gonna put us in risk over here, because without them implementing the new shipping feature, we will not be able to implement our features here.
Gotcha.
So we need to regroup with Avengers and convince them to start working on shipping features in iteration.
All right. Exactly. And that's the kind of discussion that you would have. So here we are again. We're at the day 1. You know, if these discussions are coming up, you're like, okay, this is definitely something we need to talk about as we go forward. I'm looking at these real fast. Save shipping.
We just started writing our PR objectives based on what we plan to implement.
Okay. All right, good. And then finally, Fast 5, the Fab 5. What are you guys up to?
So we have feature 5, which is the managed profile and commenting. And from looking at it from priority, we knew we can only tackle feature 5. We also have limited developer. We only have 3. So from our limited capacity, we start picking from the most important features, which is the secure login and the basic creation of the user profile. So we were fully loaded in iteration 1, and that is why in our risk, we have already put that because that is also the Thanksgiving week. At the same token, we do start planning the rest of the activities in iteration 1.2. We know most probably something is dependent on us for the shipping preference, so we did put it into 1.2. However, we do not know that that will be completed since those were the last 2 items in the priority list. So this is how we have planned for our 2 iterations. For our objective, of course, the secure login and the manage the profile is the most highest in objective. We do know that shipping preference should be the next, and we know avatar most probably will fall off. In our risk is basically concentrated on capacity and also any dependencies from other teams. We do want to check if we can release the whole complete product increment at the end of iteration.
All right, good. All right.
So I do see duplicates here, John, especially with the managing profile, what they said, creating user profile in iteration 1.1, enter all info, and then update user profile, erase profile. So we had similar stories as well.
Yep. Hence, you guys had dependencies. Yes, you did. So that's exactly right. So that's one of the reasons that we do this draft plan review is because oftentimes people do get heads down on their own work. They're not really looking around at the other teams. Then we do this draft plan review and everybody goes, well, wait a minute, you guys are doing that? I didn't know that, right? And so then that gives us a chance to go on in day 2, you'll have a little further discussion and figure out, you know, where you guys could have communicated a little bit better. So no problem that you didn't notice that yet. That's one of the reasons we do the plan review. But you're absolutely right. There are dependencies. They're built into this thing all over the place. So it's harder to spot right off the bat. So can you guys get so focused on this your own teams? Yep. All right, good. All right, let me just cover a couple more things. I know you guys are getting hungry or you need to take a bathroom break. I know that. So, all right. So we did our draft plan review. So the next thing that occurs is you guys all leave and the management stays back and they have their end of day review. They're going to look to see whether any adjustments to vision, to the scope, to team alignment, where the bottom next, do we need to move features around? Do we need to reprioritize features? You know, it's entirely possible that the team might actually come back with some ideas now that they've started planning that actually may cause us to reprioritize some of the work. So these are all the types of discussions that will be had by business owners, product management, RTE, architects. They'll all stay back and have this conversation. Then everybody leaves. Then coming back in on day 2, we're going to go back in. The day 2 agenda looks like this. We would go through and have our planning adjustments if necessary, which I'll talk about in just a second. Back to team breakouts for another couple hours. Another review, just like you just did, except this time it's the final review. Your PI objectives at this point will be finalized and scored. Break for lunch after that. We'll cover the risks, do our confidence vote, plan, rework, and then have a retro. So planning adjustments, as I mentioned, if we have to change business priorities or we need to change vision, we need to move features between teams. Like I did this simulation a couple of weeks ago, and these 2 teams recognize just the way, you know, because every time I do the simulation, it's a different group of people. The calendar, it's a different number of people. The calendar, you know, like you guys had Thanksgiving, right? So since we're using real dates, that actually impacted your ability to schedule stuff in here, which is totally realistic. They had one where at the end of the draft plan review, they're like, you know what? That other team had full capacity to do this feature. We need to move the feature to another team. And that was the conclusion that these folks came up to just coming out of the simulation. So that's the kind of stuff we can do in here. So then, of course, we go into breakout 2. And in the breakout 2, we're going to go through and finish loading our iterations, finish having those discussions that Sai Kumar just mentioned. Make sure you've identified those dependencies, continue to update that art planning board. And then as the day closes up on that time, Scrum Masters go grab those business owners, product managers, architects. They come in a group. You'll notice they travel together. So you bring them over and bring them to your team, and they're going to read through each one of your PI objectives, and they're going to score those. So they'll score them again on a scale of 1 to 10. All right, Minaz has got something going on there. Problem solved. So they're going to score them on a scale of 1 to 10. And of course, the purpose of this is for us as we move throughout the PI. If we have any debate as to, what should we do next? We're going to lean towards the PI objective that the highest as the highest number. So if we were I'm not going to score all of yours because we're not enough time for that. But if I were to go through and sort of look at yours, let me go back there. So if we go back, let's just grab a team. All right, you guys already have this thing pulled up and you already pre-scored it for me. Thank you very much. So normally the teams, it will be a discussion between the teams and the business owners. Usually what I see happen is the business owners will ask the teams, what do you think the value is going to be? So you guys have already sort of answered that question. And then we'll have a discussion. There's nothing that says that your team is even going to get a 10, by the way. So if you're working on a feature, because obviously everything can't be a 10, or as they say, everything can't be a 10 or else nothing is. And so you might have a series of different numbers available. So in you guys have one that says users can create a secure login. And by the way, they don't have to be, if you look at the text down here, they don't need to be that long. Ultimately, they should be somewhat of a SMART objective. So specific, measurable, what's the A stand for? I was going to say actionable, but that's not it. Achievable, attainable, yeah, measurable and time bound. So if you could, that sort of thing, if they pass, that's fine. So this one, users can manage their profile. And the other one was, well, it's the same one. Hold on. Login credentials. This one was, are they the same?
Yes, they're the same. We just copied the feature. So far, we are ironing out the objective verbiage. We can add those that you said.
All right, let me go find another team. That's too hard. All right, here we go. So here you guys have one. Users able to view all the shipping options available. This one was usually able to view the shipping, the prices. Okay, and this one is they're going to save the shipping preferences. Okay, and this one was they're able to browse books by genre, rating, and bestseller. So honestly, so the four of these team, what team are you guys? Titans. Which one of those four did you think is the most important? So
first one, the very first one, shipping options.
Yeah, view all shipping options, right? Okay, so of that one,
Prices. And
browsing.
that's not that, but browse.
Yeah, so those would be lower. So ultimately, maybe this one is a pretty important one. So I might give that one a 9, just because it's, give it a 9 over there. But you can see how that does. So I'm not going to spend the time on this now, but you see, they'd go through, there's some teams where they're just going to have this discussion and just sort of pick a number. There's other places that use a little bit more of a formulaic approach. It's up to you about how you do it, how your business owners do it, but ultimately the goal is to have these done at the end of the second day. So the next thing is this art planning board. So this is the other output. PI objective is one output. The art planning board is the other output. And this is one in which we will keep track of all the dependencies across teams. So the way to read this thing is really the first row oftentimes is milestones, but then beyond that, it's teams and of course the columns are the iterations. You put a blue sticky in the column or the spot in which a feature is going to finish. And then you will put a red sticky if you have a dependency with another team. So in this case, Lions has a blue sticky in iteration 1 that has no red sticky assigned to it. So that means they can finish that feature all by themselves without any help from anybody else. Whereas there's this big milestone coming up in iteration 3 where Unicorns has something that's got to be done, and Unicorns needs Lions, Bears, Tigers, and UX in order to get their stuff done earlier, forming somewhat of a critical path here. So as I read through this thing, a couple things that come to my mind are when in iteration 3 is that milestone, and when in iteration 3 are we planning on finishing that feature? So that gives me a little bit of risk thought there. Also, we've got this dependency dependent on 3 other things finishing on time. So what we would have a discussion with the teams is just making sure we've mitigated the scenarios there to ensure that everything's going to work properly. Other things that look a little risky is when you have a feature like Unicorns is finishing a feature here in 4, that also has Lions and Tigers finishing in 4. So all those things have to finish on time. And again, same question I had with the milestone, which was, when in that iteration are those things going to finish, and does it give the unicorns sufficient time to integrate and test their work? So ignore that teal sticky. I don't know why it's a different color. Assume it's blue. A couple things to note here. There are a couple teams, bulls, antelopes, and eagles, that all have features that have no dependencies. So as you look through here and you think, well, maybe there's a critical path we need to concern ourselves with, maybe eagles, antelopes, and bulls might be able to pick up one of those dependencies to reduce the risk. So these are the types of things we would look at when we look at this board. So any questions? All right, then I'm just going to wrap up one more thing. So the final plan, again, we're going to go over the final plan just like you guys just did the draft plan. You'll go over anything that's changed from day one. You'll give your final PI objectives and business values this time, discussing any risks and impediments. Of course, this art planning board is up to date at this point. Answer any questions, and then that is it. Once every team has given their final plan review, we're going to bring up their objectives to the front of the room and consolidate them. And business owners at this point are asked if they accept the plan. Generally, they say yes. I've really never seen a situation where somebody said no. So, and if so, the plan is accepted. And if not, obviously, you're going to have to do a little more rework. So after that, so this is again going back to this, the demand and capacity. So initially, the business said, hey, here's the features we want. And you guys went out and said, great, here's everything we can do. And I can show it to you because here are my PI objectives. Is that cool? And the business says, yes, we love that. Great. Now we're in alignment. So at this point, we can move forward with identifying our risks. So what we would do is we would go through all of the risks and decide, are they resolved, owned, accepted, or mitigated? And essentially resolved, I would always tell teams, please write down your resolved ones, even if you've resolved them, because even though you resolved them, it doesn't mean everybody else has resolved them. Maybe they didn't even think about it. So just raising them for visibility is worth doing. Owned, essentially, someone's taken responsibility. Accepted means there's nothing you can do about it. If you get a tornado next week, it's going to suck, but there's nothing we can do about it. And then mitigated is that we already have a plan in place. So if we glance over at your risks, here's one risk. Avengers have to implement the new shipping story. All right, so if that's true, who is this, Titans? If this is true, and assuming that you've got this thing on the red string diagram, your art planning board, and assuming Avengers has a plan to implement the new shipping story, how would you categorize this risk? Resolved, owned, accepted, or mitigated?
Resolved.
It's resolved, right, or mitigated. It could be either one.
Mitigated.
So I would go with mitigated, right? So, I mean, that's the conversation. I'm not going to go through all of your risks, but that would be the conversation that you would have on every one of these. Generally, we allocate a good amount of time for it. After 2 days, there's a lot of risks that are identified. So we go through them all one at a time. Release train engineer facilitates. We go through them one at a time and have a large group discussion and categorize them appropriately. All right, then we did that. Then we'll do our confidence vote. And our confidence vote essentially is us saying, hey, team, you just spent 2 days planning this whole thing. Do you feel like you can actually accomplish it? And so they will do this fist to 5. So 5 is absolutely, 1 is no way. And so what we're doing when we do this is we're looking for 1s and 2s. If anybody throws up a 1 or a 2, this is literally their chance to stop the train. So if someone feels as if their concerns have not been addressed throughout the 2-day process, we are giving everybody on the release train an opportunity to throw their hand up and say, whoa, stop, there's a problem here. And I want to make sure that everybody addresses this before we move on. So I've seen that happen twice. And in both situations, it was a totally valid concern. It took us about 15 or 20 minutes to address it. And then after that, we re-voted, everything was fine, and we moved on. But it was absolutely worth having that opportunity for somebody to lift their hand up and say, nope, we got a problem here. And then finally, we leave. And so we have a retrospective going out the door. And this one is just a retrospective, usually put up a couple stickies, what went well, what didn't go well, that sort of thing. It's really focused only on the PI planning session, and it helps the release train engineer to plan the next one better. I will say, having led many of these, that the one sticky that shows up on both the what went well and what didn't go well board every single time is something that is related to the food. So it always happens. every damn time. Someone's like, hey, we had Mexican food last time. I don't want Mexican food again. And other people are like, I love coming to PI planning. We always have good Mexican food. You're like, so it's always something like that. So I just assume that people are going to complain about the food, the free food, by the way, but that's not the point. So any questions on PI planning before we break for lunch?
So John, how do you document all this? Or do you do that at all? I know it's like if you do it in person, you just kind of write on the board. You collect all this information.
We do collect all this information. There are a lot of tools available online right now, like piplanning.io. A lot of the stuff still gets done in Jira. Although even teams that are using Jira will write their stickies and they'll actually lay them on the boards, on the wall, and that sort of thing. And those sort of rewrite them up there and move them all around. It's just the visual works fine if you're doing it in person. If we're not doing it in person, yeah, people just stick to tools like Jira or Miro, and they'll do things like that. Miro is popular.
The other one is mind map, quite popular.
Yeah, we use Figma.
Ross, what did you say you're using?
We use Figma.
Oh, I never heard of that.
They have a really good program. We use it for UX specifically. Allows us to build quick design systems. Everything else, it's it's like Miro, but on steroids. They have a FigJam that allows you to when you organize stickies, you can actually use AI to summarize them fast.
Oh wow!
On the flow. So pretty good program. Figma, Figma. But they do what's called FigJams, which are impromptu whiteboard sessions, and we use them a lot among UX teams and architecture.
Yeah, I mean, I know Figma tool is used for your product design and all, but is it used for your PI planning too? Because I use Miro.
Mm-hmm.
So
Miro's fine too, but when we have one tool, we like to use one tool because it's a little easier across the board for different people. But yeah, and Miro's cheaper too. So it depends on what your environment, your people, because otherwise we like I said, it's whatever you can afford and whatever you have already.
Yes,
This is one that, I'm putting this one in the chat. This is one that Scaled Agile that was available. Scaled Agile purchased it, so that's one. And you can actually you can look at the I think you get a free, a free demo and stuff like that, or take the tour here. But it does, as you can see, it does a lot of the stuff here. It does your art planning board. It moves stuff around. There's another one called IOBEA. It's actually, let's see, IOBE. What is that right? IOBEA. Yeah, IOBEA. This is it. That's another collaborative platform, as you can see. It works quite well. So there are other tools that are out there, but yeah. Anyway. Okay. Anything else? It's 12:20. How about we do 40 minutes for lunch instead of 45, if that's okay? Come back at the top of the hour, 1 o'clock. And we will get started on DevOps stuff. We'll do DevOps, then we'll move into lean portfolio management, then we'll move into leadership. I think we're okay on time, but I just want to make sure we don't run out of time and have to go past 5. So, all right, see you guys at 1 o'clock. Alrighty then. Everybody had a great lunch or dinner or breakfast, depending on where you live in the world. All right. Now, let's talk a little bit about develop on cadence and release on demand. So as we move into our Kanban, so again, the ART Kanban contains the features that are flowing through the continuous delivery pipeline. And we just looked at the features that were in the ART backlog that we used to start PI planning. And so from there, we did PI planning and now the work is in progress, but there's an entire funnel. It's called the continuous delivery pipeline. So we start at the beginning where all the new ideas come in. Then we move into the analyzing phase where we're actually going to calculate that benefit hypothesis and acceptance criteria on your features. We do WIP limit that because we want to make sure that we don't have too much work in process. Again, stop, starting and start finishing concept. Then those move into the ready backlog. That ready backlog is continuously prioritized using weighted shortest job first. And then at that point, we will pull from that backlog to begin PI planning. Once PI planning occurs, it's into the implementing phase and it kind of moves all the way through until these features are complete. So if we look at this from the overall loop system again, so we've got all these events that go on throughout the iterations and throughout the PI. So the inner oval there is all the events that occur during our normal 2-week iteration, starting with iteration planning, the team sync, backlog refinement, iteration review, and retrospective. There, of course, is an equivalent at the ART level. And so for the equivalent, obviously, PI planning, we just did that. That's the once per PI event, just like we do iteration planning once per iteration. Then we do the coaches sync or the PO sync or the ART sync, depending if you combine them all. And that's equivalent to the team sync. We have our system demo, which is equivalent to the iteration review. Preparing for PI planning is basically backlog refinement. And then we have an inspect and adapt, which occurs during the IP iteration. That's equivalent to the retro. So there are equivalents at all levels here. So when we look at the coaches sync versus the PO sync, the coaches sync is where all of the Scrum Masters are going to get together with the RTE, and they're essentially looking at progress is being made towards the current PI objectives. They're looking at any risks and dependencies. They're raising any impediments. And again, as I mentioned earlier, the RTE is sort of the Scrum Master of the entire release train. So if there are impediments that the individual Scrum Masters were unable to resolve on their own, they're going to raise those to the RTE. So the RTE gets all the hard ones. Typically, we do this several times per iteration. Certainly not every day. The team syncs, of course, we do daily. But the coaches sync will occur several times per iteration just to make sure we're staying on track. If we have to go beyond, the specific people can stay for the typical meet after. But we are primarily focused on the current PI. The PO sync, it can be held separately or it can be combined. If it's combined, that's why we call it the ART sync. But the PO sync is typically separate. And this is where the product owners are going to work together with the product management. So this one, again, facilitated by the RTE or product management, usually product management, rarely the RTE. And they're going to look at not only a little bit of what's going on in the current PI, but this is also where they're going to work with other POs, product managers, stakeholders, subject matter experts. And this is where we get a lot of the backlog refinement for features. So the features will get fleshed out here. Again, it occurs several times per iteration. And it's focused, like I said, a little bit on now, but a little bit of the future too. So it's focused on creating those new features. So I think when you were asking Merrick about, what are you going to be doing? How do we know that we have features already? Well, the PO sync is helping us get there. So it's like the moment we do PI planning, like the next day, we're already thinking about what are we doing 3 months from now? So what are the features that have to be ready? Now, there should be probably some features that are left over that'll kind of precede the background, the backlog, but we're going to start getting those other features ready. And that's why, they come through this pipeline. So there's always new work flowing through the pipeline and we just build that backlog. We go into PI planning, we grab some stories, we rebuild the backlog. So there's always a flow of work continually. So then every 2 weeks, we're also going to do a system demo. And the system demo occurs at the ART level. And this is something where every team is going to demo the work that they did in the previous 2 weeks to everybody else, basically. So while the iteration review is a little bit more focused on just the team, there may be a few extra people that show up, but mostly the iteration review is the team. The system demo is the entire release train. So of course we did PI planning together and we saw everybody's plan reviews, their draft and final plan reviews. So we pretty much know what everybody plans to do. We've seen the art planning board, so we see where everybody's features are planned to be complete. Now we're going to go to our first iteration. We're going to get some work done. And at the end of that first iteration, we'll have our first system demo, and we're going to get to start to see the work that was actually accomplished. When it says here that it could occur as much as a week later, that is true. Usually what I see happen is we finish up an iteration, let's say on Tuesday. The next day, we do iteration planning for the next iteration. The following week, it's kind of that off week where we don't have review and retros and planning. So it's that kind of that in-between week. That's oftentimes when we will hold the system demo. So potentially a week after the iteration ends. And of course, everybody on the release train is invited to this. Each team will present the work they accomplished in the previous 2 weeks. We try to demo from as close to production as possible, just because if you're demoing like from your own laptop or something, it's not necessarily proving that you've produced anything. We want everything rolled into production or as close to it as possible, staging environment or something like that. That shows that it's fully functional. Okay. All right. Then we have to get to the IP iteration. So of course there are 4 iterations of normal work in a 10-week PI, 4 normal iterations, and then that 5th iteration is the IP iteration, the innovation and planning iteration. So circle 2 things on this thing for you. Well, this is an important slide. This whole slide is just important. There's probably a test question on this slide somewhere. A couple things to recognize. Provide sufficient capacity margin to enable cadence, or the last bullet, estimating guard band for cadence-based delivery. So what essentially is we're building slack in the system again. So what we're doing is we're saying, all right, we planned essentially 8 weeks worth of work. But were we completely accurate on that? Maybe, maybe not. So if we were slightly off, we need a little bit of a buffer to wrap those things up before we do the next PI planning session, which will occur during this iteration as well. So we've got to give ourselves a little bit of slack for overflow. And so that's what we're doing here. So that's why that 3rd bullet, planning. We're going to do PI planning in this iteration as well. And I'll show you a typical calendar here in a second. But we've got to have that buffer in case something overflows. So a typical calendar will look something like this. We've got that buffer for overflow work. We're going to do some innovation. We'll do hackathons. We'll prepare for PI planning. But important thing to recognize is that buffer. So if something flows over. Now, we never intentionally plan work in the IP iteration. And the only time you should be doing work in the IP iteration is if it overflowed from the previous iteration. Now, what you can do enablers in here. You can do some code refactoring. You can do things like that. But as far as new feature development, we're not planning any new feature development during this iteration. Now, on week 2, it looks quite typical like that. We are going to have our inspect and adapt on Tuesday, which pretty much wraps up the iteration. I mean, when the inspect and adapt is over, one of the things you do in the inspect and adapt is you have a big system demo of everything that is developed. So that pretty much indicates you're done. The next day, you start PI planning for the next iteration. So that is somewhat of the logical breaking point. So you'll do PI planning for 2 days. If you have to stretch it out because of time zone constraints or something, that's fine as well. And so that pretty much is a typical calendar. Another thing to flag in your workbooks is this one. So without the IP iteration, what do we have? Lack of delivery capacity buffer impacts predictability. So if we're always heads down and something goes off the rails slightly, we don't have any opportunity if we're right back to work in the next PI to actually make changes. So stuff starts to break. So that's not good. That leads to that tech debt growing uncontrollably and people burnout. We can't allow that to happen. We want to be sustainable for a long period of time. The other thing to note is this tyranny of the urgent. And what they're saying by tyranny of the urgent is that if everybody is heads down and fully engaged in the work all the time, and nobody has an opportunity to sort of lift their head up and think, then we are going to lack innovation and we're going to stop our creativity, and it's going to impact our ability to deliver new and creative work in the future. So we want to avoid the phrase that they said, which is the tyranny of the urgent. So we have to give ourselves that little bit of a break or a buffer in between PIs. And of course, we also do the PI planning during the IP iteration. So we have to slot some time for that as well. Okay. Now, one of the other things we did what we do is we do this thing called the inspect and adapt. There are 3 elements of the inspect and adapt. The first part is a system demo. So we have been doing a system demo, showing our work every 2 weeks, all the way up to this point. But typically those system demos only show the incremental work product that was created during the previous iteration. This system demo at the end is going to show all of the work that we did, because now we're done with the PI. All the features that we planned on day 1 during PI planning should now be complete. So we are now going to demo all the work. This is really critical because, of course, your business owners, your senior leaders, your product management team, everybody's here for this because it is this, basically the kickoff of PI planning. So everybody's in town for that. So all the folks who are writing those checks and saying, hey, I'm paying for this multi-million-dollar agile release train, I want to see the results. So they are all there for that. So this is our opportunity to show the entire increment of work that was accomplished in the previous 10 weeks. We move from there into essentially a retrospective. It's a quantitative and qualitative measurement. So it's very similar to a retrospective. And then any issues that are uncovered during that thing, we will move into a problem-solving workshop. So the total of this takes about half a day. It says 3 to 4 hours, but yeah, it's about half a day. So if people are flying into town for PI planning, oftentimes we'll actually do this in the afternoon. It allows people to get in there in the morning. But yeah, we typically plan this for half a day. So the 3 parts here. So initially the demo, right? So product management is going to lead this typically. All the teams are going to participate, and it doesn't necessarily have to go team by team, because at this point we're really demoing the features. So if several teams collaborated on a feature, then we will demonstrate the feature. And so we'll have to do a little bit of pre-planning to figure out how that's going to work. But as I mentioned, everyone's going to be there, business owners, stakeholders, everybody's like that. We need to coordinate with our system team because we want to make sure that we're, again, demonstrating from an environment as close to production as possible. We also want to make sure that they haven't decided that today would be a really good day to, recycle some of the servers and bring them down for maintenance or anything like that in the middle of a demo, which I've seen happen. So that's never good. So we just want to make sure that we're coordinating with the system team, making sure all our environment's up and stable so we can give a really good show to all of our leadership.
So usually who does the demo?
It'll be anybody from the teams who wants to, anybody from the teams can do it. So whoever's pushing the buttons, it could be whoever. Team members typically. Product owners oftentimes will sort of narrate their feature, and somebody, a tester or a developer, will sort of be at the keyboard showing all the work.
Okay.
Yeah. So we did our BV during PI planning, the business value. So now the PI is over. So it's time for us to evaluate how well we did. So at this point, our leadership is going to go around to all the teams again, review their PI objectives, and this time they will score them with an actual value. And then we're going to compare the actual value with the planned value to get ourselves a score. Now, you notice the part over here that's green does not extend into the uncommitted objectives. And that's because although we score uncommitted objectives, the uncommitted objectives do not actually count against us at the final plan review here. So they do count for us, though. That's kind of a nice deal. So as it turns out here, these teams planned to do 50 points. They only got 41 points done, but they got 4 extra because they were able to achieve one of their uncommitted objectives. So they actually got 45 out of 50, and that gave them a 90% achievement rate. That's something we will track over time just to keep an eye on how the teams are doing. It's what's called the ART predictability measure. And it looks like this. So if we're tracking over time, generally trying to keep it in the 80 to 100% band. As you see, you can go over 100% if you happen to complete some of the uncommitted objectives that were on your board, and you got enough committed objectives done that you ended up with a total of over 100. That's entirely possible. I would be concerned if a team PI after PI after PI continued to be above 100%. That tells me that they're probably being a little bit too conservative on calling things uncommitted. But if you go over once in a while, there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, that's not a bad deal at all.
John, quick question. From the other slide, the actual business value, what's it based on?
It's really just based on. Yeah, they're basically looking. Let's look at one of them here. Well, it depends on whether it has a metric associated with it, right? Like this one, if you look at the speed up indexing by 50%, they got 5 out of 10. That tells me they probably only got it sped up by about 25%. So they didn't quite meet the goal. Some of the other ones they achieved it. Oh, implement negative triangulation by tags, companies, and peoples. They got 6 out of 8. Something that about that says they didn't quite finish or didn't accomplish everything they set out to accomplish. So there was a little bit of leftover that didn't get done. That's what. Now the question then becomes, do we take what didn't get done into the next PI? Or do we look at it and say, that's good enough. We got all we needed. Let's move on to something more important. So that's where that discussion can come in. Just because we didn't finish something doesn't mean that what's left over is more important than the new stuff that we're about to do. So we do have to have that conversation.
Yeah, but John, this also brings up another question. So if the acceptance criteria used, like this one that says speed up indexing by 50%, right? So in testing itself, it would have failed testing at that point. So how then does it still get, is it a team that makes the decision that, well, it's still good enough to present at 25 or what? Because I would have expected that this would not even be brought forward because it's failed to meet the objective.
Well, remember, these don't have acceptance criteria specifically, right? It's just a sentence, right? This is not a feature, right? This is a goal, and their goal was to achieve 50%. They fell short of that goal, but they still did something, right? It's better than it was, let's put it that way. So they got something done. That's why they get partial credit. So yeah, these are they're objectives, but essentially they're also goals, right? They're not, there's no acceptance criteria associated with these directly.
So John, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So here business values and actual values, business value will start once I framed out during my PA planning with the team. So is it done by the product manager? And then actual value, how do you assess it? Based on my task completion with the QA test results?
Oh, no. We're not that level of granularity. Remember, these are overall objectives for what do I want to get done in the next 3 months. So there's no test criteria or anything like that associated with these. When you write these objectives, your business owners, your product management team, architects will come together into everybody's team during PI planning, and they'll assign a value based on however they decide they want to do it. Right.
Yeah.
And then they'll come back 3 months later and they'll say, hey, did you get done what you thought you were going to get done? And, they'll look at the system demo, they'll see what got accomplished, and they'll decide, yep, they accomplished what they said they were going to do, or no, they didn't, or they did, they got partial, they did sort of, but not quite all the way. So they'll kind of just assess that. Same people, business owners, product managers, architects, they'll collectively make that decision.
Okay. So in that aspect, because I'm just trying to correlate with the previous slide. So when you're going for system demo, you need to get this resemble as in production, right? That's what in the previous slide it shows. So when I am collecting the actual values, when I had gone with the list of people, key persons on the table. So my actual value is based out of my readiness in the production, or is it just like I say 80% ready? Do you have a track of any measures, or it just go with the group discussion that we have?
It will be a decision based on the business owner's evaluation of the results of the demo.
Okay, results of the demo. Okay, that makes sense. So that means you have to be a replica of it should be like pre-production readiness.
Oh yeah, definitely. And our goal is to actually move it, and we'll talk about this when we talk about production and release on demand. Ideally, all of this should be in production already. Now we can hide it with feature toggles, so it doesn't necessarily have to be released. Some of it actually already might be released to the end customer. I mean, there's no reason that it can't already be released because we have that release on demand functionality. So we could have already released this a month ago and the customers are already using it, but we're just now getting to the PI planning or the PI demo, right? So it just depends. You can have it totally in production, released to the customer, or you can have it released, you can have it in production, or you might have it in some sort of a staging environment. It sort of just depends on where you are in the build.
And how do you handle the technical debt? And what is the difference, the technical debt handling in Agile versus SAFe? Is it the same concept, or is it do you have any differentiation between these two?
No, there's no differentiation. Well, I mean, I guess I would ask you, what do you mean by agile versus safe before I answer that question?
No, because I just want to understand, is there any, because there if you see features epics, some variations in the terminology here with safe. You started with features and epic is a set of features. So it's the same concept of technical debt, how you handle in the Azure. If I have an uncontrolled technical debt, then I will be pulling out and then I'll be again setting up the priorities and then revisioning it. Is it the same procedure?
Well, if you have tech debt that you need to remediate, then you're definitely going to have to build that into your plan.
Okay.
Yep. I mean, it's going to take up some of your bandwidth, so absolutely it needs to be planned.
Okay.
It's actually the same question which I asked yesterday regarding, which was not very clear, what is the difference between the agile and safe? And your reply yesterday was this, that agile is safe. And actually, the major difference, you know, which I learned actually from this course is this, that it's actually this RT planning. So, for example, in my scenario, is this that team is already, you know, got all this, you know, methodology put in place, so retrospective refinement, dailies, demos, and everything. But you know, the way of thinking, you know, for example, for this particular case is like they go to the backlog, they you know, they plan, you know, or refine, you know, what is in the backlog, and then plan only 2 weeks. And after this, they do the demo, they do retrospective refinement, dailies, and everything. And next 2 weeks, they do exactly the same stuff. So they go only, the vision is only for 2 weeks. There is no vision, for example, you know, for the teacher, which you explain over here, which is the concept and the RT training. And so that's the major difference, you know, between the basic agile and safe.
Yeah, in fact, the PI planning is probably, if I could only point to one thing, PI planning is probably the one differentiator.
Yes, it's a key, because actually the lack of division is this, because we are not involved, you know, with different teams which they got their own, you know, business doing exactly the same stuff, and sometimes we even overlooking doing the same stuff, and we find out after this that they develop exactly the same feature which we developed on our side, which was just waste.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So if you could have formed a release train and had these conversations, you could have avoided that, right?
Yes, I will ask you the question. Is it, so for example, we've got 3 major features which we're delivering for the clients. You know, inside of those features, but don't think, you know, think about this, that feature is very complex. So we are talking about, you know, half year or 1 year or epic, large epic, for example. So if you've got, you know, several projects which are part, you know, of those epics, which is sub epics, or call them whatever you want, you know, several features, then we're supposed to have 1 RT per feature, or we can have, for example, 3 different, because it's exactly the same group of people. We've got 3 Scrum teams, which doing, you know, three feature on the same time. So can we have, you know, 1 release, you know, RT train, which gonna run, you know, 3 different feature or 3 different products on the same time, because it's the group of people which keep changing between the teams.
Do you actually, difference? Are you going to try to keep your teams consistent, or are people moving across teams?
In majority, the team will be consistent. I would say maybe 70%, and 30% depends about this. Where do we need the expert? UI, UX, you know, database, backend, frontend, programming, whatever.
So if you're working on what I would consider to be somewhat of a common backlog of features, so that in that way they're somewhat related, or you're building a similar platform and you just have multiple teams that are contributing to that same platform, then an art would make sense. If you're
one art or 3 different arts.
Well, remember, an art is 50 to 125 people. So if you're up to 3 or 4 or 5 teams, that's still only 1 art.
Yeah.
So you don't need a second art until you're way over 100. I mean, when you're pushing 200 people, that's when you start thinking about splitting your art in 2 and creating 2 different arts.
So it actually doesn't matter, they're developing totally different things, you know, if they still group of 50 or 100 people, they can still push them with the same methodology, the same art.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they can work on completely different features too. I mean, a lot of times the teams will work on 2 different features. Now, there are features that are related to the same platform. So for example, when I was in Anthem, you know, you might have had 1 team working on what's called the explanation of benefits. That's like your statements. Right, so they're working on explanation of benefits. Another team over there is working on single sign-on, login stuff. Right, it's the same platform, but their features are completely different and unrelated. But we're working on the same platform, so it's the same release train.
But regarding the meetings and ceremonies, which we need to do, they will have 3 different, even that they are part of the same RT, because otherwise
We'll have different team meetings. Yeah, I mean, we'll have different iteration planning sessions, different team syncs. Yeah, those are all independent. They do those just as a team level. They only come together for the art level events.
Yeah, clear. And the system demo will be for everyone actually, because they need to have the full status from all those products going in different direction, but they need to understand what is. Yeah, okay, clear. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. All right, so this is the problem solving workshop. You saw that fishbone diagram in the video I showed you this morning. So that is part of it. So it shows you that they went through this process. I would actually also flag this. There are 6 steps to the problem solving workshop. They're listed there in the title. I would flag this because I see questions on these as well. But agree on the problem to solve, apply root cause analysis and 5 whys, identify the biggest root cause using Pareto analysis, which is 80-20 rule. Restate the new problem for the biggest root cause, brainstorm solutions, and identify improvement backlog items. So let me translate that into John speak for you. So when you're coming out of the inspect and adapt, and you're figuring out, all right, I got a problem. And here their problem was, they think their problem is they have insufficiently reliable release commitments. But then they run through the 5 whys and they come up with the Pareto, they come up with their biggest root cause, and they restate the problem. Really, the way I look at it, which helps me really think through this a little bit easier, was that agree on the problem to solve is really not the problem as much as it's the symptom of the problem. So if your symptom is that you have insufficiently reliable release commitments, it's because you don't have sufficient architectural runway. So if you solve the runway problem, you will solve your release commitment problem. So once we figured out what problem we need to solve, then we brainstorm solutions to solve it. We put those in our backlog to implement, and then over the next PI, we actually have backlog items to fix this. Now they could be enablers, they could be architectural runway enablers, architecture, infrastructure enablers. They could be things like that, but we'll put them into the backlog because we want to fix it. So we don't ever want to be in a situation where we go 3 months later, we have another inspect and adapt, and we have the same problem because we didn't address the one the first time. So, all right, so that's inspect and adapt. All right. Next, hold on. I gotta stop sharing for a minute because I gotta bring something up on the screen I want to show you guys. Hold on. Get the right page here.
John, before you pull that up, as you pull that up, I just wanted to address something to Sri and Merrick here. So Sri, yes. I posted something on the chat when I was doing the Scrum course. It's explaining exactly because I had an issue like how you say agile and safe. And whoever was teaching us told us it's like agile is like recipe, and then safe is the food. So you don't practice the food and then eat the recipe. So when you say agile and safe, that's what you're saying. It kind of doesn't make sense. So if you look at the picture, agile is an umbrella where safe is, Scrum is. So you saying practicing agile and safe does not make sense. Agile is a mentality. It's a mindset. And then all the other frameworks like Scrum, Kanban, and everything falls under that. I just put a picture in the chat. I don't know if it showed up, but you can save it for reference.
I don't see it in the chat, unless you just sent it to them.
Yeah, I did not receive it too.
But that's a great explanation. I love that. You're absolutely right. Safe and Kanban and Scrum are all frameworks that apply the agile methodologies.
Arnold is doing the course part-time. He knows so many information. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
All right. So to start out the DevOps thing, we're going to run through this little quiz here. All right. So question 1, DevOps is just about automation. Myth or fact?
Myth.
I wanna say
Myth.
Myth, right? DevOps is a cultural change.
Yes.
Yes.
Fact. You don't need Lean Agile to have a successful DevOps implementation.
True.
Myth.
That's a fact. You don't.
I would say
True.
That's a fact. Agile is for development, not operations.
myth.
That's a myth.
Not true.
I think that.
True.
Yep.
It's a myth.
True.
So Agile is for development, not operations. That's a myth. You can use them both.
Myth. Yeah.
The development pipeline is used to deploy environments as well as solutions.
Yeah.
That is a fact. Yep.
Fact. Yeah.
Yeah.
DevOps tries to bridge the gap between new features and stable solutions.
True and not.
Myth
Depends.
also.
That's a fact.
Because
Fact.
It is. You'll see why in a minute. That's a fact. All right. Measurements are an important part of DevOps.
Yeah, because
True. Yep.
Fact.
Automation of testing reduces the holding cost.
yes.
yes.
Fact.
Oh, dude, did I not tell you yesterday that you were going to be a quiz today and you were going to screw it up? Automation of testing reduces the
Test-
transaction cost.
Reduces the transaction cost. Okay, okay, got it.
Easy, easy. I even gave you the answer in advance. All right.
Wait, hold on. So
Testing reduces
what is the answer
transaction-
for number 8? Automation saves time and money. So that's your question, yes?
Automation of testing reduces the transaction cost, not the holding cost.
So what is the difference? Can you tell us?
Yeah, holding cost is basically, well, let's start with transaction cost. Transaction cost is basically how much the effort it takes to move an item. So for example, if you have a warrant, when we did yesterday, we did the example, we moved the 10 pennies. Moving the 10 pennies, we only had to move them basically in a batch of 10, you grab 10 and you move 10 at once. As opposed to, so therefore it had a lower transaction cost than if I had to move 10 pennies individually, because that's 10 times is difficult, right? If I can automate that and I can keep the batch size small, but I can automate the movement, that actually reduces the transaction cost because I can automate the movement. Whereas the holding cost is just, it's holding cost, the more things you got sitting around, the more it's going to cost you. So.
Oh, yes, you're right. Okay.
All right. So DevOps is only for small software companies.
Myth.
Myth.
Myth, right. And then finally, I love this one. Chaos Monkey was developed by Netflix.
Yes.
That is true. Chaos
It is
Monkey
true.
is actually a system they used to bring their systems down to say how fast they could bring them back up again.
Nice.
All right. So, how come whenever I do that, I lose my standby? There it is. All right. So there's your quiz. Now we're gonna oh, hold on. There's a bunch of stuff in the chat. Let me look at that. Okay, perfect. All right, let's look at this little DevOps video.
DevOps is a mindset, culture, and set of technical practices that supports the integration, automation, and collaboration needed to effectively develop and operate a solution. DevOps is the combination of two words, development and operations. It aligns these two parts of the organization to reduce friction in the value stream and enable agile product delivery. Without DevOps, there can be significant tension between those who develop solutions and those who operate and support them. Development teams are driven by the need to deliver continuous value to customers, which requires frequent changes to production environments. But a high rate of change typically conflicts with the goals of operations teams, which need to ensure deployed solutions remain stable and reliable. So what can happen when two teams depend on each other and one values speed while the other values stability? Long delivery delays, poor solution quality, production outages, and disappointed customers. DevOps strengthens the partnership between these teams, aligning their values, practices, and tooling so that new functionality can be defined, built, tested, and released with maximum speed and reliability.
All right, so DevOps, again, development, obviously, we're all about building new things and rolling them into production. The operations or production support side is all about not letting us do that. Because, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So if we don't touch anything and it's working fine, it'll stay working fine. So they're kind of in contrast there. Now, if we expand that beyond, and we've talked a little bit about security and compliance, legal, that sort of thing. bring them into the mix, the same thing, we think, all right, we want to make a good partnership with all those organizations, bring them all up front in the development process so that we're all working together to achieve their solution. So DevOps, and you'll also see DevSecOps or things like that to include security, but that is all going to kind of bring it all together to make sure that we have the ability to deliver software quickly and reliably. So that's the concept of DevOps, bringing it together. Now we have a couple tools we use. We have this thing called the continuous delivery pipeline. So the continuous delivery pipeline is made up of these 4 areas of continuous exploration, continuous integration, continuous deployment, and release on demand. We do actually have our own DevOps pipeline for every release train. You might share it with another release train if you've grown large enough that you might be like a solution train where you're operating a couple trains in parallel. But for the most part, each team will have their own continuous delivery pipeline. And as I go through each of the steps here, but we'll start with continuous exploration. So in the continuous exploration part, this is where we're coming up with all the new ideas. So we're going to start with the several phases. We'll start with a new idea and we'll create a hypothesis. So this includes the measurements that we need to validate the hypothesis. So we'll come up with a new idea. Then we need to figure out whether or not it's feasible. So we'll do some collaboration research, which I'd say, we're going to work with customers, our stakeholders. We're really going to understand the potential needs. And this is where the design thinking aspect comes in. But then after we've got that, we need to work with architecture, because is our idea actually feasible? Can it be implemented? Can it be delivered? Can it be supported? We need to work with architecture. So we have all those conversations, and then we synthesize that into a vision and a roadmap, as well as our art backlog. So we will bring it into that backlog. We're going to prioritize that art backlog of features using the weighted shortest job first, and that sets us up for PI planning. So we go into PI planning, and the teams take those features and they begin to develop them. So that's where we get into continuous integration, because the teams are going to develop all of those features in the form of stories, obviously, and they're going to commit that code to the trunk. Then they will do a build, and that if we can automate the build process, that actually makes these deployable binaries and merge them into the trunk. Then we need to test them end to end. So we've got to build in all that testing, again, automating as much of that as possible. And then when that is done, we will put it into the staging environment. And this puts us into an environment that's just ahead of production. And we'll have the blue-green environments as well. So this will allow us to alternate between the two. And then we're ready to roll to production. Now, remember, we are separating production from release in the concept of DevOps and SAFe. So a lot of people are used to finishing a 2-week iteration and having to release to production. Excuse me, and doing another one and releasing. We have separated that out completely. So we can roll to production without releasing it to the customer. So when we deploy to production, we are going to deploy it to a production environment. Then we need to verify that the changes are operating as planned. So that as a result, we need to put some monitoring in place to check that, make sure that we monitors and reports on any issues that might arise. And if anything happens, we want to be able to respond to those. So we have to have practices in place to respond to any problems that occurred during deployment. So this is what I deploy, as you see, it's where we go from stage to production. Now, again, we still have not shown this to our customers. So now we have what's called release on demand. And with release on demand, we actually can decouple release elements. So as it says here, you might have functionality going out every 2 weeks, like minor releases every 2 weeks. You might have a major release that goes out monthly or quarterly. Maybe you have some back office updates that are ad hoc, security updates as necessary, that sort of thing. And if you're using a tool like Jira, one of the ways that we'd flag these things is every single user story, defect, whatever, would have what we call a fixed version. And there's a field in Jira that allows you to do that. And we would stick the fixed version in. And that way we knew that anything we were working on, we assigned a fixed version that told release management when it was going to be released. So, and then we would coordinate that with product management to make sure that everything was released in accordance with their desires. So then we also have, as I said, separating deployment from release. So the words here, deploy means migrate changes to production, and release means make those changes available to end users. So typically, as I mentioned, there's not been a lot of separation. Deployment somewhat implied release. But with DevOps, this changes because we can migrate all the changes all the way to production on a continuous basis. And we only activate them when the business needs them. So this allows the Agile teams to completely deliver work in a steady stream. And that allows the business full control over when those features go to market. So it's really kind of a nice situation where you finish your iteration, you call your story done, and done means you have migrated to production. So it's ready to go. So it does allow us to do a lot of testing. We can hide functionalities under feature toggles, that sort of thing. So that leads us again to this release on demand component. So once again, release, that's all the things we need to deliver the solution to our end users, either all at once or incrementally. And then stabilize and operate. Those are what we do to make sure that it's working from both a functional and a non-functional requirements perspective. Then, of course, we want to measure it because remember, we had a benefit hypothesis way up front. So we want to make sure we're measuring that to make sure that it's providing the intended value. And then once we get that data, we can learn from it and we can decide, do we want to pivot? Do we want to persevere? Or do we want to stop? So that's the three choices we have, basically. So that's the continuous delivery pipeline. Questions you guys have?
I have a question about the deploy and release. And how do we actually make that change? This is a DevOps action, or this is on the engineering team's action?
Well, it's a combination. I mean, DevOps has to create the environments that will support this. And so that's the challenge a lot of companies have, is they do not have a sufficient number of environments. Like you've got to have a dev environment, you've got to have some sort of QA environment, you've got to have a staging environment, and then you have to have a production environment. And then even within production, you have to have the technology to be able to toggle on and off your features. So DevOps, and again, I am not a DevOps guy, so I can't go much beyond that level of knowledge there, but I will say that you have to have a sufficient number of environments to do that. Environments obviously cost money. And so the challenge that some people have is that they haven't allocated a sufficient budget in order to create those. And so if you haven't allocated the budget just to create all those environments, then it's going to be a little bit more challenging. So that's where I see some people struggle, is they just don't have the environment set up yet. But most large corporations who are large enough to do safe typically would have enough money to do that, but they just have to make that decision. That's all. So, all right. Well, post lunch, we're finally done with this chapter. All right. So we started out Agile product delivery. It was a long chapter. So again, think about customer centricity and design thinking. We did PI planning. We talked about continuous delivery pipeline. Actually, I'll go through this. Lots of stuff. Customer centricity, design thinking, weighted shortest job first. We did that first thing this morning using the WSJF calculations. We participated in PI planning simulation. We talked a little about develop on cadence, release on demand, and then the continuous delivery pipeline with DevOps. So this section is a large section. So it has a lot of required reading. There's the Agile product delivery core competency, as well as customer centricity and design thinking. There's a weighted shortest job first article. There is the PI planning article, the DevOps article, and continuous delivery pipeline. So spend some quality time reading all these articles. And then, of course, we've got just the blue pages for your own identification and tons of references here. So, all right, I shortchanged you guys on lunch. I'm feeling more comfortable. So before I move into the lean portfolio management section, let's take another quick break now. It's 44 past the hour. So let's come back at 5 till. So 10-minute break, 5 till. We'll talk about lean portfolio management, which is really the next, which should take us, I don't know, somewhere between 90 minutes and 2 hours. That'll wrap us up in time for that lean agile leadership section, which is really short. And then I'll teach you guys how to pass the test. So we're pretty much right on time. So here we go. All right, see you guys at 5 till.
John, do you have time for some questions?
Sure.
Can you open the fast files for the wish estimation?
Wait, open the what?
You know, the one that we did, the weighted shortest job first, that exercise.
Yeah.
Can you open that I can ask you direct questions in that?
You mean on the slides?
No, on the collaborators.
Oh, collaborate. Okay, good. Because I closed the slides.
No,
yes,
just the
I can go
collaborators.
to. I can go to.
If you like, I can go find it. But
No, I
you
got it.
are faster than me. Then.
I got it. Hold on, right here. You talking about that?
Yes. So can you go to fast 5?
Yeah.
So the part that I keep on get confused is that because you say the weighted shortest job first, that means the third row will come first. Is that correct?
No, the second row.
Oh, because it has the highest number.
Yes, the highest number goes first.
Okay. So even if it's that, but in my mind, the first one should be first because that's the most critical task. So does that mean one of my columns I have not done it correctly, or
No, what I see on there is although you thought it had the highest business value and highest time criticality, it was also the largest job size, so it took longer. So
okay,
when you take the ratio of cost of delay over job size, you only come up with that 6, right? And that's why
right.
the
But
other
thing is
one.
that, but there is some, there is already some high.
You're breaking up. You gotta.
So there is some dependency, like the list of requests. It has to have the basic system there to apply to it. You know what I mean?
So it needs one of the other two?
Yeah, the second row need the first row to be done first, in a sense.
Oh, I see.
Because that's when you pick the IT request, you will come up with a list of reasons you need. If
Okay.
there's something like that, does that mean because of the dependency, the first row will still go first?
Well, maybe you could have lowered, if you lowered your time criticality number.
Okay.
Yeah, you still would have got a higher number. You still would have got a 7. Even if you made it a 1, you would have got a 7. So yeah, I mean, I guess is it a perfect system? Maybe not. Generally, I haven't seen a lot of situations like where you have to. Say again.
So I think usually for independent project, that's all.
Well, you broke up again. There's somewhere where you move your head and I can't hear you. So yeah.
Okay. So it's
There we
like
go.
there's some it's for projects that with no dependency against the other project, the other features. Is that
Right.
correct? Just, okay,
Yeah, typically there's not a lot of dependencies between features. So
okay.
what you might do is you might just create, if you had to, you could just roll those two into one feature if it's feasible, right? If that's
Right.
feasible, you might create one feature out of them.
Okay.
Because especially if the second one's actually a part of or a prerequisite for the first one, maybe just make one feature out of it. As long as it'll still fit within the single PI, as long as you don't make it too big, if you can still get it done in 8 weeks, then you can roll them together.
Okay, got it. Very good.
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you so much.
No problem. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started on lean portfolio management. So again, this is one of the 7 core competencies of business agility. It again is also one we're going to spend an hour or so, maybe 2, hour and a half on, but it is also a 3-day class. If you want to really get deep into lean portfolio management, it's a 3-day class. If you're that interests you and you're looking for recommendations, one of my good friends is actually SAFE fellow. It is probably the leading expert on lean portfolio management. So I could recommend him as a referral. And he lives in Dallas, for those of you who live down there. All right, so let's talk about what is lean portfolio management. So we're going to kind of contrast here traditional approaches to portfolio management because they're not really designed for this digital age. We're going to contrast that with the more lean agile approach to portfolio management. Many of you are probably familiar with project-based funding and projects in general. And the way we do things in lean portfolio management is going to be significantly different than that. So let's talk about the topics for today. Talking about what's a safe portfolio. We're going to connect the portfolio to the enterprise strategy, maintain the portfolio vision, realize the portfolio vision through epics. We'll establish some lean budgets and guardrails and establish portfolio flow. So in this one, we're going to talk about purpose and elements of a safe portfolio. We'll do some strategic themes. We're going to do what's called the portfolio canvas to describe the current and future state. We'll create an epic hypothesis statement to inform the vision, and then we'll distinguish between traditional and lean budgeting approaches, as well as constructing a portfolio Kanban. So Jeffrey Moore wrote Escape Velocity, and he says, most strategy dialogues end up with executives talking at cross purposes because nobody knows exactly what is meant by vision or strategy, and no two people ever quite agree on which topics belong where. That's why when you ask members of an executive team to describe and explain the corporate strategy, so often you get wildly different answers. We just don't have a good business discipline for converging on issues this abstract. So let's talk about safe portfolio. So obviously SAFE did not invent portfolios. Like every organization has some sort of established structure to prioritize and govern their investments. The SAFE portfolio differs though, and it's based on the lean agile principles and lean agile mindset. So in your guys' context, how do you guys define a portfolio? I think you're talking there, Raj. I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say a set of programs, depending on a set of product features and things like that.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, most people say it's like a set of projects, a set of investments, a set of programs, exactly, stuff like that. That totally makes sense, right? A group of programs and products, absolutely right. So that's why I said we didn't exactly invent this, it's not us, right? But we actually have a portfolio of value streams. So each of these value streams is going to support the development of solutions necessary for the enterprise. And a portfolio is often a single business unit supporting a value stream. So, if you think about it, every time we talk about 2 types of value streams, we have operational and development value streams. So your development value streams, which is your art, is going to be a portfolio of, so every art you have is a member of the development value stream portfolio. So that's how we define ours. So if you have a whole series of arts, that is your portfolio of value streams. So every value stream is obviously going to support a solution. They're going to support, build, maintain that solution. So that's why you might have an art like we had at Anthem. You would have an art that supports the Anthem.com unsecured side. So if you go to Anthem.com, everywhere you explore before you're required to have a username and password is one art. Once you enter your username and password and you're in the secured side of Anthem, that's a completely different art. Now they obviously share some assets because they have the same style guide and things like that. So that's why they actually operate somewhat as a solution train, because they are working closely together to maintain, it should be somewhat of a seamless transition for a customer to go between the secured and unsecured sides. But that would be an example of a portfolio, those 2 right there. So
Are there two different value streams in this context here, or?
They're two different development value streams. They work. Yep. So again, an enterprise can have single portfolio or multiple portfolios. You know, it's a lot of different ways that people define portfolios. For example, if you work at a bank, your portfolios could be by offering like deposits, lending, investment banking, that sort of thing. Those could have a different set of portfolios. If you're in a different area, you might do it by market segment. So millennials versus boomers, Gen X, that sort of thing. This would be portfolios. It could be by business unit. Just sort of depends on how your organization wants to create their portfolios. Well, we have this thing called a portfolio canvas. So this is a template that's available, you know, it's available within SAFe. It's actually an adaptation of something by a company called Strategizer that's called the business model canvas. And it's really divided into those three sections there. The value propositions, so that describes the customers and the value that's delivered by each of the value streams. It also gives you your customer segments, relationships, budgets, KPI, revenue, things like that. The second row there are the key partners, activities, and resources that are necessary to achieve the value proposition. And the final row is the cost structure and revenue streams. And this is how the portfolio's costs are structured, as well as how revenue is achieved. Or as I jokingly call it, it's the goes ins and the goes outs. So how's the money coming in? How's the money going out? So those are the three things. So just take a look at this. No, there's no exercise on this or anything. It's just FYI. So this is a portfolio canvas. All right. Connecting the enterprise to the strategy. So we have to have strategy and investment funding. So a couple things to note on here. Note that we're pretty high up. So if we look at where we are on the SAFe big picture, in fact, you see enterprise executives, business owners, enterprise architect. If I kind of go even toggle over to the big picture, you recognize that you're over here. When I'm talking about portfolio, we're talking about the upper levels here. Even if I go to full, we're talking about the upper levels here. We've got enterprise architects, owners, business owners, all that. So we're typically in this top row right here for the most part. So we've got to understand what is the enterprise strategy, what's the vision for the portfolio. We're going to realize that vision by creating epics. We also need to have some budgets and guardrails, and we also need to establish some flow. So once again, a Kanban approach to flow. So our epics will flow through a Kanban, just like our features flow through the Kanban, just like our stories flow through the Kanban. We have to visualize our workflow at every level here. So in order to create the enterprise strategy, we're going to take inputs from a lot of different areas. So the strategy is really described as a plan of action to achieve the mission of the enterprise. So in order to define a strategy, it is one of the most critical activities for the enterprise. It's going to answer a few questions, things like what customers and markets is the business going to serve? What products and solutions does the business provide? What unique value and resources does the business bring to the endeavor? And then how will the business extend these values into the future? So enterprises have a lot of ways to develop this strategy. So this one shows what this guy named Jim Collins describes, and he shows how the SAFe portfolio context, which is up on their right, is going to help inform the strategy. But it also includes, over on the left, the vision, the mission, and the core values. So the vision is going to represent the future state of what the business wants to be. It generally should be persistent and long lasting. The mission is a little bit shorter term, and it helps frame the strategy. It's likely incremental. It will build on itself as we go over time. And then the core values are those ones. And I think anybody who's worked at a corporation recognizes when you get in there, you kind of feel that vibe, that core values. And this is the core values that every corporation typically has. Then we have some enterprise business drivers, and those could reflect industry themes or trends that are affecting the business. Then, of course, every company brings some sort of distinctive competence to it. So they have, like, what are their unique advantages that differentiates them from all the other businesses, and what gives them that competitive edge. And then, of course, we also have financial goals. Now, it could be revenue, profitability, market share, whatever metric you pick is okay, but financial performance goal, whatever the goal is, it should be clear to all our stakeholders. And then we need to understand the competitive environment. So we have to do some sort of competitive analysis to identify what are the significant competitive threats to our business. And then, of course, in the upper right there, the portfolio context. Basically, where are we now? That's what the context means. So what's our current state solution? And then given, because obviously we can't go forward unless we know where we are. So the portfolio context tells us where we are. And then all that helps formulate the strategy, which then helps us to determine portfolio budgets and strategic themes. So what are strategic themes? So strategic themes are basically, there's something that are formalized in a collaborative process. Usually the enterprise executives are working with lean portfolio management to develop these themes. Often they do this at what's called the strategic portfolio review, which is typically done quarterly. And they might even have what's called a portfolio sync, and those are done typically monthly. And the strategic themes, that says they're different. They basically are collaboration. I talked about LPM and the enterprise. They're going to drive the future state of the portfolio, and they help connect the portfolio to the strategy, and they provide context. So the reason, I think the good example, bad example one here is kind of interesting, because if you start with the bad example one, although it makes sense, do we want to increase shareholder wealth and maximize corporate wealth? Absolutely. But it doesn't actually tell us anything. Whereas on the good example, expand autonomous delivery into retail, that gives us just enough specificity about what we want to do without deriving any of the hows. So now that we know we want to go into retail, now our teams can go, all right, how are we going to do that? Let's go figure out, let's go create some epics that are going to drive us into retail. Same thing with the healthcare one, expand autonomous delivery into healthcare. So it gives us enough direction without being overly prescriptive. And that's kind of the goal of our strategic themes. Those are going to influence our strategy. So it's a lot of levels here. They're going to influence the vision, the Kanban and the backlog, the vision for our arts and our teams, also our value stream budgets. Basically, your value stream budget is basically how much you're paying for an art. And then we have lean budget guardrails, and those lean budget guardrails come in one of those 4 categories. We'll cover the lean budget guardrails a little bit later, but definitely you're going to have to read the budget article, and there will be some discussions about those 4 lean budget guardrails. So just recognize that, especially the investment horizons portion of that. So this is a challenge one because it's not in Collaborate. So it says individually identify 3 strategic themes that help define the strategy of your portfolio in the upcoming year. That's a challenge, as I said, because a lot of you don't work at organizations where you would necessarily do that. So, and it's also not a group exercise, but I'll just open it up to discussion. Is there anybody who can think that they're working in an organization where you could figure out what would your strategic themes be? So if you had to create one that's going to help define the strategy of your portfolio for the next year, so they need to be very high level, but directionally focused enough that we could build on that, create epics and features out of that vision or out of that theme. Any thoughts?
In my company, we do work with the strategic things. We are already visualizing strategies for the 2024. One of them actually leading is platform evolution, and we talk that we maintain a huge platform for several kind of purposes. And then we talk about evolution, we talk a lot about maintenance, and we talk a lot about where do we want to take to the next step. So we consider a big, huge of things, which is keeping it together, holding metrics, maintaining KPIs, making sure it works. And then we have another channel of things. This is building new things, how we're going to grow the platform technologically, and how we're going to grow products within the platform.
Okay, good.
Art, we have an initiative next year to increase our platform services for AI analytics in the public sector. Specifically.
Yeah, I love that because I heard that and I'm like, oh yeah, I totally understand what you guys are trying to do. But at the same time, it's not so detailed that I know anything about how you plan to do it yet. And that's where you guys can create epics and features. So that's I like that. That's a good one. Anybody else have some? Great, thanks guys. Those were two good examples. I appreciate that. All right, so let's move on to maintaining the portfolio vision. So you probably have seen the SWOT analysis. We actually used it this morning in our example when we were doing the executive briefing before the PI planning simulation. So SWOT analysis is just the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Of course, strengths and weaknesses are focused on our internally, and then opportunities and threats are more focused externally. Most people are used to having seen a SWOT analysis. They help us uncover opportunities for success that might have been previously unarticulated, or highlight threats before they become really overly burdensome. But SAFE has actually created this other thing. I'm not sure if SAFE created it or not, but SAFE uses this other thing that's called a TOES analysis, which if you're reading from home is SWOT spelled backwards. And what they've done here is essentially taken this thing and they've said, all right, well, if we take a look at our strengths and our opportunities, and put them cross matrix this to go, oh, how can our strengths be used to exploit and maximize your opportunities? And then strengths and threats. How can you apply your strengths to overcome present and potential threats? Internal weaknesses versus external opportunities. How can your opportunities be leveraged to overcome your weaknesses? And then the really hard one is that WT quadrant. How can you minimize weaknesses and avoid threats? And really that WT quadrant is, because it's difficult to address, is one of the approaches that we like to look there is through some disruptive innovations. So again, going back to the fact that we allow innovation and planning into the IP iteration, right? We're thinking about, well, how can we use innovation to overcome that thing? If we have a threat and we have a weakness, then it's a big challenge to overcome. But if they're shooting at us with arrows and we invent the cannon, we are all set. Right. So it's just about thinking about how can you overcome some of those things. So that's just bring that up to say this is a great opportunity. If you're looking through this, to think about how can you be more innovative. So you probably recognize this divergent convergent thinking pattern again from design thinking. But when we get into what's called the portfolio canvas, we can use our SWOT and our TOES to brainstorm future ideas. And again, we're going to start with our current state canvas. So, where are we now? Let's do that divergent thinking again, open up all the possibilities of things that we could do differently. Then once again, narrow that down using the convergent thinking approach, set-based design, that sort of thing, narrow it down and create a future state portfolio canvas. That will lead us to creating a new series of epics. And those epics are what are going to drive the features and the work that will go before us in the future. One way, of course, is imagining as a vision using this thing. This is called postcard from the future. And I think I mentioned it, and then once in reality. And the postcard from the future is that opportunity to write it down in the future, but you write it in present state, except it's in the future. And so you're writing it as if it's already happened. And then you present that as a vision, and you allow your teams to figure out how do we get from here to that end state, because there's going to be a lot of steps, and potentially even within that time frame. So it is really important for our leaders to have that responsibility to set that strategic direction and establish the mission for the teams. This actually comes from a book called Switch, Postcard from the Future. So we're looking at the long view here. All right, so once you've figured out your vision, then you need to actually do the work. So we have epics, and this goes back to the hierarchy. So once again, our hierarchy in SAFE is epic, feature, story, right? So if you're using Jira, it's not going to be the same because Jira has just chosen different terminology. But within SAFE, the top level is an epic, now followed by a feature, followed by a story. So an epic is large and overarching. So again, an epic can span multiple release trains. It can span multiple PIs, so it's fairly large. But once you break it into a feature, the feature must fit within a single PI and a single art. And of course, the stories have to fit within a single team and a single iteration. So epics need to have a lean business case, their minimum viable product, an epic owner, and they must be approved by lean portfolio management. So again, it's going to flow through the Kanban. And so before it can move forward, it must be approved. So we actually have a a template that we'd like to use for epics. And they've got some fields here: the epic hypothesis statement, the business outcomes, the leading indicators, and the non-functional requirements. So in the hypothesis statement, we're actually going to give it in this format of, for a customer who wants to do something, our solution is whatever it is that does something. Unlike our competitors' current solution, whatever it happens to be, our solution does something better. So that's the format that we're going to use. We're actually going to do an exercise here and play around with this in a minute. And then our business outcomes. Obviously, we have to have something that proves our hypothesis correct. So we need to have some sort of a business outcome. Ideally, that outcome should have some sort of metric associated with it. You know, so for example, increased revenue by 20% in the first quarter, that sort of thing. And that goes along also with leading indicators. So the leading indicators should be something that relatively quickly we can determine whether or not things are going in the right direction. So those again could be something like, you know, lowered call center volume by 20% in the first month, things like that. Just something a good leading indicator. So, and then of course, any of the non-functional requirements would also be in here as well. So, any questions on the format? Because we're going to go play a little game here. All right.
So how do you differentiate between, sorry, in the example you said business outcomes and leading indicators, how do you differentiate?
Oh, business outcome could be much more broad. You know, it could take a lot longer to determine, but leading indicators is something you can figure out relatively short. So, you know, business outcome could be, we are going to take over the entire healthcare market by 2024. Well, how do we know? Well, because in the first couple of months, we've put CVS and Walgreens out of business. I don't know, just something like that, just whatever it happens to be.
Okay, got it.
Just something. Yeah. So we will rule the world. How do you know? Yeah. So.
I have a question, John. I have a question. So when we're talking about portfolio, so I wanted to translate what we're learning here, since I'm not very familiar, to project management. If you have a portfolio if you have a portfolio of products, okay, or projects, where the epics, it should be actual the project that you have to deliver. And then when you have the feature is basically the functionality of what is the benefit to have that project along with the measurement. Is how that is going to work? Translated from PMP to portfolio.
That's a hard question for me to answer. I'll be honest with you. That's a hard question for me to answer because I haven't worked in a PMP environment in almost 20 years. So I'm not entirely used to that terminology anymore. But I will say that from talking with people and kind of what I do remember, we actually took the word program out of SAFe with SAFe 6.0 because it was causing confusions, because you hear program management and a program might be a collection of projects, right? So we don't have a program, we don't have projects, right? So we don't have project managers. What we have is an epic, which is a large chunk of functionality. And to your right, though, the features would be elements of that functionality. So yeah, that's definitely true. But we don't treat them as projects per se, because in my mind, a project is something you gather a group of people together, you stand them up for a set duration of time, they have a set of requirements, they work till it's over, and the team disbands. But when we don't do that, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't do that, right? We put together an agile release train, and once the people are on the train, they never get to leave. Well, that's not true, but they, you know, they're stuck together there for a while. And then what we do is we say, all right, what's all the work? So basically we're saying the business now owns their own set of development resources. And now we put the onus on the business to say, how am I going to best spend my money? How am I best going to utilize this set of development teams that works for me? And so that's why they will create a series of epics and features, and they're going to prioritize them. And then the goal is for them to put their set of resources, their agile release trains, to the best use that they can by creating the most profitable products, products, you know, coming out the back end. So It sort of shifts it from that perspective, and that's when we get into the funding thing. I basically have given away the answer, but we're funding the value stream. So that again so now it's no longer like, well, I wrote a bunch of requirements and I gave it to IT and I gave them $1 million and I'm not happy with the result. It's no longer that way. It's now they're like, that $1 million belongs to you. It's now your responsibility to funnel that work to the release train and be intimately involved in every aspect of development. From you put product owners on those teams, you have product managers on the art. You now own that art, and it's up to you to make sure the stuff comes out correctly.
Thank you.
I don't know if that helped.
No, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Another quick question on the business outcomes. That translates to the OKR basically, and key indicator would be like a KPI performance indicator.
Yeah, you can use those. Absolutely. Yep. So, all right, I'm going to put you guys in a group for this just because it's more fun to play around as a group. You guys got to play around from other stuff. So I would say pick something either from your own context that you may be working on, or yeah, I mean, you can do that. But I would say create an epic for something you have worked on in the past, you're currently working on, something you guys can all agree on, something fairly large. You know, like I said, I was using the Yahoo weather app as an example. That would be an epic. It's got a, you know, if I were to, let's say I were to do that for Yahoo weather. So that epic would be Yahoo weather app, name, epic owner, me. So it would be for weather aficionados who want to know the current weather conditions in the palm of their hands. The Yahoo weather app is a handheld and mobile application that provides all types of weather information, unlike Wavy TV 10, which is the local weather station here. Our solution is handheld and provides real-time updates. I don't know, just totally made that up, right? But that's what I'm talking about. So be creative, you know, as a group, and try to think about some sort of feature or some sort of epic, something you want to build. You guys can be creative here. Don't spend a lot of time thinking about what you're going to build. Just come up with something fast and then have fun with the description. Now, remember the outcomes and leading indicators. Just try to put some metrics around those. So, you know, whether it's number of downloads or, you know, a number associated, and you can make up a number, right? You're like, oh, we want to increase revenue by $2 million in 2024, whatever it is. So be creative about what you're coming up with. So, and I'll pop around to your groups and give you a hand if you need. So can you guys can be creative one last time today. This is your last creative exercise all day. So enjoy it while it lasts. All right, here we go.
All right.
Okay,
Hello, quiet.
I think we're tired, no?
A lot of information.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Should we try writing an epic?
Sure.
Any volunteers for a project or?
Epic name.
Which is basically also the description of the.
Yeah. What do you guys want us to talk about?
Do you guys have any recent project you want to use as an example here?
I already gave one, so maybe someone else from the work.
I can provide an example. Do you want to say we have external payment integration like PayPal and Klarna?
Perfect.
This is for who? Epic description.
Yeah.
This is for end user.
Who is the end user? Maybe item description. We can give details.
For customer to use third party payment.
Mm.
For who? The for and who is the same, right? For customer to
Yeah,
use.
for who there is the unlike our solution. And there is, and that's unlike our solution. Yeah.
Who is do something? Customer.
Exactly.
Do
How's that?
find
Does this sound okay?
Yeah.
Buying customer who don't want to pay directly. They want to use that.
Perfect. Yeah. And in we can even like description, we can give even more details if you want to. So people who don't want to share their payment details or something, but it's self-explanatory anyway. If they ask.
This is considered as this is business description. For who? What is this one? I didn't catch.
the is a solution. Who is the solution? Customer to use.
Yeah.
The description. Oh, shoot. Oh, I did cancel yourself actually saving it. What was that? First, Klarna. Second, PayPal. Third, TBD. So this is the solution, right? First, provide. This is the higher priority from the product management.
Is air, it says something the how. So
Maybe I do it in the in this view, and then I can put a
description
that unlike our solution. Our solution is to integrate with existing well-used third-party payment, right? Unlike vendors can only pay directly, right? What is this?
is there something the how? I'm not sure what it means.
Can somebody look that up, or I can go look?
Doesn't really explain. Hold on, there is just more. The solution is something how that provides this value, unlike computer current solution.
Let me save this first. So this is a strategy to integrate with most popular third-party payment. Only accept pay directly. Okay, let's do it. This one. Anybody felt need to be adjusted? I'm not sure what to do for this. Right, I'll just save this. So the business outcome is more purchases cost ClearNow and other third-party payment available. This is business outcome, right? Because they don't have to pay directly through their credit card. They can use Klarna. They can, pay 4 payments or whatever. So more people will make their purchase. Okay. Leading indicator. It says the early measures that will help predict the business outcome hypothesis. So it will be the Klarna usages. Klarna. Yeah, it's like having more users or usages, adoption, and adoption. Non-functional requirement. The measurements, the third-party dependencies, dependencies and measurement. Anything else you guys can think of? Maybe I create 2. Third-party dependencies and what's the word that I don't know if they need to pay for the license to integrate to PayPal. For PayPal, you don't pay, I think, any fee. And then the non-functional is also the measurements, monitor and measurements. This looks okay?
Yes, it's very good.
Yeah, it looks great. It looks great.
Okay. We still have time, right?
He
Yes, we have few minutes.
yeah.
So we just cursor over the third one. This will have the we still have time that we can do with that. It is just the customer to use third-party payment, buying customer who don't want to use. So maybe I'll do it here. Or who the okay.
Yes, save it. You have 13 seconds.
I think it's just exiting will save it.
Okay.
Okay. Catch you guys later.
Awesome.
Thank you, Inga.
Thank
Looks
you.
very good.
Bye.
Oops, sorry.
For,
All right, now you're on back.
right, something like that. Oh, sorry, I typed the wrong thing in here.
You're back in public, Russ.
You're in the main, Ross.
Oh, sorry.
He was so just into it.
You're into it, man. All right, does anybody?
Whatever, I was just, I'm just throwing stickies on a freaking board.
Go for it. That's excellent. All right. Does anybody, I know I gave you guys like 12 or 13 minutes. Did anybody finish to the degree they want to show me what they did? I'm looking at Titans. That looks pretty close.
The routine leading indicators are like,
Sri, what'd you say?
no, I was just, I'm just trying, they're still working on it.
You were all
You guys want more time? I know. I cut you guys off, but you guys, some of you guys are pretty close. So let's take a look at this one. So Titans, you guys you want to create a fitness tracking watch for consumers between 15 and 65 who can track their activity daily. The Fitbit app is a convenient watch that reminds
Inactivity?
Inactivity, reminds of inactivity. Okay. Unlike the mobile phone, our solution is easy to carry and easy to work out with. So we expect to increase revenue by 25%. All right, you guys, I cut you off at that point, eh? All right, let's see. Anybody else? Oh, you guys made some progress. All right, let's
Take
see.
a contract out of that Avengers. We finished.
Okay, let's take a look at that next. All right, so this is a health subscription platform for people with minimal insurance who can see a doc on demand, the on-demand virtual primary health care for an inexpensive monthly subscription. Avoid long. What's that? Inexpensive for this close. Hey, Juan wrote it. He lives in Spain. Give him a break. All right.
He's on it. He's on it.
All right. So avoiding a long, expensive wait and queue. All right. Unlike a regular doctor or clinic or any of these, okay, our solution provides a quick and inexpensive solution. Okay, good. Okay, outcomes, low cost. Although low cost, you'd have to be a little more specific about low cost just because, and easy to use because those are so generic. It's hard to quantify what low cost and easy to use actually means. But you want to generate profit within a year of launch. Okay. So signups, ROI. So a couple of these ROI with a number, that's good. Signups, just pick a number, right? So it could be how many people sign up, 1,000 people,
Right.
10,000 people signed up, and in a period of time within the first X number of months. That's fine. And then you've got, those are good. Okay, let's look at Avengers. Oh, we're going to Canada now. For the Bank of Nova Scotia, who, all right, for the Bank of Nova Scotia, whose customers of the Bank of Nova Scotia, the incentive awards incentive application, or wait a minute, now I've lost track. Who want to do what? Is there a missing a who? So the who is this? The incentive. Okay, so it's the incentive application. Okay, the rewards high savings with incremental interest rates. It's an interest earning savings rate. Got it. That rewards high interest savings. Unlike regular checking accounts with flat rates. Yep. Our solution gives a graduated interest rate based on amount. Okay. So outcomes, expect a 25% conversion rate for key customer segments. Yep. And change in, okay, leading change in stock market or interest rates. So tell me about that one though. Is that's external to the company though, right? Or are you going to be so powerful in the market that you're going to drive stock performance throughout the market? So that's one I would take a look at because it looks more externally focused than internally focused. So I would take a look at that one. And again, ease is another one, right? And quick, easy and quick. So same thing, avoid adjectives like easy, quick, things like that, because they're so subjective that it's hard to actually determine whether you've achieved them or not. And so I would give you that advice as well on both Apex features and stories, specifically.
So
features.
non-functional requirement might be like a 99% uptime with
yes,
whatever it is. On that, I know we use some of those for advertising in those areas. If we waited down for a specific period, we'd owe certain few $100,000 per minute that we were down, depending on which, I worked with entertainment clients, so you're down for a minute, we owe $300,000.
Yes, exactly. So that'd be the kinds of things, 99.9% uptime rates, things like that, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. That makes
All right.
sense. Specific.
All right. Good job. All right. Sorry for you guys. I cut you off. Apologize for that.
So smart objectives, smart indicators, smart functional, measurable, achievable, that kind of stuff.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. Got it.
You
So,
can
yeah.
go through my board, my is ready. So somehow.
Oh, we're gonna look. All right. Well, look at yours. Which one are you? Agilist?
Edgeless.
All right. Is it all written under here? Okay, that's fine. I got it. That's actually easy to read. For prospective weather application users who can experience the accurate weather conditions using conventional AI, which resemble the human-like interactions given to other weather conditions. Okay, hold on. Does that meet the format? Let's see here. I want accurate weather conditions. I want sunny. Hey, the sun came out, so that's nice. I'm struggling a little bit with this one just because I'm struggling a little bit just because of the format.
Okay, I can frame it in the format that you're expecting. For whom it is, for all the users, whoever using so far, weather applications across the world. So most of whoever have a smartphone will be having this mobile weather application that needs to be replaced with our Gen AI weather application. And it is not like regular weather applications, you don't have that conversational AI interactions.
Okay.
And in general, but human interaction also will involve here because of like when two persons get interact, hey, how is the weather today? It's raining in our home. So like that, we introduce that conversational AI using our app, which resembles similar like human interactions. That's our solution advantage. And the business outcomes is like we are targeting for 5 billion users subscription in the 3 months. And for that, who will be the leading indicators? Leading indicators are like, how do I achieve it? Main point is like showing we do the beta release and in all the geographical conditions and make it, get used to make it aware of this is the application that is coming up with AI based. And the second indicator is like the accuracy in changing weather predictions. In regular weather application, it says sometime it's raining today, but when I have all the jacket, rain jacket, everything when I carried, but actually it did not rain. So that's one of the leading indicator for the success of my application launch. And non-functional requirements will be fault tolerance, cross-platform compatibility, and zero downtime, because it's a weather, so you need it like 24/7. So one of my non-functional requirement is zero downtime.
Good luck with that. And I'm impressed with your business outcome. There's only 7 billion people in the world, and you want 5 billion of them to have this app. So that's extremely aggressive. I love your target goal there. So all right. Thank you. All right, awesome. All right, let's talk about some lean budgets and guardrails. So again, we talked about some traditional project-based budgeting. I think one of the questions we had earlier, I think it was Soraya. Was it Soraya? Were you the ones asking the question? Yeah, asking a question about budgeting, right? So in a traditional budget, cost center budget, you pull together a project and you have to pull together the people. All the people sit in some sort of a different cost center. So you have to go grab these people. You have to combine all these budgets together to create your project budget. This also assumes you know how long the project is going to take, which means you have to write the requirements up front. You have to make estimates on how long it's going to take to deliver it. And so all these things, of course, once again, you have that large cone of uncertainty. So there's a lot of guesswork involved and all that stuff. And then invariably, what actually happens is, and plus you're moving the people to the work. You're not moving the work to the people. So, and if something happens at the end and somebody gets pulled off the project, that's actually going to have some sort of an impact to it. If the project goes longer than expected and people are only allocated for a certain period of time, right when you need them the most, you're pulling them off. So things like that. So essentially what you're doing is, well, now the project slightly goes over time. Who are we going to blame? Right? Is it a technology? Do we blame the team? Is it the weather? Like, what is the problem, with that? So then you've got all of these scope request changes, because obviously in this project that's long lasting, you're not going to get it right the first time. We all know that. That's why we have change control process. So that increases the budget potentially, all this stuff, blame game, we just don't like. So personally, don't like this at all. This is why I stopped working on my PMP when I discovered Agile. This stuff annoyed me. So instead, we want to fund the value streams, not the projects. So by funding a value stream, you're essentially putting together an Agile release train. And now you know how much that costs, because you have, we know all the people on the release train, so we know how much it costs. If you think about what's called the triple constraints, or the iron triangle, is 3 elements of that. You have cost, you have scope, and you have time. And with Agile release train, we know what the cost is and we know what the time is, because we have one PI to get work done. And so the only variable in there is going to be our scope. That's the only thing that's going to flex a little bit, right? With a value stream, though, we're not going to reassign people because they're dedicated to the release train. So we don't have to worry about any of that. What we do have to worry about, of course, is there's always going to be some unanticipated thing happening. So in the previous slide, where feature 1 took longer than anticipated, potentially causing real problems with a standard project, in our situation, if that happens, we just have to reprioritize the work. And basically, if it takes longer, it takes longer, right? So we're just going to have to delay the next feature, because this, once again, scope is what we can flex on. That's the only variable that's flexible. Since we have a fixed cost per PI, we have a fixed number of people. So that is the slight difference. And again, that's one of the reasons, honestly, I told you guys that we build a little slack into the system, is that we want to be able to avoid this, whenever possible. So if something is slightly delayed, we've always got a little bit of a buffer built in. So we do that not only with going to 80% capacity during PI planning, but of course we have the IP iteration as well. That gives us that little bit of extra time at the end. If things go wrong, we've got that little bit of cleanup bucket at the end to finish our features. So we also have these lean budget guardrails.
John, to quickly ask a question.
Yeah.
I'm a bit confused on the IP iteration again. Is this outside the PI, or is this the last iteration in the PI?
It's the last iteration in the PI. And in fact, just to illustrate it, to show you real fast, if we look at the big picture again, and you kind of look down here, it's kind of hard to see because I can't zoom. But you see we do PI planning, right? And then each one of these little dots indicating the system demo is the end of an iteration. So we do PI planning, 1 iteration, 2 iteration, 3 iteration, 4 iteration, IP iteration. Then we go back to PI planning. So, yep. So lean budget guardrails. We've got 4 of these lean budget guardrails. Actually, at the end of this chapter, there will be the link to the budgets article. So I highly recommend that you read the budget article because it is kind of important to go through these. But a couple things to note. Initially, guiding investments by horizon. So I know it doesn't go in this slide. It will cover it in the article. But the one thing I will tell you that's from the article, there are basically 4 investment horizons. It goes 3, 2, 1, 0. 3 is when you're exploring new options. Okay, so that's the money that you're spending going through that process of discovering what you want to do next. Obviously, that costs money. Then, so that's 3. Into 2 is where we're basically beginning to build out that MVP. And then when you get into 1, it's basically if we've chosen to persevere. So that's when we start to go into what's called extracting. So essentially, we're beginning to put less money into the project than retrieving from it because it's now in.
Yeah.
So that's why we have the 4 horizons. So starting with Horizon 3, which is all the new work, all the way to Horizon 0, which is decommissioning. Number 2 there, capacity allocation. We've talked about that before, but recognize the pie chart. This is where we're balancing features, which is the blue, with enablers, which is the red, and then things like refactoring and that sort of thing, which is the purple section there. So that's capacity allocation. Then also we want to approve significant initiatives. So that's what's running us through the Lean Portfolio Management Office and getting approval to run through our epics. And then continuous business owner engagement. As we've mentioned throughout, our business owners are involved in PI planning. They're there for the system demos. They're there for the inspect and adapt. So we have continuous business owner engagement. So between those 4, that's what we have going on. All right, now establishing flow. Of course, we have Kanbans, right? So we want to make sure that we're flowing our work through a portfolio Kanban. Once again, the purpose of Kanban is visibility. And actually it allows, that way there's no question on what's actually being done because it's in the Kanban and it's being worked. It also allows us that opportunity to limit the work in process or limit WIPs to make sure that we're doing the right thing. We're analyzing things responsibly and we're trying to push too much work through the process. The unrealistic expectations would come from people I thought you were working on that. Well, no, we're not. It's not on the Kanban. So clearly we're not working on it. And it also allows us to drive collaboration because once again, a lot of these decisions have to be made with a group of stakeholders. So, and then of course we have a transparent and quantitative basis for economic decision-making. Of course, we're going to run everything through the Kanban. We're going to take a look at our business outcomes. So we're looking at the planning horizons, the budget horizons. We'll be able to make good decisions based on that, as well as evaluating the MVP after an initial launch. So your typical portfolio Kanban is going to look similar to this. All new ideas come into the funnel. Now, of course, the funnel is not typically WIP limited because, nobody's going to turn away a new idea. However, we are going to decide what goes in next. So we're going to create, that's where we go to the reviewing section. And we're going to look at all the potential new epics. We're going to start to create the epic hypothesis statement and some initial cost estimates, and potentially even do a WSJF calculation at this point. These are WIP limited, and we will only pull them when an epic owner is available. Then we go into analyzing, where we're going to go through further analysis to make sure we really understand this. This is where we'll define our MVP, create our lean business case, and at this point we make the no-to-go decision. And when that's true, then it's ready to be ready. And again, it goes when it's approved and it goes into the ready column. Now at that point, again, sequence through MVP at this point is when these epics will start to get broken down into the features that will be pulled by the teams. So that's where we're going to go into the implementing stage. So those will be pulled when the features are ready to go to the teams. So again, this is all pulse system. Again, nothing's a push system, so nothing moves into implementing until the teams have capacity to pull it in. So, and then once again, once we now analyze our MVP, we decide, does it meet our minimum viable product? If so, we can choose to persevere, which means we're going to continue to move it forward. And then it turns out LPM governance is not always required. So at a certain point, LPM could be like, you know what, the Agile teams have a good handle on this. We don't need to concern ourselves with it anymore. So when it says pull when Epic is no longer a portfolio concern, what they're basically saying is not necessarily that all the work is done. It could be, if you look at those planning horizons, it could be in Horizon 1, which is, you know, where it's going just fine. But for the portfolio management perspective, it's no longer a concern because it's basically in production. So now we have a lean flow process here. Oh, sorry, let me show this one first. So how do we feed the funnel? Well, we feed the funnel through lots of different things. We have, if you look at the bottom, that is that concept of innovation riptide. We're basically pulling new ideas up from the Agile release trains and feeding them back up the chain of command. That could create epics and enablers out of that. We could also be going through all of the analysis phase, looking at market forces, coming up with new ideas, looking at the current state portfolio canvas, basically divergent, convergent thinking process once again, and coming up with the new ideas. So there's lots of different places that new epics can come from, but eventually they'll all come in and feed the funnels. Once we get that, those ideas, we've got this safe startup cycle. I would probably tag this one too. So an epic is going to get approved with the with its MVP and a business hypothesis. Okay. Then once we decide to move it into production, or we're going to start building it, we decide, does it prove or disprove the hypothesis? If it does not prove the hypothesis, then the question is, do we reevaluate and create a new hypothesis, which is the pivot yes line, create a new one, goes back to the front of the line? Or do we just say, you know what, it failed the hypothesis, mission accomplished, we've now determined we don't want to do that, move it to stop and move it to done. Now, if we did prove our hypothesis, we have a couple things we could do. We can either move it to what we call the persevere state, where we're continuing to keep track of it and monitor what's going on. Or we could just decide we've proven the hypothesis. This is no longer a portfolio concern. We're just going to move it to done from an epic perspective. Now the features could still be in progress, but from an epic perspective, we might just consider the epic to be done. Okay, are there questions on this flow diagram here?
You mentioned that Horizon. What is this?
Yeah.
What is the other idea of this behind?
The budget, the budgets, and actually here, I'll tell you what, we got a second here. Let me pull it up. If I click on lean budgets over here, there are these planning horizons right here. So Horizon 3, 2, 1, and 0. So Horizon 1 is when we're evaluating. It's basically the money that we spend looking at brand new ideas. We might decide to not, we evaluate it and go, that's a big no, we're not doing that. So we just stop. We might move it into here where it's kind of the new generation of products. Then it moves from Horizon 2 to 1, where we're basically, it goes from investing to extracting, where basically we are investing as we're putting money into it as we're growing it. Extracting is we're now earning more revenue from the product than we're actually using to maintain it. And then eventually it gets old and we decommission it. So we bring it into Horizon 0.
Thank you.
It sounds a little bit like product life cycle to me.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, everything has a life cycle. So it is very similar to that. So, I mean, you'll see that, I mean, it's not like everything is safe is brand new, but sometimes it's just we do things slightly differently. So, and on that note, if you sort of compare and contrast the traditional approach to lean portfolio or to portfolio management versus the lean agile approach, right? We go from people organized in functional silos and being pulled onto projects in a temporary fashion. Instead, we move them onto value streams or arts for a continuous flow of work. Instead of funding projects, we fund the value streams. Instead of a big upfront annual planning and budgeting, we actually have budgets that are adjusted dynamically. And what it says here is participatory budgeting. That's actually, you'll see it here. That's the only line that's here. It's a very fascinating concept. Even the city of San Jose, California, uses this to help determine their budgets. And so what participatory budgeting is where you bring a bunch of people together and you hand them a bunch of money. And so, for example, let's say everybody gets $1 million. It's play money, by the way. So you give everybody $1 million, and then you say, all right, here are all the projects that we've determined we want to consider working on, and here are our cost estimates. So let's say you have 10 people sitting around the table, so now you've got $10 million total. But your list of projects is $20 million worth. So now what you have to do is you have to talk amongst yourselves and decide how much of these projects are we going to fund collectively. And you might have somebody that says, I really like this project. I'm going to give $500,000 of my dollars to this project, which is only going to fund half of it because it's $1 million project, but I don't want to use my whole million yet. Who else wants to throw in another $500,000? And then maybe two people go, I'll give $250 each. Boom, that's now received its $1 million. It is now fully funded, and you continue to do this until basically everybody runs out of money. And then at that point, all of the projects that are fully funded are going to make the list to be worked on. Those projects that fall below the line or don't have sufficient funding will be held until later. So that's participatory budgeting. It's a pretty fun event. I've done it once. It's fun. So, but if you see it in like the city, they'll be like, okay, we want to talk about building a new park. We want to talk about building a bike lane. We want another $10 million for schools, different things like that. And so people will be like, oh, I'm a big bicyclist. I want to put some of my money towards the bike lane. And you have somebody else that's like, you know what? As a mom, I want to make sure that we have good after school funding. So I want my money to go to that. But because they bring in all these people from a diverse cross section of the community, they actually get a very interesting perspective about where people want their tax money to be spent. So it's kind of fascinating. All right, so that's participatory budgeting. We go from the centralized work intake to strategic demand. So the portfolio Kanban, once again, Kanbans are WIP limited, so only just so much work can flow through them at any one point in time. We go from an overly detailed business case to much more of a lean business case. We're looking for a single MVP outcome. We want to prove that benefit hypothesis. And then we have agile forecasting and estimating. And then phase gate waterfall approach to more self-managed arts with objective milestones today. So, but milestones based on working solutions. So that's the approach. I would also look at this page, maybe put a yellow sticky on this one when you're studying. There might be some questions about this. So, all right, we're done with that chapter. Ta-da! All right, so we talked about purpose and elements of a safe portfolio. You guys talked about some strategic themes, a couple of great examples. I appreciate those examples. Talk about portfolio canvas and this current and future state, epic hypothesis statements, traditional lean budgeting approaches, and portfolio Kanban. So there's a lot of reading in this section. For a section that's only took us like an hour, there's a lot of reading. So there's the LPM article, strategic themes and portfolio vision and lean budgets. Lean budgets was the one I just showed you. As well as lean budget guardrails, portfolio Kanban, and epics. So lots of reading in this section. All right, so again, blue section for edification and references. So what questions do you have? We'll take a break and then we'll close out the day probably. We'll be done a little early. Well, but then we'll stay around for questions, but we'll be done a little early. All right, so it's 3:04. Come back at 3:15 Eastern, and we'll cover the Lean Agile Leadership section, which is super short, and then I'll go over getting you guys marked as attended, as well as showing you how to get through the test taking process and my advice for test taking and Safe Studio and any other questions you may have, including the parking lot items we wrote down yesterday. So, all righty, see you guys in 10 minutes.
So John, I have a question.
Yeah.
This is Linda. So for the WSJF, this is more on the epic level. Is that correct?
WSJF can be used for epics and features.
Also as features. But how about story? You don't go down to the story.
No,
Okay.
definitely not at the story level. Nope.
So if in scale agile, Epic is really it's a bigger, it's a bigger, I guess I always want to call it a project, but I know you don't like the word project. But if we map it to Jira, so the Epic is actually a group of epics in Jira then.
So a Jira Epic is a feature in SAFe.
Right. So it actually it's a bigger containment. It's a group of epics. If I were using Jira
an Epic in SAFe contains a bunch of features. So if you're working in Jira, it's hard to translate in Jira. But when I used to work in Jira a lot, we would call it a Jira Epic, and that would differentiate us from what was a real Epic, because an Epic in SAFe is at the top level, and in Jira it's not. And so in Jira it's one level above a story. So we would just call it a Jira Epic. But in Jira, what's called an Epic in SAFe is a feature. And then I'm not sure if I think Jira has other things like capabilities of something that's bigger than an Epic, but
right. I mean,
Initiatives or something.
Yeah, in our company, that's what we did. We create a custom type called initiative or program to contain multiple epics. Okay, very good.
Yeah, so it's just different. I don't know why they haven't fixed it yet. So, yeah.
Okay,
all right, see you
got
soon.
it. Thank you.
Ma chi che progetto pure minime cooperative volevo installare del vostro sottolineato perché compra tutte le tutte uno con dei Twitter, ma TikTok, sottolineato ma non struvete la nostra voglio fare. Teniamo là. Come c'è storia, strumento sì, ok? Tu l'abbiamo rispettato, come le patente, invece più corta, esplanate le cazzavaglie. Ragazzi, che abbiamo fatto per la parte morale sul fatto, non è perché è stato strumento, fate da nostro da te fai parte, tu, ma solo la tua famiglia, ma essere super importante, molti che buoni, ma che sono le pintate che sono molti che sono disponibili da TikTok. Una trabalha no aviário, ele tem mais de 6 milhões de contatinhos, ele compra 9 meses de treino, não é? Ele tem mais de 6 carros na cidade, mas começa num blaco. Só não fala de servir, nada não. Eu comprei um carro, eu pensei quanto tempo quando uso di Amazon ti può comprare quanto del content creator, ti vedi il pubblico, tu sei la festa, sta mandando dinheiro come un compra, come un modello. Se da vita di Amazon, non è Amazon, se lo dici in sì, che si muore, compriamo. Sì, si muore. Infatti, buscare una soglia, come è stata trovata di volte, è stata trovata il cabello, che immagino che non mi sta gestire. La persona di cabello proprio, non mi sta il cabello, non la cosa, chiedi quanto di come sono, poi stanno funzionando tutto, poi che lei la può mettere. Non ti va a lasciare così in casa per il tempo. Ja, du warst schon jetzt auf
Okay. Let us wrap up the day. All right, so this section is relatively short, so we'll kind of plow through here. We're just talking about leading the change. So this does lead into the lean agile leadership core competency, which is honestly, for such a short section that this is a really, really important thing. I've just discovered over many years of doing this, that leadership can make or break an agile transformation. So if they're fully supportive of it, it's going to go relatively well. If they're not fully supportive of it, even if you've made an agile transition, if somebody is not supportive of it, they can derail it almost instantly. So it is important that leaders understand their role in leading an agile transformation. So with that said, we are going to talk about what's lean agile leadership. So again, lean agile leadership, again, one of the 7 core competencies of business agility. This really describes how lean agile leaders are going to drive and sustain organizational change and operational excellence. So they're going to do that by empowering individuals and teams to reach their highest potential. They're going to do this through leading by example, learning and modeling the safe lean agile mindset, following the values and principles and practices, and leading the change to a new way of working. So there's a couple lenses that can be used kind of define what is considered to be a leader. So leaders can be those people who have it in their title, right? So they have defined lines of authority. They set policies and manage budgets. They hold levers of power. They can also block and or implement, safe implementation. Then there's also leaders who just step up and make decisions to play a critical role in leading. And these leaders don't necessarily carry a job title designation, but they sort of make themselves known through their actions. So just the 2 areas that we're going to cover here are just going to be the leading by example and leading change. So at this lesson, we'll talk about what are some of the skills and behaviors necessary to lead by example, what are some techniques for leading successful change, and then we're actually going to go through again that safe implementation roadmap that I kind of showed you guys a little bit earlier. So leading by example. So a couple examples here, you can kind of read through themselves, but insatiable learning, authenticity, emotional competence, courage, growing others to decentralized decision making. So if you remember, I'm going to start at the bottom. If you remember that, what did Captain Marquet say? He talked about, giving away authority, right? And that's one of the ways that you build leaders, right? So as opposed to, if you recall, that little gorilla example, he's like, take charge versus give away the authority. And giving away authority, so he said, take charge and create followers, or, give away authority and create leaders. And so that's what we're trying to do. And so we want to move the decision-making to where the information is. And so throughout all of Agile, everything is a self-organizing team. We're allowing a pull system, which means basically the teams are deciding what they can do. So we're not pushing work on them. We're not telling you, you must do this feature, you must do this story, you must be done this way. It's all a pull system and it works quite well. I'm kind of working my way from top to bottom or bottom to top here, but growing others, we build some of that into the innovation and planning iteration as well. So part of the innovation and planning iteration allows our people to go do training. Do they have to do CBTs? Are there skills upgrades? Even just giving them that chance to do a hackathon and just to work on something that's just different than their normal job. And yet it's something that's going to build their skill sets and perhaps improve the entire organization. So just helping them that way. The courage thing is really critical because oftentimes you kind of have to change the system. So if you're going to go from a waterfall system to a more agile environment, sometimes a lot of things have to change. What they say, you have to break a few eggs to make an omelet. And so it's the same thing. Sometimes you have to change. And I've seen this happen with one of my clients one time where we were in the middle of an agile transformation. This was not a safe implementation. They chose not to be safe, but it was an agile implementation. And we ran the teams through an assessment that looked at the 7 core competencies of business agility. And then we did it again in about 13 weeks. At the end of that time, all their scores went up across 6 of those dimensions, except for the lean agile leadership score went down. And when we asked them why, they said, well, there's all these policies and procedures that we need changed in order to really get good at Agile. And we keep telling our leadership that, and they're not doing anything about it. And so they actually graded them down. So, and that's because those folks, again, sort of lacked the courage to make the necessary changes. The one on emotional competence really managing your emotions and those of others, be self-aware, self-regulating, motivate yourself and others, have empathy, have good, strong social skills, that sort of thing. Being authentic, make sure you're modeling desired behaviors. You often see this, you'll see this with politicians, right? Where they'll say something to the public and then they'll get caught on hidden mic saying completely the opposite. That's clearly not authentic, right? So you want to make sure that you're actually being authentic. And then, of course, insatiable learning, which surprisingly, there's a lot of leaders, that are avid book readers and things like that. But then there's others who you say, hey, I really need you to learn a little bit about this whole lean agile stuff we're working on. They're like, I don't have time for that. And that's a big challenge. I think if you get some leaders who are not willing to at least invest a little time in learning, they're telling all their people, hey, go take all this agile training, and they're not willing to learn any of it themselves. That speaks a lot to me, unfortunately. So just a quick thoughts. So we can talk about this as a group. What are a couple, let's just reflect on the leading by example attributes. What are a couple that you can focus on in your current context, and what are their impacts? So I'll just open that up to you guys. Looking through those, what are some things that you guys can probably do in your organizations to help, if you were to help drive an agile transformation?
Accountability.
Mm-hmm.
And start from yourself.
Start with yourself? Yes.
Because exactly. if you're not gonna do it, then nobody would come.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
I heard I think. Somebody else talking?
You are on mute, Surya. You're talking, but you're on mute.
Sorry. I'm sorry. So I believe that it has to be educational across the board, across the organization. Otherwise, it doesn't work effectively. It will take a long time, and it will be a lot of resistance. So I believe that you have to have from bottom to the top, absolutely, but across the organization, especially the leaders. Otherwise, it doesn't work.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I'll show you a couple of places when I go over the implementation roadmap where we give opportunities for some of that training.
One thing that comes to mind is also, I think you touched on this, the commitment part of it, because you're asking everyone in this organization to commit 2 days on that PI thing. And I believe, people may find difficult to allocate that kind of time also.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah.
Well, it's funny you should mention that, because imagine trying to get 2 days of time away for PI planning. How long is the IP iteration? It's 2 weeks long, right? And the misconception that many leaders have is they go, I can't afford to let my people sitting around for 2 weeks not doing anything. Because that's the way they look at the IP iteration. They look at people sitting around for 2 weeks not doing anything. It's not true at all. It's completely the opposite. But when you look and you go, hey, we're doing 4 iterations worth of work, and then we have this IP iteration, and they go, wait a minute, that is literally 20% of my time sitting around doing nothing. That's not going to happen, right? And so, but it turns out it's not really 20% of the time sitting around doing nothing. You are doing PI planning, you're doing inspect and adapt, you're preparing for PI planning, you're doing innovation, you're doing a lot of stuff. But for somebody who's doesn't quite understand what's going on, there is lots of resistance to that whole IP iteration.
Yeah, the transformation process, moving from where everyone is in the waterfall mode to a scaled agile mode, which again I've been shoved into a few scenarios, but it's the mentality of moving from, especially from a budgetary perspective, looking at this is extremely challenging until you do some of the numbers. I think also they're so used to the resource planning in a way that is percentage of people based on projects perspective, and managing multiple vendors. The mindset change is very tough especially where they're used to, okay, we're used to issuing an RFP and doing this and then getting fixed price bids and all the rest of it comes through. The shift in culture is more than the mindset. It's also the, I think part of it is I think in terms of leading that change, many cases it starts with one ground level implementation, one product team that takes this on. I've seen many times where it fails across the board when it's the, you know, one or two executives buy in and then they throw all their money at a few coaches and then it becomes a you know, it's almost set up to fail. I think in many cases has to be some sort of justification that then causes the buy-in. But I think, as Freya said, I mean, there's a ground up leadership, right, which is convincing all the people before you get in the room to convince everyone. Creating case studies that bring that together, and then also finding ways to get the right people in the room. And maybe I mean, again, it's tough to meet with the CEO, right? It's tough to meet with the C-level unless there is a true consultancy in there or something that's been brought in to pull them together, because sometimes, you know, you're in a middle management position and there's not as much of an attempt, you know, an ability to influence the top leadership, but you can influence small groups. And potentially, you know, if people are seeing, you know, agile success on small scale, that you can convince on a product level to go at that level. Anyway, that's what I've seen.
No, and I've actually seen situations where an organization has kind of gone away from agile to some degree, but individual teams refuse to leave it. They continue to go agile. They're still working at the agile level, even though the organization hasn't done it. Just because once they've transitioned, they're like, we really, really like this. This is so much better. We're not going back to the old way of doing stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right,
some
good.
of them you can get them as evangelists, or you can combine them into something. But I found that the only time I've been able to get something, you know, in a scaled approach is to take a product approach where you have a buy-in from a product VP that has their own P&L and complete control of that division or that group. You can that's one way to enact a change without having to go all the way up to the C-level.
Right. Yep. True. All right. Any other thoughts from teams? Okay. So, leading the change. So, John Cotter has actually put together this book called The 8-Step Process to Leading Change. And this is actually the basis for what we used as our implementation roadmap. So, it's the create the sense of urgency, build a guiding coalition, form a strategic vision, enlist a volunteer army, enable action by removing barriers, which is critical, generate short-term wins, sustain acceleration, and institute change. So some of the change principles that he lists here, obviously, the management plus leadership, the have to plus want to, head and heart, and then a select few plus the diverse many. So really, when they talk about the management plus leadership, you know, really, you know, we want to make sure that we are capitalizing, as it said, on those windows of opportunity. We want to make sure that we are, no, lost my train of thought. That we are, oh yeah, well, I'll just read the slide. Yeah, it's all about vision, action, innovation, celebration. But the one thing I think is interesting is the head plus the heart, right? And we see this throughout most things. It's like there's logic and there's emotions. And there are certain people who are much more logical, and there are some people who are much more emotional. Honestly, that explains the entire political landscape of America today. And so you have to be able to figure out, you know, how to appeal to both sides of that. So, you know, you think about the whole, you know, head and heart thing. I think about, well, just I'm much more of the logical person. And so I think about, well, what's the efficiency gains I can get from doing this? But then if you're thinking about it from the heart, I just think, wouldn't it be nice to come to work and just feel good about what you're doing, you know, and feel included and work with a team of people you like and stuff like that? I'm like, yes, you can actually combine all that together. But let me actually go through some of these steps, because the steps that we do are going to lead directly to the implementation roadmap. So, so in creating sense of urgency, we want to make sure others see the need for change. So we've got to make some bold aspirational statements. We want to make sure we really communicate the importance of acting quickly. Building that guiding coalition, you'll see how we do this in just a minute, but we want to recognize that we need this volunteer army, right? So we've got to bring a bunch of people who want to help lead this change. It's not enough for just the leadership. There's just not enough people in leadership to just do it themselves. They need to actually get other folks who are working together to work on that. And then of course, strategic vision, just like we've created visions that lead to how we do PI planning and our art backlog. We need that strategic vision to make sure people understand where we are today and how we're going. And then we begin to enlist that volunteer army of people who are really helping us out to grow that change. So we need a critical mass of people who understands it. It's really like 50% plus one, right? Who really feels kind of bought into it and excited to drive that change. And then we want to remove those barriers. So a lot of the barriers that we see are waterfall barriers. If you're going from a waterfall to an agile transition, it is a waterfall barrier. And it could be processes and procedures. It could be change control processes. It could be code build processes, you know, just these approval processes that were built into that. And if you're decentralized decision-making, then maybe you can eliminate some of those approval processes. You just put some rules in place. And as long as I'm following the rules, I don't need to go ask somebody for permission. I just follow the rules and I do it myself, right? So it's just a lot easier to do. Generating that short-term win. This is one of the things that we really see. We launched a release train. 2 weeks later, we're doing that first system demo. And our leadership comes and sees that demo. And so many times you see just that look of amazement where they go, wait, you guys got all that done in just 2 weeks? Like normally we wouldn't see results like this for months, but we can do it because we've delivered that first incremental unit of value and we're doing a demo. And they're like, there's no way I thought we were going to see a demo in 2 weeks. That's impossible, but it does. And once you see that, it moves to step 7, it sustains acceleration. So once people see that win, then they're all bought in. They're like, okay, let's go. This is actually really working. And then of course, it takes time. What do they say? It takes 30 days to replace a habit. You know, probably takes a little bit longer in an organization. But, you know, within a first PI or so, you know, a couple months, 3 months, you've got all these habits are beginning to change and you're starting, by the time you get into PI2, you know, things are working a lot better. So, and that kind of leads to this implementation roadmap. So at the beginning there, that go safe part is where John Cotter says, reach the tipping point. And there, if you look at the article, there's some comments about things like a burning platform. And that often is what it takes. Like somebody goes, man, this thing is so jacked up. We've got to do something different. And so they're like, let's try this agile or safe thing. And so they're just like, that's it. We're going to give that a shot. And that kind of leads to it. So, and if you don't, is we do have a safe executive workshop. Now you guys are in Leading Safe, which is a 2-day class. But we also do have a safe executive workshop for those leaders who are just like, hey, I don't really want to spend 2 days in class, but I really want to learn about this stuff. There is a way to handle that. So we do have that. Then what we want to do is if we're going to launch a release train, we want to have somebody who's an SPC. So like myself, I'm an SPC. So you want to have somebody who's an SPC who's going to really oversee the release train. So typically, if you don't have an SPC in your organization, what we recommend, I say we, meaning John, because I'm talking for myself here, but I recommend that you send somebody to the training. It's a 4-day class. It's called Implementing Safe, and get somebody trained up that's going to be on your staff. But in the meantime, you still need somebody. So oftentimes that's when you're going to want to hire a consultant. Again, I recommend hiring a consultant that has experience launching release trains, because not all SPCs do. I mean, here I am sitting here training you guys. There are some SPCs that do nothing but train. I'm not one of them. I do train, but I've also launched release trains. So you want to make sure you find a consultant that knows how to launch release trains and has done it before. So usually,
how does it work in reality? In short sentence.
What do you mean?
Launching the release train.
Yeah, I'm getting to that. That's the whole rest of this thing. So what you're going to want to do is you want to get somebody trained up. Then what we're going to do is we have to start training our leaders and our managers to get them to understand what it is. Now, you may do another Leading Safe class with some folks. You may do an LPM class, depending on how big your organization is. But really what you want to do is this thing. This is the value stream and art identification workshop. So you'll go through, there's a whole process step in that, but you're basically going to bring a bunch of folks together and you're going to figure out how do we organize you around value? So there's a whole process even on the SAFE website about doing a value stream workshop, but essentially we'll pull people together for a day or two and figure out what is your release train or what's your value stream going to look like. Once we figure that out, then we can start working on the implementation plan. And that's what takes a month or two to do, because after we've identified that, we need to start putting these teams together, and we got to get these teams together. We have to start creating the features. So we've got to create those features, the teams have got to start writing some stories. So all this stuff, you know, as I said, in preparation for PI planning, they should have some stories that are pre-written. So they need at least a month prior to PI planning to get up to speed and get features and stories. So that's why it says it takes 6 to 8 weeks to kind of get this thing going. And then as you prepare for PI planning launch, you know, you want to make sure your scrum masters and product owners are properly trained as well. And then what we'll do is 2 days before PI planning launch, we want to run everybody through SAFE for Teams. Now, as I mentioned before, some companies don't want to spend the money or the time to do it because they think it's a waste. My argument would be, you know, pay me now or pay me later, because either you do that training in advance and your PI planning goes more smoothly, or you don't, and it goes less smoothly. In which case, if it goes less smoothly, you're going to be paying for that over a much longer period of time through more pain and anguish than you would have been if you just put all that pain and anguish up front in the training class, because it's going to happen one way or another, unfortunately. So in every situation I've ever seen where somebody has refused to do the SAFE for Teams, they've always come back later and said, yeah, we should have done that. Yep.
You mentioned only Scrum Masters and project owners, but we are missing project managers and the full Agile team as well. Or am I missing something?
The full Agile team does SAFE for Teams.
Okay.
Yeah, but usually in advance, we'll send people through either Leading SAFE or Scrum Master or product owner training. The product owner, product manager training, you can run, it's called PM. It's product owners and product managers. So you can run them through that class.
What's the difference on the SAFE for architects? Is it just a focus on architects, or is there specifics around architecture that make it different?
No, in fact, I actually looked at the course materials because, to be honest, I'm not an architect, right? So I was like, oh crap, there's no way I'm teaching that class because I'm not an architect. So I went through and I looked at the course materials just to see if I could teach it or not, because technically as an SBC I can, but I was like, I'm not doing it if I don't feel qualified. But I went through and I haven't, to be honest, I haven't taught the class. I just looked at the materials. But I went through and I looked at it, and it's very similar to what we're doing here. It's very, very SAFE focused, a little more emphasis on DevOps types of things and development practices, things like shift learning left and all those kinds of things. You know, like the Scrum Master class is much more focused on leadership and on facilitation and that sort of thing. The product owner class is much more focused on things like design thinking and customer centricity, and there's different exercises around that. So they're just a little more focused on, you know, what the jobs are for. So,
John, just a question. Right now we are in Leading SAFE, right? That's what we are all getting trained. So
oh shit, that's what we're taking? Oh yeah, you're right. That's what we're in. Yes, you're right.
Leading SAFE, yeah, Leading SAFE 6.0. So what will be our next target for our once we are done with this certification, hopefully? After that,
there is
what will be our next thing?
That is a big, that depends. So, and I say that depends on what you want to do. I will tell you my own personal career progression. The first SAFE class I took was this one. And I worked on Agile teams for a while. At the time I was doing both Scrum Master and Product Owner. So I just wanted to kind of understand what SAFE was all about. Then I got hired into Anthem to help launch a release train, but I wasn't an SBC. So I thought, well, crap, if I'm going to be an SBC, if I'm going to do this stuff, I really need the certification. But then I ended up in an RTE role at Anthem as well. So I ended up taking the RTE class. Now, if you notice that the RTE certification is way down here at the bottom, it's still one class that I do not recommend, that we, SAFE, does not recommend you take until you've been in RTE for at least 2 PIs. It's just structured in such a way, you need on-the-job experience for that class to make a lot of sense. The other classes you can take in advance. So if you want to be a product owner or well, let me say the other thing. If you're in product management, then if you're in product management, then you really want to spend more time product managing. So you're designing new products and you are, you know, you're working with customers and you're doing all that design thinking. And if you're doing all that kind of stuff, actually the Agile product management class down here, the 3-day class, is much more useful because it's very focused on product management. The POPM class is more like 70% product owner. So I would say there's a lot of overlap between the product owner classes and what you took here. Like the first 2 sections that we covered yesterday morning are pretty much similar to what you'll cover in some of those other classes, because all the classes have some base Agile knowledge incorporated in them. And then they deviate from there.
Okay. So this is not recommended. I mean, at least if I'm in product management, so it is better to take Agile product management than going for SAFe POPM course.
I would say if you're a product manager and you've already taken this class, I would go with it. I would go with the APM class, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
What about project managers or scrum masters? What could be the next course?
Do you have a CSM?
Yes.
I would recommend, if you have a CSM, I wouldn't necessarily spend your money on SAFe Scrum Master, because between getting a CSM and this class, you have pretty much everything you need.
Okay.
I mean, if you feel like spending money, go for it. I'm teaching one up, you know, if you want to be in my class, I'm teaching a Scrum Master class next week. But no, I would say it's going to cover between CSM. That class is going to, well, this class covered all the basic Agile stuff that you'll also get in the Scrum Master class. So that's already covered. As far as like understanding all the Scrum practices and everything like that, you already know that as a CSM. So, you know, is there a little new information you might get out of that? Maybe, but not enough to make it worth 2 days of your life, I don't think.
What's the main difference between the CSM and the SSM?
Well, the CSM was from the Scrum Alliance, right? And so it's the first one I got, honestly, back in 2005, because that's all there was. The Scrum Alliance is kind of the base of everything. They're the ones that, you know, Ken Schwaber started that. It's kind of the base Scrum. But Scrum implementation is really just, you know, a single team. That's how it was designed. And SAFe, of course, is specifically designed for multiple teams. So SAFe is more of a manifestation of, that's why it's called Scaled Agile. It's more of just a scaling version. So there's frankly not a ton of differences because we reference most of the SAFe material, we reference most of the Scrum materials in SAFe. Like we talk about, you know, the Agile Manifesto, the Agile Manifesto principles, and, you know, the core values of Scrum. And I mean, we use all that stuff here. So I wouldn't say there's a difference necessarily. They're certainly not in conflict. We use some different terminology. They call it a sprint, we call it an iteration. But other than the terminology difference, from a Scrum perspective, we do the same stuff. There's no conflict at all.
John, I have one more question. Does it look better on your resume having a SAFe certification and a Scrum Master certification?
You mean one versus the other?
I mean, having both.
Oh, having both is probably good. Yeah. I mean, I see, although it depends on the company. Like I said, somebody asked this question the other day. They're asking for SAFe certification and PMP. I'm like, yeah. How bipolar can you get? Because I'm like, why would you want both? Like, is anything we talked to today at all related to anything you'd see in the PMP? No.
You know, it's interesting. The PMI now has incorporated a lot of Agile. In fact, 35% of the PMP now is Agile focused.
It's actually 50. It's actually about 50%.
Yeah, and they have the PMP ACP certification, which is the Agile Certified Practitioner. There's also they're now doing what is called Discipline Agile, but I think they're trying to completely integrate back into that because I think that I think the only reason why PMP, PMP is great if you're a construction project manager. If you're in that zone, I think if you're doing software delivery, you are in Agile, and they've had to acknowledge that. So I've seen that change through the organization. I've been involved since 2006 with PMI, but yeah, they're changing a lot. And a lot of it's due to the fact that, Agile, Scaled Agile has been extremely successful.
Yeah,
Well,
as the board would say, resistance is futile.
Yeah.
Right. The addition aid, the PMP for addition aid already, and you can see the majority of the industry, they have hybrid projects. That is a combination of both, not just only PMP, but they are many companies, they wanted to focus on the PMP from financial perspective, because you have the 10 areas, processes, so they wanted to follow up. However, in practice, they are using Agile.
Yep.
Yeah, well, there are pieces
Very
of,
confusing.
there are pieces of, there are pieces of it that are useful. And still, you know, if you're doing communication, you might have a RACI, or you might have, you know, some basics to communication that you use, but they're used across Agile as well. So a lot of, you know, traditional project management stuff is still, I mean, there are still very good reasons for doing waterfall.
Yeah, there are, and I agree with you. Construction is a perfect example. I mean, I think about if I were to build this house, I would not build this house in Agile method. I'm pretty much going to pour the foundation, and then I'm going to put, you know, before I put in the wiring. Pretty much how it's going to work, right? There's not a lot of opportunity to deviate from that plan. So
exactly, it's not like it's not like there's one or the other. You have to choose for the type of project and the type of work you're doing. And you know, when I've been involved in PMI, you know, a lot of people there in aerospace and in construction, right? And they are not going to do Agile. There are some of them going to do that, but I think that when we come down to some of these core things where you have materials and pipeline and we call it, you know, like your you know.
I will say though that one of our clients, when I was with Applied Frameworks, one of our clients was actually who are the people that launched satellites for the weather? NOAA, yeah. So it was the National Ocean and Atmospheric Administration. They were launching weather satellites, and they were actually doing it using safe approaches. They were building out their software for a satellite using safe approaches. So even though the satellite itself was probably a PMI waterfall thing because they're building a piece of hardware, the software that was going into that satellite, they were using safe. So that could be a good example of using both. Right.
Yeah, and you know, and like you know, like I said, the people that I talk to that are using straight waterfall are like, we have a $300 million, a $400 million project to improve the airport, right, or program. So and it's all construction based.
Yep.
So.
Yep, I agree. So. All right, one other thing to recognize, especially for those of you who are not native English speakers, this is a classic example. So here's the word train used 2 times, 2 different meanings. So train everyone. So we want to make sure everyone from leaders all the way down the teams is properly trained. And then we want to launch release trains. So train everyone, launch trains. Remember this slide though, because I jokingly say about it, but remember the slides. If you see an answer like I got tripped up on a practice exam one time when it said train everyone, launch teams, and I clicked that, and that was not the right answer. So it's train everyone, launch trains. So just remember that. So, all right, and then of course the last thing is just about measuring our assessment. So this is the business agility assessment I mentioned that we used with one of our previous clients, and it's one where you can measure everybody across the 7 dimensions of the business agility spectrum. And, you know, oftentimes, and I'll show you where to get the tool here on the Scaled Agile website because it's actually accessible to all of you. And you can run it on the teams and see where you stand, and then come back, you know, like 1 PI later, run it again, see how people are improving, hopefully improving. But it's a good opportunity to sort of take a baseline and move forward. As I pointed out, the Lean Agile leadership score for my one client actually went down, and the feedback we got from the teams was it was because their leadership team was not properly removing the barriers and not changing the policies and procedures that were in place for waterfall as they were transitioning to Agile. So, you know, but I'll show you how to get to that assessment in a little bit. And that wraps up this section. So, again, if there's more questions on like career pathing and stuff, I mean, I'm not sure I'm the best equipped to career pathing, but I'm happy to help.
Regarding the roadmap, we are done because we totally skip, you know, the second and third line. We've if you can finish this, because that's the main part, you know, how to implement actually safe. So I would like to focus on this. if you don't mind.
Yeah, so the point is that once you get to this PI planning section right here in the second line, that is when your teams are launched. Now, if you move beyond that, right, you can start to add more teams, but this is kind of up to this first point was all the steps you have to take for any individual. It applies to all of them, but to launch a single release train, it steps all the way up to the PI planning launch. Now, after that point, your arts are going on, you know, you're doing your standard PI. As you come to the end, you're doing your inspect and adapt, you know, and sort of repeating that continually. Now, if you want to launch more agile release trains, again, you're probably going to need more SPCs because you should generally have somebody with that certification on every release train. And then the lean portfolio management, if your organization is large enough that you are actually doing some sort of portfolio management and you want to move away from project-based funding to more of a lean agile approach to funding and the LPM approach to funding, somebody should probably take that class and learn how to do it. And then the other classes, RTE, again, the release train engineer class, again, is for people who are more, who are experienced as RTEs. And the advanced Scrum Master class, to be totally honest, I've never seen anybody that's taken that class. So, and I haven't even studied to look to see what the materials are in that class. So it's not a very popular class. I've looked around to see who even teaches it. And it's hard to find, so.
And create the implementation plan on this part, how usually it's done. It's with Excel or using some tools or?
Oh, no, actually, here's what's great too. Let me show you something. So if you look at the implementation roadmap and I click on create the implementation plan, check that out. So all of these things are clickable. So you're going to create things like this. You got a value stream canvas. You'll create your value streams. You'll figure out, you know, what solutions are you solving? Who are the people? All the different channels. So it actually gives you all this stuff. If you're creating a solution train, which is multiple release trains, you'll fill this part out. But so it kind of gives you some more questions about how do you get through there? How do you create a preliminary plan? There's your three PI roadmap. Did we talk about that?
Not at all.
All right, that's a different class. This is what's called. I teach 3 classes, and so sometimes I forget which is in which class. This is the PI. It's called the PI roadmap. It's 3 PIs long. And then, but again, this stuff that I'm showing you here is, by the way, it's good to know, not on the test because I clicked off of something else. But that's the thing. The other thing is over here in. Let me get to here.
And do we have any tool? Do we have any tool, you know, for practice? For example, you know, for the roadmaps creation or something like this?
There is a practice test if you're talking about that. I'll show that in a minute. But over here, I'm not sure if you have access to this. Is organized around value. So how do you identify value streams? It's actually on the SAFE website. So you can click in there about how you go through these steps, running a value stream, art identification workshops. There's tools. I don't know if you'll have access to this because I'm an SPC. I can see it. Oh, probably not, because it says SPC practice guide. So it may or may not be available to you if you're not SPC. But you can go find, go look on go to the SAFE Studio, and if it's under, go click on practice. Not that, implement, and see what drop downs you have here. But organize around value and value stream mapping. Those are 2 things that you can look at to help identify how you launch a train. But again, that's why I said you need an SPC because SPCs have access to certain materials that other people don't have.
Actually, organize around value, we don't have access, and the other one, value stream mapping, we don't have access.
There you go. Yeah, like I said, it's an SPC thing. So, yeah. So as a result, you won't be tested on it because different class. The SPC class, by the way, is 4 days long. The first 2 days of that class is literally this class. And then the next 2 days, you're going to go into stuff like that. So.
What is SPC means?
Safe Practice Consultant.
Safe Practice Consultant. I see.
Yep. All right. So again, 2 articles to read, which is the Safe Implementation Roadmap and the Lean Agile Leadership thing. So. All right, let me take you into the final section and then I'm here to answer questions.
So what are the steps, John? Sorry to interrupt you. What are the steps to take to get into your role, like the coach role? We need to first get certified with Leading Safe.
I don't want to be a coach.
You need to do what I do to teach and stuff like that. You have to be an SPC.
$30,000.
So,
SPC. Hmm.
so that's the implementing safe class, which by the way, it's 4 days long and it is expensive. It's like somewhere between $2,000 and $2,500. So it's an expensive class. So I was fortunate somebody else paid for it. But
So they look forward for safe practice consultant in order to get into the agile coach roles.
oh, not necessarily. I mean, I was doing some coaching role. I mean, I've been a scrum master, I've been a product owner, I've been a release train engineer, and at that point I just had enough experience that I just started doing some coaching before I got my SPC certification. But I had this class, so I had SAFE already. So it just depends on your organization.
Okay. And I just want to check back with you, John. Like when you see with this safe roles at an organization level, so what comes first, and what is the greatest? I mean, at least on hierarchy wise, who stands first? Like the safe practice consultant, followed by release train engineer, followed by safe. Product management or product manager, like is that the hierarchy?
Well, I would say there's only one. There's one thing that's the highest, which is SPC.
SPC, I see.
There's one thing that's there's two things technically higher than that. The only thing higher than SPC is an SPC-T. There's only trust me, you can't get that certification yet. I would say you can't get it yet. I can't even get it right at the moment because I don't even need all the prerequisites. In order to be an SPCT, there's a whole long set of prerequisites, including recent safe launches and a bunch of stuff like that, which I've launched release trains, but they were long enough ago that it was anyway, long story. So you can get to SPC pretty easily by taking the class. SPCT requires a several-year journey. And a whole bunch of prerequisites. So there's only like 80 of them in the entire world. So that's why I say it's one level above. But the SPCTs teach implementing safe. So that's the number of classes. So that's really the one of the goal. And then the only other thing about that is a safe fellow, but you have to be appointed a safe fellow by safe. So that's not something you can achieve through testing or classes or anything. So, so I have two friends that are safe fellows, three friends that are safe fellows that I've worked with at Applied Frameworks. So one of them is Luke Holman, who wrote the APM class, and he also wrote this Profit Streams book, and he wrote several other things. He actually invented Collaborate, which he sold the Scaled Agile. So, he worked at Scaled Agile for a while. He wrote the Agile Product Management class. So he's a safe fellow. And then the other guy is a guy who lives in Dallas named Phil Gardner. And Phil is like the leading safe guy on lean portfolio management. And then Jennifer Fawcett, who lives in Colorado, and she used to work for SAFE also. So, yeah. All right, let's go into this final lesson here. I've got a couple videos, and then I'm going to kind of walk you through how to get ready for the test. I'm going to mark your attendance. There are a couple people who are on my roster who did not show up to class. So I'm actually going to have to take roll and check you guys off so I don't accidentally check someone as attended who wasn't actually here. So we'll do that in a second though. But in the meantime, I'm going to show you two quick videos and then we'll cover everything else.
Maybe you're new to Lean and Agile and still wondering what it's all about. Or maybe you've been working that way for a while and you're ready to uplevel your skills. Either way, earning a Scaled Agile certification can be your launchpad to professional and personal development. There's a growing demand for certified safe professionals in industries like aerospace, banking, insurance, and manufacturing, and among Global 2000 enterprises. You've already completed the first step by taking this class. And with access to your learning plan, you're on your way toward finishing the required exercises and the course exam. Speaking of exams, ours tests more than book smarts. They objectively measure your knowledge, skill, and mindset to implement and use safe practices in the real world. In fact, certified safe professionals are globally recognized for their ability to support successful lean agile transformations. Once you're certified, promote your expertise with a shareable, verifiable, safe digital badge. By certifying, you'll signal to others that you're committed to leading change. Expand your marketability and career opportunities. Boost your credibility among your peers and in your own organization. And inspire others to follow your lead. Your certification also means that you become part of the SAFE community. Tap into this global network of hundreds of thousands of professionals, experts, and peers to help you advance your skills and career. You'll find valuable resources, including practice guides, workshops, forums, toolkits, videos, and assessments. The number of certified SAFE professionals continues to grow every year. So keep your momentum going and become a certified SAFE professional.
All right, and let me do one other thing. So you already downloaded the workbook, and I'll show you how to get the practice test in a minute. Please, when I'll show you how to do it, please fill out the survey. I'll show you how to get to it. When we get to it, please fill out the survey on me. It's not one that Knowledge Hut sent you. It's on the SAFE website. So I don't see the ones that you fill out for Knowledge Hut, but I do get the feedback from here, so I'd appreciate it.
Classes and training are important, but how do you make safe work in the real world, on the job? Don't worry, you've learned the skills to dive right in. As a new member of the SAFE community, you now have access to SAFE Studio, a platform that provides the right tools and resources at the right time, no matter where you are on your SAFE journey. SAFE Studio is your portal to the Scaled Agile framework, plus learning, implementation, practice tools, and a global community to support you the whole time. It's also where you can earn your SAFE certification. SAFE Studio offers everything professionals and enterprises need to achieve business agility. Let's take a closer look. Under the Learning menu, you'll find your learning plan and a link to classes you've registered for, as well as classes you've taken in the past. You'll also find a library of articles, e-learning, videos, and playlists of content tailored to your role. When you're ready to implement SAFE, you can access tools that provide step-by-step guidance, plus resources to help you organize around value, visualize value streams, measure flow, identify bottlenecks, and create actionable plans. Under the Practice menu, choose tools and templates to help you collaborate, including new apps that support SAFE events. To evaluate progress and help teams improve, use the Measure and Grow assessment tools. The Connect menu links you to the global SAFE community via online forums where you can share ideas and seek advice. Finally, click on the FAQs icon to find answers to the most common questions about SAFE. SAFE Studio is a dynamic platform that will continue to expand and grow as we develop new tools and resources. To see what it's all about, log in and start exploring today.
All right, those were all the videos I had to show you. All right, let's go back over here. I need to mark you guys as attended. Let me see, which class are we in? What day is today? Well, I'm like, I don't even know. This looks like you. All righty, let's mark some folks as attended. All right, roll time. All right. Ademola, you're here. I saw you. Adrian.
I'm here.
Yep. Ajanesh, you. RF, you're here, right?
Yes.
Yep. Arthur. Yep. Barbara. Yep. Betty. Assam. Brian. Emily. Yep. Jonathan. Yep. Juan. Linda. Merrick. Minaj, you're here, right?
Yeah, he was, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Monique dropped out, so she had issues. Puneet, you're here, right?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Ross, Sai, yep, Sandeep, right?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, so Sheila, Shwana, Shri, yep, Uma, yep. Faradaj, you here? Oh, Raj, yes, you're here. Yep, Arnold and Soraya. Okay, perfect. It looks like I only lost maybe one person there. Okay.
Pretty good.
Can you scroll up? I see someone got missed on the top.
Uh-oh, who? I only skipped Monique.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Everybody's in. Clear? Yeah, we're all good. Okay, so I would love if someone could screen share, and we're gonna go because what I would show you does not match what you would show me. So who wants to go on the Safe Studio homepage right there? Click that.
Yeah, I can see.
First person wins. There we go. All right, on the left, you will see a book icon. If you will click the book and then click My Learning. And then you'll see a box that should say at least 12.5%. Excellent, good. All right, click the box. All right, so here is your learning plan. So if you scroll down, you'll see that you have an opportunity to download the workbook there at the top if you haven't already done so. So right there, it says there's pre-course learning optional. The workbook is there. You can launch it there if you didn't already do it. All right, so the next thing you see, I marked 100% course attendance. So you were just here. So that gave you that. And the way to read this is actually there's a big words, gray line, small things. So it kind of looks like they're different, but they're the same. So anytime you finish anything underneath, it'll turn the top bar green. So there was only one item there, which was the attendance. So I marked it. It goes blue, which turns the top one green. The next one underneath that, the headline says course feedback. So I would appreciate you guys all, not now, but maybe like in 10 minutes, clicking that launch button and actually launching the survey, because that's how I get my feedback, which I appreciate. I need feedback from all you guys. So perfect. So do that when you get a chance. Now, the next one, it says Safe Agilist Study Guide. So please hit the launch button on that, and then hit open a new window when it opens. Yeah. Go ahead, Merrick, you can hit that one. Okay, and hit open new window, because otherwise it'll be too small to read.
I was just on mute. I was talking to myself.
Yeah, hit the open a new window button. It's right there at the top.
On the top, though. Yeah.
There you go. Perfect. All right, so this is the study guide. I showed it to you yesterday. You can get to it in other places, but here's one of the places to get to it. So as you scroll through there, it's just going to show you what the exam is all about. So it's multiple choice, single select. It's timed. If when the timer ends, you are done. So try to finish. It's 45 questions, 90 minutes, and the passing grade is 80. So again, it's web-based, so it'll be back on that other page. I'll show you how to launch it. It's open, actually closed book. So you can take it at any point from now on because it's now open and available to you. So your first attempt at the exam is included in the cost of this course. If you choose not to pass it, and you want to take it again, it costs $50. One of the advantages of not being an SBC, it would cost me $250. So, which is just punishment for being dumb. If you're an SBC, you should know this already. So they charge you more. All right, if you don't pass it, you can retake it immediately, which would also be dumb. So I would recommend if you don't pass it to study, perhaps that'd be a good idea. But you could take it immediately if you want to. If you don't pass it again, you gotta wait 10 more days. And then if you don't pass it again, it's 30 more days, et cetera, et cetera. So they do give you opportunities to take it, but every one of those is gonna cost you $50 more. So I would recommend studying and getting it done the first time. I will say, just looking at all my stats from previous class members, probably about 90% of the people, no, more than that, more than 90% of the people who take the class, take the test, pass it. And, but only about 70% of the people actually bother taking it. So hopefully all of you will take it. All right.
Yeah.
So the next section, I'm just telling you, I'll probably go back a month from now and one of you is not going to take this test. I'm just telling you, you guys should all send me $10 for being right. Okay, so this lesson 1 is going to be 12 to 14%. It covers all those topics right there. Again, if you look at that, that's probably about 6 or 7 questions roughly. Lesson 2 is about roughly a third of the exam. Lesson 3 is relatively small. It's only about 3 or 4 questions. And then lesson 4, which is what we started this morning, we actually started it yesterday. So it was design thinking, art backlog, WSJIF, PI planning, stuff like that. That's a large portion, also about a third of the exam. So including the DevOps portion. So don't miss the DevOps portion because there will be questions on DevOps. And then the LPM section that we covered this afternoon, is going to have probably 6 or 7 questions as well. And then finally, that last section only has 3 or 4. So that's kind of the ratio of questions. So all right. So if you could go back to that tab to the left there where you were before, Merritt.
Hold on.
The tab at the top. Yeah, where you were before.
Yeah, but I don't know how to see this one.
Just the one on the top. I want to click it on my screen. Just where it says exam study guide at the top, click the one where it says learning right next to it. All the way at the top, your tabs, your
Yeah, I cannot because I see on my side those things.
No, go all the way to the top where it says learning.
Wait.
The next tab.
Oh, that's good. I mean top, like top.
On your address bar.
Browser tab. Browser
tab.
Yes, but
Thank
I cannot click because I see there's those black stuff in which.
No, click the one. Keep going to the right. Click the one that says learning.
Wait. Yeah. Okay.
That one. Learning.
Next to that.
Next to that, to the right.
Learning. Yes.
That's it. Bang. Okay, perfect. All right, close that window. Close that little
I
box.
cannot see because I see the black stuff, which I'm sharing. I don't know if you see that's exactly the same.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right, now scroll down a little bit more again. So he just clicked on the study guide. That's what it was. Now, you notice right below that, it says a practice exam, 1 hour, 30 minutes. So if you hit that launch button, that will launch the practice exam. So again, you can take that as many times as you need to. It will give you your results. Not only will you get a score, but you'll also get a list of I'm not sure they give you the questions or the subject areas. I think it's the subject areas that you did poorly in. So it'll cover all those. And so you can see where you did poorly. Again, my recommendation, which I said yesterday, but I'll repeat today, is go through the PDF workbook, read all the slides in the workbook. When you get to the end of the chapter, read all the articles that are hyperlinked at the end of the chapter. And I recommend reading them at least twice because some of them are long and your mind wanders, you're not paying attention, the phone rings, whatever it is, read them twice. And then when you're done going through all the chapters and reading all the articles and you feel relatively comfortable, then you can take the practice exam. Again, the practice exam questions, the question bank is limited. You can take it as many times as you want, but every time you take it, it's going to reshuffle the questions, the answers and stuff like that. So when you get to like the 5th or 6th time of taking the practice exam, you're gonna be like, I recognize that question. So I would recommend trying to study before you do that. Because once you've seen the questions, you can't unsee them. So try to study and take it as if it's a surprise the first time. If you are pretty comfortable with the results, probably mid 80s or above, you feel comfortable taking the real one, go for it. My personal study, how I study is probably different than how you study, but generally what I would do is every day I would go through a section and read all the articles. And then on the weekends, I would actually do the whole thing, start to beginning. I'd read all the articles, I'd read all of them, then I'd take the practice. If I felt good on the practice exam, the next morning I might do the same thing, except I'll take the real exam. So far that's worked for me. And then of course, the real exam is that one that says launch until December 12th. So that one launch until 12/12. Hi, which interestingly enough is the only date pretty much that matches the European and American way of doing things. So 12/12, it works both ways. So it's good until December 12th. If you miss that deadline, the button will change to something that says like launch for extension or something like that, which I think can give you up to 2 more weeks. But I would say if you're pushing it all the way till Christmas time, I'm worried that some of the stuff you're going to forget. So most people do relatively well if they take the exam within about 2 weeks.
Yeah,
So that's just kind of, I've just seen how people work it. I'm like, there's a couple people who know this stuff well they'll can take the test tomorrow, but I do not recommend that unless you are very familiar with SAFE. Now, a couple other things to remember. There are some questions that, well, the questions have 4 answers. 2 of those answers are generally going to be pretty obviously wrong, hopefully. 2 of them are not, right? One of them is correct and one of them is not correct, but they're going to look pretty correct. Interestingly enough, I need to actually respond to a LinkedIn message from a former student who sent this to me last night, who said, I missed these 2 questions on the practice exam. She actually screenshotted them for me. And she's like, I know you said 2 of the answers were similar, but and I looked at the questions and I'm like, oh, the answer to me is like so obvious and you picked the wrong one. But yes, I can see why she picked the wrong one because it's very close to being correct, but not quite. So just recognize that. The other thing I would recommend, read the questions very carefully a couple times, because if you think about it, we talked about product managers and product owners. They both have the word product in it. They might put one of those words in a sentence. And then one of the answers, let's say the question asked, what is the job responsibilities of product manager? And then one of the answers is a job responsibility of a product owner. And you misread the question and you picked the wrong one, you're wrong. So make sure you read the questions very carefully. They're not designed to trick you. However, there's a lot of words that are relatively similar. And if you read the question too quickly and just make the wrong assumption, oftentimes they're planning on that. And there will be an answer in the question bank or the answers there that will go perfectly fine with your misconceptions. So just be very careful and read the questions carefully.
Only one answer is correct?
Say again?
Is it only one answer or can be, for example, 2 answers sometimes?
It's only one answer.
Okay.
Thank goodness they got rid of that. They used to have some of the tests that were like, pick the 3 of the 5 that are correct. And I'm like, oh, I hate those because if you get 2 out of 3 of them right, you get the whole thing wrong.
Yeah, but that's I've done some tests, in the past, and I remember, I failed with one question because I wasn't sure I choose, 2 of them. Actually, one was -1, so it was just stupid, scoring stuff.
Yeah.
And what about the exam mode? Is it like we have to turn on our video and no other people shown up? Is it like something they evaluate our testing environment, please?
It's not monitored, so.
It's not monitored. Oh, okay.
So you can sit with the book.
I'm not answering that question.
No, I didn't ask the question, so.
You just made a statement. I'm not going to neither confirm nor deny that statement.
Yeah, exactly. Just ignore me. Just ignore me.
The instructions say that it's closed book. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Yeah, the only issue with that is if you don't learn the materials, you try searching, you're gonna run out of time anyway. So
correct.
That's right. On the other side, you went for the exam stupid. You finished the exam, you passed the exam, but you're still stupid.
I mean, it's all up to you. Like, how do you want to gain real knowledge? And you go and when you attempt, there always makes a difference, right? Like you see a lot of fake profiles in the market at the same time. You have a genuine work experience. So how do you want to deal with it or what path you want to choose? So it all depends on individuals.
Good point, Sri. Okay. Yeah. Ignore all of your previous work experience. Okay. Especially all of you that have worked in some sort of either quasi-agile or non-agile. Put all of that out of your mind. They're not testing what you came to this class knowing. What they're testing is what you learned in this class.
Learned in the class.
So everything that you need to know for this exam is either in those articles or it's on the slides, right? Anything you bring from your own personal experience outside of that is not going to be tested and might actually trip you up. So just recognize that.
I have one question actually for us. A guide for study is just the workbook and anything that's in the workbook in terms of videos or links or anything like that. Like we are not going to the site to search for additional material, correct?
Correct. Yep.
I have one more question on the certifications. So after we have passed this, and if we have some prior experience or we have gone through some PI planning, because for an RTE certification, do you need to take the Agile product management in between, or you could actually just have this certification as well as practice experience and then go for the RTE role, correct?
Yeah, you can do that. Honestly, there's no classes that really have a prerequisite. For the most part, I assume Agile, I should assume Advanced Scrum Master probably does, but no, the rest of them don't really have a prerequisite. So you can take Agile product management after this class. That's not a problem.
But if you do want to take the RTE, you could actually go right after this one to RTE one with this practical experience in between, right?
With practical experience in between, yes. Yeah.
What is this last stuff? The kit. So
the kit?
Yeah. What is this?
Well, hit the button and see what happens. There you go.
Not so quick.
So in order to launch that button, you got to pass the test.
Yeah.
Now, when you do, it's going to give you a digital badge and certificate. It'll give you like a certificate you can print suitable for framing, that kind of thing. But then it also has, it'll link to this Credly certification that you can actually link that. It gives you a digital ID that you can actually post onto LinkedIn and stuff like that to authenticate that your certificate is real.
The message that we get.
Yeah, go ahead, Patty.
The message that we get when we log on to the site that our membership expires on January the 8th. So let's say if we for some reason don't take the exam and we're past January the 8th, we need to basically renew subscription. Is that correct?
I don't know the answer to that question. I would assume if you haven't taken, well, first of all, the exam expires in December. So if you haven't taken it by December, then yes, it's going to expire on you. If you pass the exam, that will actually extend and make it good for an entire year. So passing the exam, yeah, you only got you got access to the materials long enough to take the class, study for it, pass the exam, and that's it. If you pass the exam, it'll extend you to a year. So it'll go to whatever, October or November of next year. Yeah. Also, if you take any additional SAFE classes subsequently and you pass those classes, it resets the clock. So let's say 6 months from now, you decided to take Agile Product Management and you took that class and you passed it, your clock will reset another year. And every certification you have on SAFE resets together. So once you have a certification or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, whatever, you renew once, it all goes together.
Okay, and one more question.
But sorry, when I heard, go ahead, Betty.
I was just saying if this certification has an expiry, we need to retake it, or when, let's say 7.0 comes, then that's what new one? How does it work with the expiration?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't expire per se, but what happens is it will, every once in a while there are upgrades. So like, for example, it'll go to 6.1, for example. If it does that, usually what happens is there'll be some sort of an online video for you to watch, and then you watch the video and you launch the button and you get upgraded. If it's a major upgrade, there'll be a test. So you'll watch the video, you answer the questions based on the video, and then you can get upgraded. So that's what happened with like SAFE 5.1 when it upgraded to 6.0. We all had to watch a video. Then you had to pass a test. You had to actually get 100% of the test, which wasn't hard to do because you could honestly take the test more than once. And then once you did that, all your certificates upgraded automatically. And those actually are independent from the fee, right? So you pay an annual membership fee. That just keeps your access to SAFE current. That is independent of, like, you don't have to upgrade. Like, you could pay your fee year after year after year, and as SAFE moves to 6 to 7 to 8 to whatever, if you don't upgrade yourself, you'll stay stuck at 6. So those are independent.
For the questions on the test, like let's say one of the questions you're doubting yourself, and can you go to the next one and then go back, or once you pass that, so you can go back?
No, in fact, you'll see a little matrix that's on there. It's going to have all 45 questions. It'll be a little matrix every time you take you mark one is done. It'll fill in the blank, And so if you skip one, it'll just be white. It won't be colored. It won't be filled in. So yeah, you can
And
easily
that's-
actually go back and just click that button and go straight back to the question you skipped.
And the simulation of the practice test is exactly.
Yeah, I don't want to see that. Stop sharing.
I did it on purpose.
Hold on, I'm taking over anyway. Boom.
And the simulation on the practice test is basically similar to the final exam, right? So when we
Yeah.
go to the practice test, it would give us, okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's going to look and feel exactly the same as the real one. The only difference is the questions will be different.
How many questions are in total in the practice test? How many times we can, because you mentioned that, the question will disappear, but we are talking about, 100, 1,000 or 20,000 questions, in the pool.
Oh, in the question bank?
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know the answer. I know that the question bank for practice is relatively limited. So if you take it more than once, you'll start to see the same questions over and over.
I see. Okay.
That's why I would say study first, because like I said, once you see that practice exam, you can't unsee it. So then you're balancing behind, did I learn the material or did I just recognize the question, right? So yeah, that's why it's better to study first.
So, John, I have a question for you. So I have seen, like you mentioned, SAFE will be upgraded from, as on today, it is 6. After 3 years down the lane, maybe 9, 10, 11, 12. So every year when it's get upgraded, it is not every year, maybe based on whatever the potential job demands, we will be getting into that the next level of version of the SAFE to meet the current version. So my question is here. Suppose agile product management is there, but it is not version based. It's only the only one certification you have. So is that required every time your membership to be renewed in order to maintain your credentials to be active? For example, I got CSPO. I'm a certified Scrum product owner. So it was valid they have issued me the certificate, which is valid for 2 years. After that, I did not renew it. I mean, I did not continued my membership or I did not renew it. So it got expired. Is that the same maintenance required here with the SAFE?
It is, yeah. And that reminds me, I bet you my CSM is expired because I haven't paid him a fee.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So as you can see, I just wanted to show you this. This is like, you go back and you see, there's a SAFE 4, which became a SAFE 5, which became a SAFE 6, which became, so you just see the different things. They just sort of blow up. So it doesn't look, I don't have that many certifications, right? I have less, but yeah, so I think I have, and just like 48 achievements. I'm like, seriously, I don't have 48 achievements. It's like too many. But those are my certifications right there. And so you'll see SAFE 6 certifications, right? And then SAFE 5, and then SAFE 4, and SAFE 3. Like this is, we were on SAFE 3 when I took this class. And then SAFE 3 became 4, became 5, became 6. So
in interviews, do they expect us to tell us the differences between these versions on SAFE 5,
no.
1? No, right? No. Okay.
Nope. People are only looking for your current certification. So as long as you have the most recent one, you're good to go.
Okay. Okay. And what sort of the salary hikes do you see in general with medium level and high MNCs like that with this?
Oh, God. I don't even know if I can answer that question. I think
I think it's experience based. I mean, it's not based on certification. I mean, it really is how many release trains have you run? How many PIs have you participated in? How many times you've been Scrum Master, product owner, whatever that role is. But it's based on your experience and how large of a project team you've been on. Your certifications are like, it's a nice stamp to have to show that you know what the heck you're talking about. But when I hire people and I hire different people for different projects and things, the certification is important, but not that important. I know some very horrible PMPs, and I know some horrible certified agile practitioners, right, that have no experience. So so it's about the person. It's one more stamp to get through the process of getting yourself past the AI engine, whatever that that everyone's using.
I know.
But
I I mean, I'm always open to new possibilities, right? So, but I've realized that, I actually am suffering, and I don't know. I think I'm suffering from that classic ageism, because if you look at my resume, I have so many years of experience. It's pretty obvious how old I am. And so now I'm kind of like, I think I need to delete some stuff off my resume.
Yeah, that is the recommendation. Recommendation is do not put year behind your like finished education. Just
Yeah, I've
like,
had to do that too.
and cut out and cut out some of the work experience below. Like do not put everything. Just most recent.
So I'm considering doing that.
Yeah, everyone's saying it was too expensive.
That too. Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, yeah,
It's tough to compete.
I'm not working for less than six figures. So,
yeah. But I
So,
think
yeah.
they really out real fast on some cases, and it does happen. And I've seen the same thing happen in the workplace too. So
Yeah,
for sure.
John, what they would pay you, they would probably hire three of us.
probably.
So, Ross, I agree with the point.
I don't
that you
understand why
said.
they don't. I don't understand why they don't want me to pay me $200 an hour. But whatever. I would say that as a consultant, I mean, that's a
I think-
pretty reasonable rate, $200
That
an hour.
is a reasonable rate, especially since a lot of consulting organizations are going to take you in, mark you up to double that.
John, have you considered to move here to California?
Hell no. I grew up in California. I'm never going back there.
No, I agree. Especially
I mean, I
right
love
now.
California. I love the California weather, but there's a reason that everybody's moving out of that state. So
Just try to buy a house. Just try to buy a house here.
I know I sold a house there, so that's why I live in a house here.
So what's the problem? What's the problem? Why people are running away from that?
Oh,
Just try to buy a house. Buy yourself a
Look at
1,000
the
square
price.
foot condo.
It's
Yeah,
surprisingly
1,000 square foot condo for $1 million. That's what it is.
taxes
Oh,
are
this
through
is
the roof.
nothing.
Gasoline is $6 a gallon. Housing prices are enormous. There's homelessness on the streets. There's a whole bunch of
That
things.
is the problem now. Now it's
come and
becoming
see.
a huge problem.
Come to Europe. We're quite comfortable.
Yeah, come to Europe.
Are you kidding?
Europe
There
is
you go,
not-
buddy. Actually, I live at the beach and I love it here. So,
Where are you, Ross?
I'm in Redondo Beach, California.
Holy shit! I grew up in Palos Verdes.
Oh, right on. My wife grew up in PV. So,
Oh yeah.
yeah, Hill. Yep.
One of my best friends lives on Nob Hill, right there in Redondo Beach. So,
Oh, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
so yeah, I actually went to Rolling Hills High School, which is now Peninsula High School. I worked at Marineland, which is now Terranea. So yeah.
Yep, we're in the same boat. Then you know that one of our favorite places to still go is the Red Onion.
Oh, I love the Red Onion. Okay, for all of you who have never, if you go to Southern California, go to Palos Verdes and eat at the Red Onion. Best Mexican restaurant on the planet.
Yeah,
I
old
see.
school.
Yeah.
That's where
Anyway.
all the reunion people show up too. You ever
It
go
is.
to a high school reunion up there? I know.
Oh, yeah.
It ends up at the Red Onion.
Absolutely. All right.
But
Let
Ross,
me look
do
at some
you
of
have
this
any
stuff.
recruitments open on your teams? I was
I know,
just
Ross. You can hire me,
curious to
Ross.
There you go.
All right. I was going to look up, while you guys
Quick
talk about
question.
yourself, I was going to look up an agile contracts thing here. Hold on.
Well, if you want LinkedIn to me, I've got things going on. Right now, I'm working on some projects in Chicago. If you're interested in doing some coaching out there.
Yeah, it should be fine.
All right, here's the advanced topic. You were asking about agile contracts. This is an advanced topic. So if you'll see these things, it says this article is part of extended safe guidance and represents official safe content that cannot be accessed directly from the big picture. So there are some things like that you can't click on from the big picture. So I'm gonna put this in the chat because some of you were asking about agile contracts. So let me just throw that in the chat for you there. Oh, and you were mentioning LinkedIn. Hold on. While we do that, let me grab mine real fast. Again, feel free to connect, and also when you pass the test, tag me. And if you're struggling, Seriously, if you're struggling, please feel free to reach out before. If you're struggling on the practice exam, call me before you take the real one. I don't want you to fail. So feel free to call me first. Usually I'm off Monday through Thursday or Monday through Wednesday. Typically I am this week. The week after I'm teaching and it's Thanksgiving, so that's a bad week. But yeah, so just reach out. I'm happy to spend half an hour, 45 minutes, whatever, helping you study if you need it.
Thank you.
what was
Thank
the
you
other
so much.
thing to show you? So that was Agile contracts, Agile tools. Do you guys get all the answers on Agile tools? I see Jira, I see Clarity. There were some other things people had talked about. Oh, there was the PI planning.
Yes.
.io. There was one other. Rally, yeah.
Monday.com, I think.
Rally version 1. Oops. Version 1. It was Monday. Although I've never used Monday.com for Agile, so I don't know.
Mind map.
Oh, also Miro for PI planning. What was the one you said?
Mind map.
Mind map. Oops. So there we go. There's some examples for you. So again, you guys have access to this Collaborate board until, as long as you have access to Safe Studio, you have access to this board. So if you need to, bookmark it so you can get back to it, or it's always available to you on your class page, which is available. You know, this class page is available for a while as well. So, all right, what else? Anybody else have questions?
I have some direct questions in terms of implementation of being a Scrum Master.
Okay.
So you mentioned in one of the topics on the side that once you put in the story point, you don't go back and change it, because somebody was saying that when we execute it, it may be much more or much less than we estimated the story point. I tend to agree during the training, but when I actually execute it, I found it hard when it is different by too much, or if a story was not finished in that iteration. We one of the things that we want to do is to create another ticket to take whatever is not finished and put it to the other ticket, so we can at least complete what was done in that iteration. So can you make some comment, like because in order to get proper velocity, we were thinking it would be good to actually update to the actual effort being spent on the ticket. What is your comment on that?
So stories are binary. You either finish them or you don't. So if you don't finish a story, you get no points for it. And that's just the rule of thumb. So no, I would not, I would not split them and finish part of them in another. Well, let me rephrase that. There's essentially 4 things you can do with a story if it doesn't finish. 1, you roll it over to the next iteration, all the points go with it. 2, you decide not to do it and you put it in the backlog and you get no points for it either. 3, you can split it if you've determined that you've accomplished enough in the story that you don't need the stuff that you haven't done, in which case then you can split it, you can call it done, and then you create a new story for the stuff that was not done and put that in the backlog. What's the 4th one? The 4th one is you just didn't need it at all and you decide to delete it. So those are the 4 ways to do it.
So for the 3rd option, you said you want to split it. Do you still keep the story points?
Yeah, because what's the point of changing the story points? There's no point.
Well, because part of it, like there was 100% of the work, only 50 is done, and we decided the 50 is good enough. Do we still keep that full, 8 points when actually only 4 points was spent to do the 50%?
Yeah, I mean, again, there's no point in changing points because the purpose of your points is for you to determine how much work you can get done. I don't really care.
I see. But then to calculate the velocity, it's not accurate anymore.
So what? So
I see.
I would say all you'll do, I mean, mentally, you'll say to yourself, yeah, okay, so yeah, mentally, you'll look at that and you go, yeah, I know we said we finished 32 points, but that one wasn't quite as much. So when we do PI planning next time, maybe we really only should have counted for 30. Just factor that into your next planning session. There's no point. It's a waste of time to go change points.
Yeah, just resize again the leftovers and that's it.
Goes back to the simplicity. The art of maximizing the amount of work not done is essential. Repointing a story after it's complete is work that's not required. So I wouldn't do it.
Okay. Then my last question on this topic is in the retrospect, like in the epic, we actually did an F estimation. This is going to take 100 points. Then we broke it into many features for the epic. Then of course each feature we will now break into stories under the feature, right?
Mm-hmm.
So do they in theory should add up to be about the same?
No.
Like, I see.
No. And specifically, there's guidance in SAFE that says, do not let feature estimates impact your story pointing. So whatever you thought your feature was, that was a good guess. The true number is however many story points you actually accomplished. Now, remember too, story points are Fibonacci numbers, right? So, whereas you probably picked a high number, let's say you picked 100, right? And so is it really 100? Or, because that's a modified Fibonacci number. Is it really 100, right? Because we go 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, or 8, 13, 20, 40, 100, right? So is it really 100? Because that's, I don't think so. So what I would say is that you should probably just, don't worry about how many story points you thought a feature was. The real number of story points is how many points it is based on the number of stories you've got. So.
Okay. Is there a specific reason they give 60? In the Fibonacci, the modified Fibonacci?
Well, I mean, Fibonacci is always based on the two previous numbers added together. So,
right.
So yeah, 20 and 40 should be 60. But no, Mike Cohen said, he was just like, at this point, if it was real Fibonacci, sure, but it's called the modified Fibonacci. So no, anything above 20, it's totally made up.
SAFE is a modified Fibonacci then.
Yes, we use real Fibonacci up to 13, and then 20 and above is 20, 40, 100. It's just, and if you read Mike Cohen's book, hold on, I have it right here.
Guys, it's 11 in Europe. We're gonna go because we're
all right, sleepyhead, go to bed.
We are totally in different paths. Thank you again, for the course. It was really nice.
All right, you're welcome.
Good luck, everyone. Thank you so much.
All right, take care.
Thank you.
This book is Agile Estimating and Planning by Mike Cohen. This is where he talks about modified Fibonacci. But basically, the reason he's chosen modified Fibonacci is because at the large numbers, they look precise because they just look precise because they're not a round, nice, even round number. And he decided to choose nice, even round numbers to indicate the fact that they were in fact not very precise at all. And so numbers from that size are all they're telling you is this is a really big story. And it probably should be broken up. So keep breaking it up until you can get it into something that's between 1 and a 13.
Okay. I just have one more question, but I'll let other people go first. Anybody else have a question?
Quick question.
Yeah.
So I saw the membership fee as some $130 something. So is SAFE like PMI where I need to keep my pay separately for my membership and then renew my certifications as well?
No, there's one fee, it renews everything.
So there's no membership fee, it's just a certification renewal fee.
Yes.
Okay.
And when you recertify, you get access to Safe Studio and everything like that. Hey, Remy says it's time for dinner. What's up, dude? He can read a clock, I swear to God. You're 15 minutes early, bud. So you only pay one fee, and all of your certificates you renew, it gives you access to Safe Studio. It's all done in one big bundle.
Okay.
What else?
So I'll ask my last
Linda,
question.
we're back to you.
My very last question is,
That's
you
what you said
mentioned
last time.
automation. Last question on that topic. So you said automation reduces transaction costs, and you asked us to remember that. And that was a trick question, saying automation reduce holding costs. And I
Yes,
say,
it was.
and I just
It wasn't a trick question. It was a true or false question. You just had to choose correctly.
I just wondered because I asked ChatGPT and they claim that it is true for both.
Oh, well, what does ChatGPT know?
At least for the same question. it is only
ChatGPT
true
is
for
not
transaction.
flawless. It is not flawless. ChatGPT, garbage in, garbage out, baby. That's what happens with ChatGPT. So
Garbage in, garbage out.
you
You can get
it knows anything. It just
You have to be
learns
careful.
whatever you tell it.
This is not authentic. It's a bunch of a collection of so many things, and you never know.
Yep.
Just like internet.
Exactly.
Okay.
Just like the internet.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Still reminds me of a very funny commercial I saw one day. This girl, I don't know if you guys remember this, a long time ago. She's like, yeah, I'm going out with this guy. He's an international French model. And the guy is huge. He's clearly not a model. He's like, bonjour. So he clearly doesn't even speak French, right? And they're like, how do you know? And they're like, I read it on the internet.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, what else? Is that it?
That's it. Think we had a good session.
All righty.
Thank you.
I'm gonna leave the Zoom open for a minute because I still need to copy LinkedIn's, but so if you need me to keep it open, let me know. Otherwise, when I'm done copying
Thank you.
LinkedIn's, I'm closing it.
I
All right.
tried to send you a LinkedIn, but actually, I can only follow you, right? We're not able to basically send you an invite, or it's my settings on my end. Just
You
click
actually,
on
what you gotta do,
more.
I just connected with you already, Betty.
you
You
did?
gotta hit the more button. If you're a third level connection, it doesn't say connect, it says follow, but if you click the more button, then there's a connect thing underneath that, so you can get around the system.
Okay, thank you.
But I just sent you, I saw yours, so I just sent it to you. You should be good. All right.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right,
Fantastic.
guys. Good luck
Thank
again.
you.
John, if you need help.
Thanks a lot.
Thank
Well
you,
done. Thank
John.
very much for your
Thank you.
time.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank
Right,
you.
guys.
Have a
Good
good
night.
Bye.
Good luck with the exams.
Bye.
Yeah.
Good luck,
Finally,
guys.
exams. All right, guys. Bye, Sean. I'll touch base with you.
I was literally messaging you.
Who?
You.
Me?
Yep.
On LinkedIn?
Yeah, I just did.
Let me see.
See who else is here.
Still listening, so don't say anything you don't want me to hear.
Oh no, 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 no.
That's okay. Okay, I see. Are we're friends, right? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
John, I think I need to know where we went on the page you went to. Was it under home, right?
Where? Which one?
The one with all the lunch, like we had to lunch and
Oh,
take
yeah. So you want a screen share? I'll show you get to it.
yes. Because for some reason I'm just like, okay, here we are.
Okay, so over on the left where you see the little book,
Here,
click that and then click My Learning.
my learning. Okay.
And then right there, Leading Safe, the little box right there, click that. There you
Okay,
go.
so it's the box. I don't know why when I clicked it at first, it was like nothing showed up. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, no problem. No, that's it. So yeah, from there you can find the feedback survey and the practice exam and the real exam and all that stuff.
Okay, perfect. I took the other exam. I gave you 5 stars on everything. So
Thank you very much.
yeah, so I think everything is good.
No, I'll do
Good
my
deal.
Well,
I
I
appreciate it.
appreciate it.
I'll do mine
Thank you, everyone. Okay, I'll message you back, Arnold.
All right, awesome. John, I've been a Scrum Master for a year, so I'm pretty new to this, and this is quite interesting and kind of hard.
What part makes it hard?
I don't know, just the concept and terminologies, and I really didn't go to school for IT. So I just it's just gonna take me some time to be able to absorb it. I mean, I'm a pretty fast learner, but I think this compared to Scrum, I think this is a little bit more challenging.
Mhm.
Yeah, with the
Well, you
concept.
know what though? I do appreciate you made it. I love the comment you made about the framework versus just like the recipe versus the food and stuff like that, because that's a great analogy. I'm going to use that in the future.
Yeah.
But I think that was super helpful and it perfectly timed. So I was like, you clearly understand it because you wouldn't recognize the difference that it was a framework and
Right.
otherwise. And agile is a way of thinking. That's why we talk about the lean agile mindset, because it really is just a way of thinking. We have a set of agile principles. And that's why we started with the Agile Manifesto and the SAFe core values and the SAFe principles.
Right.
That underlies everything. Beyond that, I'm like, if you can understand those, you basically can do all the rest of
You
it.
can do the rest
So-
of it. Yeah, it's just something to understand and get. I have let me ask you a question. So I want, because I don't have any degree when it comes to computer science and stuff like that, and I want to be negotiable with my income when I get inside of the workflow. And I was thinking of getting a Kanban certification. I was thinking of getting Jira. Would you advise me to do this or no?
Well, tell me what your background is.
I was a lot of I have a degree in nursing. I have a bachelor's in nursing, but I don't want to do that anymore. I also have a degree in sales, and then I just got Scrum Master certified for a year. And I've been working for New Balance for that long, and then now I decided to do this course so I can just again, I'm open to possibilities, and I want to become better and eventually flow inside of IT. So that's why I did this.
Sure. Now, what do you do at New Balance?
I used to be a Scrum Master over there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you've got Scrum Master experience.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to say the hardest thing for people to get, and they always ask me, they're like, "How do you become a Scrum Master?" I'm like, "You got to have Scrum Master on your resume."
Oh yeah.
It's sort of a joke, but not really.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people, it's difficult to get that first Scrum Master job. A lot of people do it by just being on some sort of an agile team, as a systems analyst or programmer or a tester or whatever, and then you get your CSM certification, and then some opening pops up, and you're like, "Hey, I've got agile experience. I'm going to go over there." So that's how it works. Other people go through like staffing firms. You might be going to consider that as well.
Yeah.
There's a ton of, especially since you have the experience, there's a ton of staffing firms out there. There's Apex. There's, just so many. I would have to think it out of my head. There's a bunch of them out there, and they're always looking to place people in organizations that are hiring Scrum Masters, either contract to hire or just temporary work and stuff like that. Honestly, that's how I ended up at Anthem. Not intentionally, but I actually got called by a staffing firm, and they said, "Hey, we got this opportunity." Now I went on with them as a W-2, so I worked at Anthem for another company as a contractor for 6 months, and then Anthem was like, "We like this guy, we want to hire him," so I transitioned over to Anthem. So that's a possibility as well. You can join, get your resume out to a bunch of staffing firms
Yeah.
and let them shop it for you. Right? It's like let them be your job search people.
Right.
That's a good chance as well.
Do you think I can negotiate my income more being a Scrum Master compared to with my SAFe certification, or it really doesn't matter?
It depends on the organization. Some organizations want SAFe because that's what they do.
Yeah.
Others don't even like SAFe. There's some people that like, we don't like to do SAFe. So just being a Scrum Master is perfectly fine. So it really depends on the organization.
Okay.
It doesn't hurt to have Scrum Masters. It doesn't hurt to have SAFe certifications at all. Why not, right?
Right.
And then what are you looking at, like from a salary perspective? What are your thoughts?
I don't know, anything over anything over six figures. I currently make a little less than that. I do 95 now. But again, my also thinking and my mentality when it comes to doing the SAFe was for it to be on my resume so I can be able to negotiate for more. you know?
Yeah. And is that like 95 on W-2?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Right.
Yeah. Ironically, you make more money than I do. At the moment.
Yeah.
And I will are we alone? Yes, we are.
Yeah.
I gotta say, so I'm working for Knowledge Check. I got laid off from Applied Frameworks. I was making nearly 200,000 a year, and I got laid off from Applied Frameworks, and because they just laid off all the consultants because they took a different path.
Right.
And so I got picked up from Knowledge Hut teaching classes, and I'm making a little over 100 a year, but it's on 1099. So actually, it's like half that,
right?
Because the government takes it all.
Let me ask you a question.
So-
How do you get customers like us through Knowledge Hut, or is that how you go about it?
Yeah, I mean, it's I'm trying to renegotiate a little bit with Knowledge Hut. So Knowledge Hut reached out to me, and they're like, "We'll pay you 1099. We'll pay you basically a fixed amount of money per class."
Right.
And so the reason I want to renegotiate is I
Yeah.
can do the math.
Right.
So I mean, we had 27 people in this class, right?
Right.
And Scaled Agile, what did you pay? Do you remember? Like 450-ish? 450, something like that?
I paid 440. Yep.
440.
Yeah.
Right. And so Scaled Agile charges $120 per license for this class.
Okay.
So of that 440, Knowledge Hut forked over $120 right away to Scaled Agile. So there were 27 people in the class times 120. So Scaled Agile made $3,240 on this class.
Right.
I made half that.
Wow.
And I taught the class.
And it's 1099.
And I spent 2 days on a weekend doing it.
And it's 1099. Yeah.
And it's 1099.
Yeah.
And then if you think about it, well, how much money did Scaled Agile bring in? Well, it's 27 times 440. They brought in $11,880.
Right.
And they paid me $1,300 to teach the class. So they're making big bucks. Now, I talked to my old company and I'm like, what the hell, man? Because I had a much better compensation structure with my old company.
Right.
My old company, I made 60% of the revenue.
Wow.
From teaching classes.
As
So
a consultant?
that was quite lucrative. So that was really lucrative. 60% of the revenue was lucrative. Because think about it, 60% of, well, let's do the math, hold on. So let's go back to that for a second. Just out of curiosity. So 11,800 minus what I just say, minus 120 times 27 is 8640 times 0.6. Whoops, I did the math on that wrong. Dang it. I hate pushing buttons on my iPhone because I screwed up. 120 times 440. Sorry. 27 times 440 minus. Yeah, I would have made $5,000 on this class if I had that comp structure.
Yeah.
Instead of making $1,300.
Now, do you want to
So-
teach and do 1099, or would you rather remove some things off your resume and get hired for like 150 grand?
I'd rather get hired. So I don't like working on the weekends. I work for Knowledge Hut every single weekend. I'm kind of getting tired of that.
Right.
And so, yeah, I'd like to go back to a normal W-2 job. And I've actually I've talked to a couple people. There's a release train engineer job for Amtrak that I talked to some people about. It's up in DC, fully remote. And I talked to them on Monday about it. Here it is Sunday. I haven't heard back from them. So,
from a little business perspective, why don't you, I mean, you have the certifications, you have the stuff, you have the slides and everything. Why don't you, I mean, now, again, it's also, I used to do product sales for like 5 years. And a lot of the referrals were just people that I sold the product to. So with you knowing so many people, I mean, I've connected with you through LinkedIn and I have a pretty good chain, but also I think a good way for you. I mean, it's going to take time. It's something that you can definitely build up. But once you get all these people's LinkedIns and you have now a network, I see you have a lot of people, and start teaching your own class. I don't think Scrum Alliance or anything would come after you or anything like that, or would they?
well, no, I could actually teach classes at the moment I could teach classes Monday through Wednesday when I'm not working for Knowledge Hut because I'm a 1099.
Oh, yeah.
The challenge is we tried that so actually in October, I went back to my old company and I'm like, hey, you guys throw a couple classes on the books Monday and Tuesday for 2 weeks in a row. Let's see how many people we can come to class. So they put it out on their whole distribution. We put it on the SAFE website. We put it on their website. We blasted it all over LinkedIn. I had one person sign up for 2 classes, and that's it. We canceled one class because no one signed up. The other class, the guy showed up and he's like, I'm taking this implementing class next week. I'm like, well, if you're taking implementing class next week, you shouldn't be in this class this week. So I'm like, we're going to give you your refund and you can just leave. So essentially, I didn't teach. So yeah, even with the power of applied frameworks, they can't do it. So let me ask you this. How did you find this class?
Google.
There you go.
So
knowledge
listen to this before you tell me. So there's a bunch of people promoting stuff, right? So I do have a friend. She lives in Minnesota, and she did the Scrum Master certification in 2020 before COVID. And I'm talking to her now because I can see her lifestyle all over Facebook. She has these new cars. She just got a baby, and then she's got another baby. I'm like, where the hell are you getting all this money? So I reached out to her, and she told me I became a Scrum Master. I manipulated and lied about the experience. She flew over to Boston to one of her friends who was a Scrum Master. She learned the skill, so when she was being interviewed, she sounded, because interviewers know people who sound like the book compared to people who sound like the actual job. So she manipulated the thing, and she's making like, $100 and whatever $1,000 a year. So how did I know the class to answer you? So she referred me to who was teaching the class and went through the certification. Do you know how much this girl was charging for the Scrum Master certification? $2,500 for a month.
What?
Yeah. 25.
But she can't teach Scrum Master if she's not a CST.
I think she was a CST. It's not my friend. It's who she referred me to, who taught her.
Oh, gotcha.
So yeah, so $2,500, and her class was booked. I told her to give me a call. I knew she was busy because she never called me back, meaning she's making a killing. She doesn't care. So I went on Google and I checked Scrum Master certification, and I saw Knowledge Hut, and I looked at the price. It was $400. So I did this a year ago, and I came back now and I'm doing this, but that's how I was able to find this out. So there are people out there charging crazy money. I mean, not to discourage you, I guess. I think now I'm giving you now an entrepreneur's perspective. Even if one person shows up in the class or not, I think it's not something you give up once just because you pursued it. I think if you continue going, you'll build up that, momentum, and eventually you'll get, it doesn't go to 0 to 100 in business. It goes 1. Sometimes you might go back to 0, go 5, go back to 3,
Yeah. So you're right. I mean, the challenge is just getting it on. I mean, I actually could just go buy my own license and post a class. It'll automatically show up in the Sell Out website, and then I can promote it from there.
Right.
But yeah, Google, I mean, Knowledge Hut dominates the Google market. In fact, Applied Frameworks is just like, we can't compete. They spend like $30,000 a month on Google ads. That's why everywhere you go, it's Knowledge Hut, Knowledge Hut, Knowledge Hut, Knowledge Hut. And then they charge bargain basement prices, because they're way undercutting everybody else, which pisses off everybody else because no one else can compete, because Knowledge Hut's bringing in all the revenue because they're flooding the market with ads, and they're undercutting everybody's prices. So, so yeah, they've basically cornered the market on scaled agile stuff. And unfortunately, up until people like me joined, they also had the reputation for not having very good instructors. So
oh wow, yeah, no, I'll go give you the review. I think you were excellent. You're 10 out of 10. Yeah, one thing I would definitely do, John, is I would reduce the things in your resume, apply for something, get a cut. I mean, do a little over 6 figures, and using that income, depending on where you are in life, start promoting your own thing and start building it from there. I mean, if you really want to teach,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny because I just turned 60, and so
great.
My plan was my daughter graduates from college in 2 years, and when I was working for Applied Frameworks, I was making plenty of money. I was like, everything was on track for a nice retirement when she graduates from college.
Right.
And then I got laid off, and I'm like, oh man. Now I'm at that age where it's harder to find a job. I'm still paying for college while making literally half as much money, and I'm like, oh, this sucks.
This sucks. Yeah. And when they see your age, it's already a big siren. Right.
It is.
Because they don't have age experience. Yeah.
Well, and it's funny too, because like I go to the gym and I'm like sitting there lifting weights and all, and I was like, hey, you young kid, how come I've outlifted you like by 40 or 50 pounds? And I'm like, I'm freaking 60.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell's wrong with you,
Right.
couch potato?
Yeah.
And so then I think, I'm I'm a little chubby, but that's because I'm old.
Right.
But I mean, still in pretty good shape. And I'm like, I'm in good shape physically, mentally.
Right.
Everything else is going on. But so you're right. So it's very frustrating that people are like, hey, he's too old. I want to hire him.
Yeah. I have
I'm like,
I have a friend who's like that. He wouldn't. He currently has a job at robotics. He's a writer, but he talks to me all the time, and he says, I want to leave my job. I say, don't do it. Stay there frustrated. Finish whatever you got to do. Start collecting your pension or whatever, because the moment you leave that job, no one's gonna hire you. Aged employee.
Correct.
They can hire. They can use your salary and pay 4 people.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
So-
But you'll get there.
And it's
slowly
funny.
but surely.
I mean, it's even funny, even with I'm divorced now, unfortunately. And
Yeah.
it's even funny now that even the women my age don't date me. I end up dating girls who are all young.
Yeah. Good.
I'm like,
But
I was like-
easier to tame.
all of a sudden I was thinking about that today as I was walking the dog. I'm like, what's the oldest girl I've dated in the last year? And I'm like, 23.
33.
So
That's good. That's good. Yeah, easier to tame. Yeah, that's good. But I'll definitely keep you in the loop. I'll send you
actually, I'll show you a funny picture. So this actually, she was sitting on my desk.
Yeah.
So this is the girl I went to the Virgin Islands with.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Not bad.
So-
Yeah. She's
pretty cute.
She's beautiful. Yeah. She's very pretty.
Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah. I'll definitely keep you in the loop, and hopefully get a job somewhere over 6 figures, and
Yeah.
start building
Well, we're-
yeah, you're not old.
Well, and it's funny is when I first got laid off, somebody reached out to me and they're like, hey, I've got this Scrum Master job. It's on W-2. It was like, I don't know, $65, $70 an hour. And I'm like, that's not enough money. I said, no.
Dude.
Looking back on it, I'm like, oh, never say no. And I'm about to have that conversation with my son. So my ex-wife and I are going to call him tonight at 7:00 because he's graduating from Auburn in a month.
Yeah.
And he's like, I got a job offer. It's not something I want, but, and I'm like, your mom and I are talking to you on the phone because you're going to take this freaking job. I don't care if you don't like it or not, because it's so much easier to get a job when you have a job.
Yeah.
So just take it.
Just
like
take
you're
it.
fresh out of college, as we used to say when I was in the Navy, you can stand upside in a bucket of shit until the end of this deployment because you know it's going to come to an end.
Right. Exactly.
Right. So
Yep.
your job will come to an end at some point.
Yeah. That's
You're
true.
23 years old. It will end. You're going to have so many jobs in your life. Don't worry about it. Like, just take it, get through it, get out of Auburn, go move to Atlanta, and you'll find a job in Atlanta. You'll make connections there. It'll work out for you, but you got to get out of college
Yeah.
first. So
And you gotta get that first job.
yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
You-
Where you live, by the way?
I'm in Boston.
That's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm in Boston, Massachusetts. Yeah.
Is that why you're wearing a blanket? Is it cold up there?
Oh my God, it's freezing, freezing, super freezing. But
I
John,
freaking
nice.
hate- I hate New England.
Yeah, nice talking. I'll send you my phone number. I already followed you. I'll send you my phone number, and we'll keep the connection, and I might use you as a what do you call it?
A reference?
A reference. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Happy to help.
All right. Thanks so much.
All right. Have a good night, Arnold.
Yeah,
Take
you-
care.
You too. Bye.